In a world full of magic, dangers, and mysteries, Guts, the swordsman, has a night of passion with a beautiful young girl. Suddenly, the girl transforms into a horrible monster and proudly tells Guts that she finally has him and will send him to hell. Our hero doesn't seem surprised or impressed as he quickly plunges his metallic arm into the monster's mouth and kills it with a single shot. With his plans cancelled, our hero decides it's time to continue his journey and heads towards the nearest village. While walking through the streets of the city, Guts notices some carts filled with prisoners, mostly young girls, but he continues on his way. In the village's bar, a group of drunken criminals mistreats a little elf prisoner by throwing knives at him. The townspeople are not happy with what's happening since no one, not even the mayor, dares to lift a finger against the men from Koka Castle, who spend their time getting drunk and mistreating others. Guts enters the tavern and observes the situation, so he hands some belongings to the bartender to keep them safe and warns him that soon some things will be broken. The men from Koka Castle continue attacking the elf when suddenly, without warning, an arrow pierces their leader's head, impaling him against the wall. The rest of the men don't have time to react as a rain of arrows, courtesy of Guts' crossbow arm, takes them out, except for one who gets injured in the nose. Guts asks the man if he is one of the thieves from Koka Castle, and the man confirms it, so our protagonist tells him to send a message to his boss. The black swordsman has arrived. A soldier tries to attack Guts for treason, but he unsheathes a gigantic sword and cleaves him in two. Everyone is astonished, especially by the size of such a weapon, too large and heavy to be called a sword. Guts leaves without listening to the elf who asks for his help to be freed. On the street, the elf, now liberated, scolds Guts for leaving him in the bar and introduces himself as Puck, an elf who was traveling with a group of artists until they were attacked by the men from Koka Castle. Puck updates Guts, saying that the thieves have an agreement with the mayor. As long as the security forces don't do anything to them, they won't destroy the village. But now that agreement has ended, and they are likely coming after him. Guts punches the elf and orders him to stay away because if he touches him again, he'll kill him. Puck obeys, mainly because the castle guards have him surrounded, and there's nowhere to escape. Later, in the castle dungeon, Guts is savagely beaten, but to the surprise of his jailer, he withstands a great deal of punishment. Suddenly, the mayor of the village arrives and scolds Guts for killing the men, as now the entire army of Koka Castle is heading towards the city, and nothing will be left, considering their terrifying leader is coming with them. Guts tells him that he knows exactly who he's up against and also knows the kind of deal the mayor made with the group's leader since he noticed that the women and children in the carriage he crossed on his way in are nothing but sacrifices. The mayor responds that he has no other choice, and it's his responsibility. Then, the mayor leaves, heading to Koka Castle to beg for mercy. In the castle, the man Guts spared informs his leader that they were attacked, and when he mentions the sword, the leader believes he may know who he's referring to. The mayor arrives and apologizes, but the group's leader tells him that it doesn't matter what he says, he will go and annihilate the people of the village, not out of revenge or for money, but simply because he wants to. In the dungeon, a weakened Guts awaits death and hallucinates a strange fetus-like creature when Puck appears and uses his powers to heal his wounds and hands him the keys. The bandits arrive and rampage through everything in their path, but a recovered Guts stands up to them and takes down the majority. The leader of the thieves recognizes Guts as the one who, for some reason, is hunting those called apostles. Guts fires his crossbow at the warrior, and when everyone thinks he has killed him, the warrior transforms into a huge snake-like monster, assuring Guts that there is no human capable of stopping him. The monster attacks Guts and is surprised by our hero's ability to withstand his punishment, but other than that, Guts can do nothing and is at the mercy of the creature. However, it seems that was the plan all along, as the crossbow arm turns into a cannon and blasts the monster, causing it great damage. With the monster wounded, Guts takes his sword and finishes the job, defeating it. Despite that, the monster is not dead, which was part of Guts' plan. He prepares to inflict a great deal of pain unless the monster reveals the whereabouts of the 5 members of the God Hand. The monster, having recognized the mark on our hero's neck, fearfully replies that neither he nor any of the apostles have that information, so Guts throws him into the fire and leaves as the creature dies burning. Shocked by what he has witnessed, Puck watches as our hero walks away without looking back. At night, Guts ventures into a dark forest while hearing malicious voices seemingly coming from the trees. He unsheathes his sword, prepared to face any threat that comes his way. As the spirits swoop down on him, Guts fights valiantly, defending himself against their attacks. However, the battle is tough and exhausting. At dawn, Puck arrives in the forest riding on the back of a bird. He searches for Guts but fails to find him anywhere. Puck begins to accept that the black swordsman is gone when the branch he's perched on breaks, and he falls to the ground. By chance, he lands near Guts, who is so injured that he can barely stand. Puck examines Guts' wounds and reveals that he has been following him out of curiosity about his monster hunting lifestyle. However, Guts abruptly pushes Puck away, refusing to have the elf as a companion due to his size and apparent weakness. After rejecting Puck's company, Guts continues on his path, leaving the elf alone in the forest. Later, Guts finds a road and continues his march in the rain, protected by a hood. At that moment, a priest driving a covered cart approaches him and offers him a ride. Guts rejects the offer twice, warning the priest about the spirits that are pursuing him. However, the priest assures him that no spirit can harm him thanks to divine protection. Convinced that the man's fate is not his concern, Guts finally accepts to get on the cart. Inside the cart, Guts encounters Puck again, who has already accepted the priest's offer for a ride. He also meets the priest's daughter, Colette, who offers him wine. Guts mentions that his wounds were caused by the spirits, and Colette's father assumes he is a mercenary due to his weaponry. Although Guts doesn't contradict him, the priest shares the story of his nephew, who became a mercenary and died 5 years ago. Guts reflects that even though the nephew may have died happily, he is still dead and cannot be brought back. He then accepts a blanket from Colette and decides to rest. During his sleep, Guts has a terrifying nightmare. He finds himself naked and trapped in a narrow, roofless corridor, with a gigantic eye watching him from above. A monstrous creature chases him, and his brand of sacrifice starts bleeding as he hears the malicious voices of the spirits. Guts wakes up just before the creature catches up to him. Startled awake, Guts stabs a small one-eyed creature called an incubus that is clinging to his face. The sudden noise wakes up Colette and Puck, and Guts explains that the incubus feeds on people's fear, inducing nightmares. The priest starts to believe that Guts is being pursued by spirits. Puck asks about the connection between the incubus and Guts' brand of sacrifice, but the warrior responds enigmatically. Seeing his brand bleeding, Guts jumps out of the cart and prepares to fight the approaching spirits. In the darkness of the night, the cart's horses become agitated, and Colette rushes to calm them down. Before Guts can reach her, a lance emerges from the ground, impaling the girl's stomach and killing her. Guts confronts the skeletons rising from the ground, possessed by the spirits. He orders the priest and Puck to flee while he succumbs to anger and massacres the skeletons with his powerful sword. However, the priest stays behind, and his screams draw the attention of Guts and Puck. Colette's body is possessed by a spirit, and with an ancient sword, she beheads her own father. Guts, in shock, watches helplessly as the girl approaches him and impales her sword into his stomach. In an act of survival, Guts delivers a strike with his one-armed sword, sending the girl's torso flying. He continues his fierce battle against the skeletons until dawn, at which point his injuries are so severe that he starts spitting blood. As the spirits dissipate and the skeletons fall behind, Puck flies to Guts to assure him that Colette and her father's deaths are not his fault. Guts, in the midst of his pain, begins to laugh and affirms that those deaths are proof of his philosophy. Those who are weak and get involved in others' affairs cannot survive. The malicious voices of the spirits taunt Guts, who struggles to make them stop. Frustrated, he fires his arm cannon at the trees, silencing the voices. Guts walks away, closely followed by Puck. In a distant city, a man named Dahl carries out a public execution of a woman accused of witchcraft. Dahl returns to the side of his superior, the Count, seated on a throne next to the gallows. Privately, Dahl questions if they are carrying out too many executions, but the Count justifies their actions, claiming to execute heretics for the benefit of the rest of their subjects. In the midst of the crowd, Guts witnesses the execution and picks up the decapitated head of the woman. A nearby guard approaches after provoking a boy, the executed woman's brother, and demands that Guts hand over the head. In a defiant act, Guts spits in the guard's face, surprising both the guard and the peasants present. He then throws the head to the Count, who catches it with one hand. The guard attempts to attack Guts but receives a deadly blow from a metallic fist. The Count, observing the woman's head, is terrified to see that a brand of sacrifice has been drawn on her forehead with blood. The Count's attention turns to Guts, who uses the blood dripping from his own brand of sacrifice to draw a straight line on his throat before walking away. The Count realizes that this action is a declaration of war, just before crushing the woman's head with his bare hands. Guts is forced to flee the city as he is pursued by several guards. However, he easily defeats them by using his massive sword to cleave them in half and penetrate their armor. Two crossbowmen on a nearby gallows aim their weapons at Guts, but Puck intervenes and blinds them with a burst of light. Guts destroys the gallows legs, causing the crossbowmen to fall to their deaths. At that moment, Zonderk, the captain of the guards, a burly man armed with a giant hammer, appears. Although Zonderk tries to attack Guts, the latter easily evades him, and the captain ends up accidentally killing several of his own soldiers. Despite this, Zonderk persists in his attack. He finally manages to corner Guts between him and a brick wall, preparing for the final blow with his hammer. However, Guts intervenes with a powerful strike from his giant sword that destroys Zondark's weapon, causing it to shatter and send shards into the captain's face, who falls to the ground in agony and receives a kick from Guts to the face. Despite his momentary victory, Guts realizes that the endless stream of soldiers approaching him is cornering him with no escape route. At that moment, two smoke bombs are thrown and explode between Guts and the soldiers. Hidden from their view, a small, bandaged, hooded man guides Guts toward a narrow barred passage. Guts follows the mysterious man, and as the smoke dissipates, the soldiers find themselves perplexed, not knowing where he has gone. The bandaged man leads Guts to his hidden laboratory, filled with strange oddities such as skeletons of unknown animals and jars containing intestines and dead elves, which horrify Puck. The man reveals that these oddities come from his former profession as a physician. Guts demands to know who this man is, but instead of answering, the man mentions that he witnessed Guts' actions during the execution and suspects that Guts seeks personal revenge against the Count. Enraged, Guts kicks the man's cane, causing him to fall to the ground. However, Guts' apparent cruelty turns to fear when Puck and the bandaged man notice that the latter has half of his face disfigured and prosthetic legs. The mutilated man pleads with Guts to kill the Count, claiming that he is a demon. He then leads them to a secret room where they find an object shaped like an egg with scattered human facial features on its surface. Guts realizes that it is a beherit, a mysterious object with unknown power. Guts lifts the bandaged man by the collar and demands to know how he came to possess the beherit. The man claims to have stolen it from the Count. Guts releases him, and the bandaged man explains. His name is Vargas. 7 years ago, when the Count was still human, Vargas worked as a physician in the castle. There came a day when the Count ordered inquisitions and executions, taking prisoners to the castle dungeons where they were tortured and eaten. Disgusted by this behavior, Vargas and his family escaped the city but were captured. As punishment, Vargas had half of his face disfigured, his legs amputated, and was forced to witness his family being devoured. Before Vargas could be consumed, he managed to fake his own death and escape from the dungeons, taking the beherit with him. Vargas is unaware of the true purpose of the beherit. Guts explains that it is used to open a portal between the human world and another dimension where the God Hand, a group of 5 demons, resides. Both Puck and Vargas are shocked by this revelation. Inside the castle, Zondark's wounds are being attended to, but he can't stay calm due to an obsessive desire to kill the Black Swordsman. The Count appears and orders everyone to leave the room except Zondark. The Count grabs him by the neck as the deranged soldier repeatedly smashes his own head against a stone column, begging the Count to allow him to kill Guts. The Count grants his wish and forces Zondark to look at him directly. The Count opens his mouth, and a slug-like creature crawls out of his throat and enters Zondark. Outside the castle, Dahl is informed by a soldier that an informant knows the whereabouts of the Black Swordsman. The Count exits the castle and declares that Zondark, now featureless in the face, will be the one to kill him. Zondark starts laughing at the prospect of killing Guts. In Vargas' laboratory, Puck examines the beherit while Guts observes. The elf is astonished to discover that the beherit is alive. One of its eyes opens and briefly looks at him. Guts says that although it's alive, the beherit poses no danger, and he also doesn't know how to use it to reach the God Hand. Guts then asks Vargas how the Count came to possess the beherit. Vargas replies that it happened by chance. A caravan of merchants passed through the city, unaware of the beherit's purpose or value, and sold it to the Count. Vargas finds and opens a map with the castle's blueprints, pointing out an escape route that Guts could use to infiltrate. He approaches Guts and pleads with him to kill the Count, but when he puts his hand on Guts' shoulder, Guts reacts violently, pushing Vargas away and ordering him never to touch him. The tense moment is relieved by Puck, and Guts declares that he will kill the Count, but not for Vargas' sake. Suddenly, the door to Vargas' laboratory is destroyed, and Zondark appears. Guts unsheathes his sword and confronts the wounded man, but the renewed strength in Zondark's blows indicates to Guts that he is no longer human. Zondark lunges, but Guts dodges and cuts off his right arm. After a brief moment, Zondark starts growing tentacles from his new stump to replace it. Using his tentacles to wield his hammer, Zondark engages Guts in combat once again, but the speed has increased significantly. Zondark's arm moves like a whip, and the hammer cuts through the supports around Vargas' laboratory. The ceiling begins to collapse, and Puck is saved from falling debris by Vargas. They then watch the ongoing battle, marveling at how Guts is keeping up and blocking each of Zondark's whip-like strikes. Guts starts using his cape to disorient Zondark. He takes advantage of Zondark's confusion to quickly strike his head, cutting it from the left temple to the skull. However, Zondark doesn't fall. Instead, the slug-like creature emerges from this new wound and praises the Black Swordsman's skills. Vargas realizes that the slug is actually the Count. The Count notices the beherit on the floor, although Vargas quickly picks it up, and he promises to torture Vargas as he did 7 years ago. The Count then turns his attention to Guts, but before they can resume their battle, the ceiling collapses, and Zondark's body is crushed. Guts, Vargas, and Puck escape through a hidden passage beneath a floor tile as the laboratory is engulfed in flames. The three emerge from a hidden sewer grate beneath a bridge, and Guts explains that even though the Count has been using Zondark's body, which burned in the fire, the Count himself is not dead because Zondark was only possessed by a fraction of the Count's power. As they prepare to part ways, Guts demands the beherit from Vargas and snatches it from him when Vargas hesitates to hand it over. He then walks away with Puck, leaving Vargas alone under the bridge but not without a final farewell from the elf. Now alone, Vargas is attacked by a tentacle emerging from the sewer. Later, Puck scolds Guts for stealing the beherit. Given that both Guts and Vargas oppose the Count, the elf says they could have been allies. Guts laughs at the idea, stating that aligning himself with Vargas would have meant his own demise. The two turn a corner and overhear several people talking about an upcoming execution. According to the conversation, the person scheduled for execution has some connection to the Black Swordsman, and the execution is meant to serve as a warning. Upon hearing this, Guts walks away. Settling in a dilapidated house to inspect his equipment, Guts ignores Puck's attempts to talk to him. Frustrated, Puck flies away. As Guts cleans his gear, he looks at the remaining stump of his left arm and touches his closed right eye. As he does so, he recalls Vargas' story of how he was disfigured by the Count and his plea to Guts to kill the Count for him. Guts punches the wall in frustration. Vargas is executed in front of a disappointed Count who expected our hero to show up. The Count's soldiers dispose of Vargas' head, but before throwing it into a common pit, Guts retrieves it, and the two head back to confront their enemy. Later, the Count advances through the castle with Puck in a cage. They visit Teresia's room, the Count's daughter, to present Puck as a gift. Teresia is locked in her room out of fear of the heretics. During the visit, she feels uneasy with the Count, and he leaves feeling dejected. Meanwhile, Guts ascends the castle stairs in search of the Count and encounters Zonderk, who has undergone a monstrous transformation. Guts easily wins the duel but is caught off guard by Zondark's still-living whip arm. Zonderk reveals that the only way to defeat him is by cutting off his head, and Guts does so swiftly. Guts continues on his path, determined to kill the real Count despite his significant blood loss. Puck and Teresia have a conversation in which she reveals that her mother was killed 7 years ago by pagan worshippers. Teresia doesn't remember these events but feels that the Count has lost his humanity. She is unaware of his condition as an apostle. Meanwhile, Guts reaches the Count's throne room and confronts Dahl and his guards. Puck overhears the guards talking about an intruder in the castle, who turns out to be Guts. Puck asks Teresia to open the window, and although she initially refuses, she eventually gives in and lets Puck go. Puck promises to return and free her from her prison. Guts comes face to face with the Count, who transforms into a slug-like creature due to Guts' strength in their previous battles. Although Guts attempts to cut the Count, his limbs regenerate. Guts and the Count engage in a violent battle that shakes the castle. During the battle, a wall breaks, leading to the outside of the castle where Puck reunites with Guts. Teresia decides to leave her room and confront her liberation. The Count loses sight of Guts and attacks someone hiding behind a column, revealing it to be Dahl disguised. Guts takes advantage of this distraction to attack the Count but is brutally beaten. The Count grabs Guts' leg and throws him against the columns, leaving him seemingly defeated. While Guts lies defeated on a destroyed pillar, the Count taunts him for having a fragile human body. Puck intervenes in defense of Guts and accuses the Count of being a fragile human hiding behind his monstrous appearance. However, their conversation is interrupted when the beherit falls from Guts' pocket. Puck quickly grabs the beherit and tries to keep it away from the Count, but his pursuit is abruptly halted by the appearance of Teresia, who has found her way to the throne room. Terrified by her own father's apostle form, Teresia takes refuge behind one of the remaining columns. Enraged, the Count turns his attention to Puck to unleash his wrath, but at that very moment, Guts throws knives that stop the Count and protect Puck. Despite having his body torn apart, Guts displays an unwavering determination as he confronts the Count once again. However, he is easily repelled by the Count's attack, who directs his blow towards the pillar where Teresia is hiding. But just as the Count prepares to deliver the final blow, Guts grabs Teresia and uses her as a shield against her own father. The Count hesitates to attack, giving Guts the opportunity to shoot his cannon arm directly at the Count's face. Wielding his massive sword with his mouth and prosthetic hand, Guts decapitates the Count. Guts advances towards the still-living Count and stabs him in the face to show him the true strength of humans. Puck realizes Teresia's distress and tries to confront Guts, as his actions are the cause of the girl's suffering. However, Guts turns against Puck and threatens to kill him if he doesn't step aside. Guts orders Teresia to watch as he stabs the Count's face, explaining that it is the consequence of having an undying body, the body of an apostle. Guts continues his fierce assault until the blade of his dagger breaks and slips in the Count's blood. At that moment, Guts sits down and starts laughing in front of Puck and Teresia, who are confused and horrified by the scene. Meanwhile, the Count's blood slowly seeps into the beherit as he mutters to himself that he doesn't want to die. The beherit rearranges its facial features until it takes on a human appearance and begins shedding tears of blood. Suddenly, Guts, Puck, Teresia, and the Count are transported to a dimension seemingly composed solely of intersecting stairs, which some of you may recognize as reminiscent of MC Escher's designs. This phenomenon is due to the power of the beherit and the Count's desire to stay alive. While Guts, Teresia, and Puck look around, confused by their new surroundings, the Count announces the arrival of the God Hand. They all look up and see the God Hand observing them from the top of a staircase. Back on Earth, a tornado engulfs the castle in front of frightened villagers who don't know what is happening. In the staircase dimension, Guts recognizes one of the members of the God Hand, whom he calls Griffith. However, the demon ignores him. The Count pleads with another demon to kill Guts, but the demon in question, Void, refuses. The God Hand explains that the apostles Guts has killed in the past are insignificant to them and not worth killing him over. Griffith insults Guts, saying that his existence is beneath his, which prompts our hero to find the strength to rise and swing his sword at the demon. The other demons marvel at Guts' indomitable will, and one of them, small and round, comments that Guts has been marked by this hawk-like demon, known to the other demons as Femto. Guts continues his unsteady ascent up the stairs, shouting that he is responsible for Femto's position among the God Hand, and he mocks the divine air emanating from the demon. While Puck speculates on the relationship between Guts and Femto, Guts suddenly writhes in pain as blood spurts from his brand. Femto explains that the amount of blood that flows from Guts' brand and the pain he feels increase in proportion to the power of the demons he faces. The presence of a humble apostle causes the brand to drip a few drops of blood, while these more powerful demons cause debilitating pain and torrents of blood, and could even result in death. Guts' eyes roll back as he falls backward but gathers the strength to raise his sword above his head and strike at Femto, greatly impressing the other 4 members of the God Hand. Before the blow can land, however, Femto sends Guts flying with a telekinetic attack and casually tells the Count that his desire to kill Guts may have inadvertently been fulfilled. Void decides he has had enough of the fight between Guts and Femto and proceeds with the Count's wish. The demons tell the Count that they cannot grant him more power in exchange for Guts' life because the Count feels no affection for him. Then, Femto points out Teresia as a viable candidate for sacrifice, and the small round demon urges the Count to do the same as he did last time. Teresia, confused, questions the claim, and the demon opens a hole in space-time, showing images of the Count 7 years ago. Despite the Count's pleas for them not to show Teresia, the demons ignore him. The images show that 7 years ago, the Count frequently went on pagan hunts to rid his land of heretics. One day, upon returning to the castle, he found his wife willingly participating in a pagan orgy. The Count became enraged and killed all the pagan worshippers, except his wife, whom he couldn't bring himself to kill. His despair activated his Beherit, and the God Hand, except for Femto, appeared before him and granted him an apostle body in exchange for his wife's life, who was devoured alive by the Count after gaining his new power. Void summons a brand of fire in front of Teresia and awaits the Count's approval before marking her as a sacrifice. Meanwhile, Guts, whose fingers were injured in the fight against the Count, asks Puck to heal them using his healing powder. In a flashback from the past, a white-haired man calls out to Guts in an abandoned battlefield, filled with corpses. He helps a young Guts free himself from under a pile of bodies. The white-haired man laments that all humans are subject to an immutable fate and questions what his place in the world is. While confessing to Guts that he is the first person he has asked these questions to, it is revealed that this man is actually Griffith, before losing his humanity and becoming Femto. In the present, the God Hand tries to persuade the Count to mark his daughter, while Guts tries to convince Puck to heal his hand. Femto diverts his attention towards an infinite void in the distance, a swirling mass of deceased souls that Femto describes as a small portion of hell. The God Hand tells the Count that he can mark Teresia, sacrificing her to continue living, or be absorbed by the souls in the whirlwind and dissolve into nothingness, as all apostles do when they die. The Count, unsure of what to do, proclaims that he doesn't want to die but sees visions of happier times with his wife and Teresia. He takes too long to decide, and the last traces of his life fade away. As a consequence, the souls in the whirlwind surge toward him and assimilate his human body into their formless mass. Puck notices Vargas among the souls dragging the Count toward them. The Count and Teresia reach out their hands before he is pulled into the void. Another tentacle-like mass finds Guts on the ground, and due to the brand attracting them on his neck, they try to drag him along with the Count. Acting quickly, Guts reloads his cannon arm for a final shot at Femto, which explodes a few meters away from the demon, who remains unharmed. The force of the cannon shot causes the souls to lose their grip on Guts, and he falls to the ground. Once the Count's purpose of summoning the God Hand is fulfilled, Guts and Femto exchange one last look before Guts, Puck, and Teresia are transported back to the destroyed castle. Puck's attempts to talk to Teresia are rejected, and she wishes to return to her room. She expresses a desire to commit suicide instead of continuing to live, an idea encouraged by Guts. The comment surprises both Teresia and Puck, with the latter slapping Guts. However, Guts continues and tells Teresia that if life is so terrible for her, she should use a nearby serrated dagger to cut her wrists. Just as she is about to do so, the ground beneath her collapses, and Guts throws his sword for her to grab, which she does, demonstrating a subconscious desire to live. Guts manages to throw Teresia onto solid ground before she falls, but before she can fully recover, Guts looks at his hand and questions his actions, seemingly unable to comprehend what he has just done. A furious Teresia sits in front of Guts and blames him for the past events, exclaiming that she will be the one to kill him. As Guts retrieves his cloak and the beherit from the surrounding debris, he invites her to do so when she is ready. Guts limps away from the castle, and as Puck catches up to him, he notices tears in Guts' eyes, which Guts hurriedly wipes away. With a more determined expression, Guts and Puck leave the castle, leaving Teresia behind. Having concluded the adventure in the Count's castle, we are transported to the past, where a group of mercenaries, led by a man named Gambino, comes across a gruesome scene. People hang from their necks on a leafless tree. Underneath a woman's body among the corpses, a baby lies in a pool of blood and placenta, seemingly born after his mother had already passed away. The mercenaries assume the baby is dead. Shisu, Gambino's lover, who had suffered a miscarriage 3 days prior, notices the baby on the ground and lovingly cradles him. Gambino intervenes, and when the baby falls to the ground, the impact causes him to move and cry, revealing that he is alive. Shisu breaks free from Gambino's grasp and takes the baby with her to the group, an idea that is not well received by the mercenaries, who see the unfortunate circumstances of the baby's birth as a bad omen. However, Gambino decides to allow Shisu to keep the baby to provide comfort after having lost her own child previously. 3 years later, the baby, now called Guts, watches in despair as his adoptive mother, Shisu, dies from the plague. Another 3 years later, we see Guts assisting the soldiers of the mercenary group in battle, wielding Gambino's weapons. Unable to sleep, Guts clings to his sword for comfort. Soon, Gambino gives Guts his first harsh lesson by striking his face with a spear's shaft for not changing his weapons quickly enough. Gambino begins training Guts in swordsmanship, but since the mercenary band lacks children's weapons, Guts is forced to use a full-sized sword for practice. Despite suffering some cuts from Gambino and struggling to handle the heavy weapon, Guts manages to graze Gambino's cheek, prompting the latter to angrily swing his sword across Guts' face, leaving a deep wound on his nose. Later that night, as Guts recovers from his injuries, he cradles his sword for comfort as he falls asleep. The next day, Gambino, whom Guts suspects of trying to soothe his guilty conscience, hands him ointment to help heal his wounds. Again, 3 years pass, and a 9-year-old Guts is placed on the front line alongside Gambino during an assault on a castle. Despite struggling against a much larger opponent, Guts achieves his first kill in battle. He is saved by Gambino when another soldier attacks him from behind. Later that day, after the successful assault, Guts hands Gambino the money earned in the operation, and Gambino tosses him a coin as a reward for a job well done. As Guts walks away, Gambino is approached by another mercenary from the group, Donovan, who makes a request of Gambino. During the night, Guts has trouble sleeping. He sees a shadow outside his tent, and it is revealed that the cause of the shadow is Donovan, who enters uninvited. Sensing danger, Guts reaches for his sword, but Donovan manages to overpower him. Guts is left defenseless, unable to reach his weapon. Guts manages to keep Donovan at bay for a brief period of time, but the larger and older soldier quickly takes advantage. Guts' spirit is broken when he discovers that Donovan paid Gambino to commit a violent act against him, something Donovan carries out. The next morning, Guts emerges from his shelter to confront Gambino, but casual conversations and Gambino's apparent lack of knowledge about what transpired between Guts and Donovan convince Guts of his innocence. Frustrated, Guts kicks over a water barrel, unable to directly ask Gambino if he truly sold him to Donovan. Some time passes, and Gambino leads the mercenaries in a battle in the forest. Guts watches Donovan chasing and killing stragglers from the enemy side. After disposing of them, Guts shoots a crossbow bolt that hits Donovan in the back. Guts fires another bolt directly into Donovan's mouth and then thrusts his sword through his throat. Guts demands to know who truly betrayed him, but Donovan dies before he can answer. Guts returns to the fight but is knocked down by the shockwave of an explosion. He sees Gambino lying on the ground with a severed leg. The battle ends in favor of the mercenaries, and Gambino receives medical attention from the group, although there are doubts about his ability to fight again. Some mercenaries begin considering new leaders for the group. Guts stays by Gambino's side, who has dreams and calls out for Shisu. 2 years pass, and Guts has reached a point where he can battle people much larger and older than him. After killing an enemy general in a fight, Guts encounters Gambino, who now has a dog as his companion, on a hill to tell him about the reward he has obtained. Gambino's reaction is to order Guts to bring food for the dog. After Guts leaves, Gambino kicks the dog upon sensing its disapproval of the words directed at Guts. Furious, Guts enters his shelter and destroys its structure, feeling saddened by Gambino's failure to recognize him. Later, during the night, a drunken Gambino enters Guts' shelter and tries to kill him. He blames Guts for Shisu's death and the loss of his leg, and finally admits that he was the one Donovan paid to commit violent acts against Guts. Devastated by these revelations and with no choice but to defend himself from his adoptive father's rage, Guts thrusts his sword through Gambino's neck just as the latter is about to kill him. Gambino calls out for Shisu before succumbing to his wounds. His body falls and crashes into a table with a lit candle, causing the tent to catch fire and alerting the rest of the mercenary group to what has happened. Convinced that Guts cold-bloodedly murdered their leader, they curse him for betraying his adoptive father and bringing bad luck to the group. The warriors force the young boy to flee the camp on horseback, armed with his sword. However, Some mercenaries pursue Guts, and one of them manages to wound him in the back with a crossbow bolt, believing he is dead when he falls from the cliff into shallow water. Shortly after, Guts awakens and looks up at the night sky, lost without knowing where to go or what to do. He stands up and realizes that a pack of wolves surrounds him, ready to attack. But Guts' body instinctively moves to defend against the wolves. He manages to drive them away before collapsing and then encounters another wandering group of mercenaries in need of one more soldier in their ranks. 4 years have passed since that night, and a group of mercenaries is preparing to assault a heavily fortified castle. They manage to infiltrate, but their progress is halted by the imposing figure of a man recognized as Bezuso. The mercenaries' employer seeks volunteers to face Bezuso, but no one steps forward due to fear of the knight's reputation as a killer of 30 men and his history of killing a bear. However, Guts, now 15 years old, steps forward willing to fight after requesting a reward of 7 gold pieces. Despite the initial impression Bezuso makes on Guts, the young boy proves to be more skilled than expected. Both the mercenaries and the enemy soldiers are amazed by the speed at which Guts fights and defeats Bezuso, breaking his battle axe, dealing a mortal blow to his waist, and ultimately smashing his sword into the knight's skull as he begs for mercy. After Guts kills Bezuso, the mercenaries manage to conquer the castle. Another group of mercenaries, the castle's late-arriving defenders, witness the duel between Guts and Bezuso. The group wonders among themselves if Guts is as strong as their leader, Griffith, before retreating. After the battle, Guts collects the reward for both the plunder and the defeat of Bezuso from his employers. The employer who pays him asks Guts to consider working for him full-time with the promise of becoming his squire. However, Guts refuses and ignores the man grabbing his shoulder. Guts reacts violently and orders the man never to touch him again. In a field some distance from the castle, the group of mercenaries that witnessed the duel between Guts and Bezuso has shed their armor and is comfortably relaxing on the grass. They observe Guts walking alone on a nearby path, and one man among them, Corcus, leads a group of mercenaries to kill Guts and take his earnings. However, Corcus gets into trouble when Guts notices his group and successfully defends himself by killing Dante, the first attacker, and then incapacitating the second one. Following Griffith's instructions, his second-in-command Casca is ordered to intervene and intercept Guts with an arrow in the arm just as he was about to go after Corcus. When Guts refuses to yield and surrender, Casca charges at him on horseback. The two battle until Guts brings Casca down to the ground by gravely wounding her horse. He is surprised to discover that his opponent is a woman. Although Casca is more skilled than Guts, to the spectator's surprise, he gains the upper hand by knocking her to the ground. However, before Guts delivers the killing blow, the fight is interrupted by a spear thrown by Griffith, which lands between Guts and Casca. The soldiers calm down as they ensure Guts' defeat, as Griffith asks him to drop his sword. Guts refuses and finds himself stabbed in the shoulder by Griffith's sword. Everyone applauds and is greatly impressed as Griffith manages to defeat Guts with a single strike. Guts forces himself to stand up and attack Griffith again but eventually collapses, seeing Griffith removing his helmet and looking at him with his long white hair cascading over his shoulders. Guts finds himself immersed in a nightmare where Donovan chases his 11-year-old self through a dark field of bones. Filled with anguish, Guts encounters Gambino and desperately begs for help, but Gambino firmly refuses, claiming that Guts killed him. Gambino directs his attention to his dog, whose face resembles Shisu's, and they both agree that Guts doesn't deserve to be rescued. Donovan overpowers Guts as he pleads for Gambino's forgiveness. Gambino and Shisu fade away among the bones, and Gambino sentences Guts, telling him that he should have died the day they found him as a baby. The scene shifts, and Guts, now 15 years old, finds himself naked in an infinite void, screaming for them not to touch him, while a naked Casca embraces his body. Guts wakes up in an unfamiliar tent, feeling pain in his shoulder and suddenly remembering Griffith and their confrontation. He leaves the tent and looks around. The camp is filled with young mercenaries. In the distance, Guts spots Casca engaged in a heated argument with Griffith. When the confrontation concludes, she approaches Guts, recognizing him from her dream, and greets him with a punch to the stomach. She walks away, wishing that Griffith had killed Guts. Judo, a close mercenary, explains that Casca has forsaken her femininity to become a mercenary, and Griffith had ordered her to sleep next to Guts in the preceding days to keep him warm. Griffith approaches amiably, returns Guts' sword, and asks him to accompany him on a tour of the camp, while the other mercenaries watch him defiantly. Griffith reveals that the group is called the Band of the Hawk, and Guts admits to having heard rumors about their formidable reputation. Upon reaching the top of a nearby hill, showing personal interest in Guts, Griffith confesses that he forgave him because he wants him to join the band's ranks. However, Guts refuses and instead wishes to repay the favor by thrusting his sword into Griffith's chest. In response to this declaration, Griffith asks what Guts would gain if he were to win the fight, and Guts answers that he could have it all. Griffith accepts, saying that he doesn't mind using force, and unsheathes his sword. Casca, who has been following them closely, emerges from her hiding spot as Griffith quickly orders her not to intervene. Casca turns around and relays the order to the rest of the onlookers approaching the scene. Guts is quickly overwhelmed and wonders how Griffith can defeat his massive sword with a simple rapier. The fight appears to reach its end when Griffith jumps and lands on the blade of Guts' sword, pointing his own weapon at Guts' face. Griffith praises Guts' fighting methods and his determination to win at any cost, but notes that Guts' weight hinders him from handling his sword properly and offers to postpone the fight. Guts reproaches Griffith for talking too much and, in an act of defiance, uses his own mouth to bite down on the blade of Griffith's sword, determined to continue the battle. Guts uses this technique to unbalance Griffith, and they both tumble on the edge of the hill, with Guts on top as he strikes and kicks his opponent. As the spectators line up at the hilltop, they all show varying degrees of surprise at seeing someone actually knock Griffith down. However, a brief pause in the attacks gives Griffith the opportunity to recover, countering Guts' next blow and applying an arm lock. When Guts refuses to surrender, Griffith is forced to dislocate his shoulder and wins the fight. He tells Guts that he now belongs to him, and Casca withdraws, feeling jealous that Griffith has never shown a similar personal interest in her or anyone else. Later, during the night, as Guts recovers from the dislocated shoulder in his tent, he hears the voices of Corcus and 6 other members of the Band of the Hawk just outside. They intend to kill him, so Guts positions his sword on his shoulder, trusting that he can win the impending confrontation. Casca intervenes and convinces the mercenaries that they cannot defeat Guts, despite his injury. After they leave, Guts finds Casca outside his tent, where she reveals to him that she only spent the 2 previous nights in the same bed as him because Griffith ordered her to, and she tells him that she no longer wants any relationship with him. Guts returns to his tent, where he cannot sleep and spends the night leaning against a log, clutching his sword for comfort. Guts has officially joined the Band of the Hawk, and it's time for his first mission since joining: a nighttime assault on an enemy camp. Their employers trust Griffith so much that they don't spend money on reinforcements, despite the band being outnumbered. Griffith puts Guts in charge of the rear guard, both as a skill test and a show of trust, as the rear guard is responsible for defending the back of a military force against enemy attacks, and there is a high risk of death for those tasked with its defense. Griffith takes Judo and a small group of soldiers to flank the castle, advancing along the nearby river, during which Judo displays his proficiency with throwing knives. Guts notices all the strategic advantages of flanking the castle and is impressed that Griffith has devised such an elaborate plan. Griffith gives the order to attack. The frontal and rear guard groups advance on the enemy, destroying their supplies and gunpowder. Knowing that the fire caused by the powder explosions will be carried by the wind toward the enemy's tents, Griffith orders the band to retreat. Guts, deeply impressed by the swiftness with which the entire operation is carried out, notices a large enemy cavalry group pursuing them and prepares for battle, determined to defend the Band of the Hawk. During the battle, Guts falls behind the Band of the Hawk, too busy fighting off the soldiers pursuing him. The enemies manage to wound Guts' back, but he remains on his horse. Griffith and the main force of the band have returned to their base of operations, a fortress. He asks Corcus where Guts is, but Corcus, impressed by how effectively Guts is fighting, replies that he doesn't know. Guts' horse is killed, and the mercenaries have left him behind. He is saved by the timely arrival of Griffith, Judo, Pippin, and several others. Griffith helps Guts onto his horse, and they all head back to the fortress, with enemy soldiers close on their heels. When it seems that the enemy is about to catch up to them, the mercenaries burst into the forest, where the opposing forces are met with cannon fire and palisades. The enemy retreats, and the members of the band celebrate, except for Casca, who is unsure of what to think about the new association between Griffith and Guts. Later, at night, they celebrate their victory. 2 elderly men observe Griffith from inside the fortress and marvel at his inhuman effectiveness in leading troops into battle. The band members start to appreciate Guts, and Griffith notices him sitting atop the fortress battlements, gazing fixedly at the land beyond. Judo, Pippin, and a young band member named Rickard approach to invite Guts to drink with them. When he refuses, Pippin forcefully drags Guts, which angers the young man who dislikes being touched. Pippin drags Guts along to join the mercenaries in the celebration, where Guts finally decides to drink with them. Corcus watches with jealousy as they begin their celebration in honor of Guts, who notices Griffith giving him a smile from the crowd. Casca watches the whole scene alone from the top of the fortress battlements. The next morning after the celebration, Judo encounters Guts once again. He asks Guts what he thinks of the Band of the Hawk, and Guts reveals that he perceives the members to be different from other mercenary bands, as they are composed of much younger men who care more about each other than money. Then, Guts asks Judo what he thinks of Griffith, but Judo cannot give a direct answer, only saying that people are inexplicably drawn to Griffith and want to help him achieve his goals. Another member calls for Guts and tells him that Griffith wants to see him. Guts finds Griffith naked, pouring buckets of cold water over himself to sober up. They engage in a water fight instigated by Griffith, and when things calm down, Guts notices the strange pendant Griffith is wearing. Griffith informs him that the object is called the Beharit, or the egg of the king, and its owner is destined to obtain the world in exchange for their own flesh and blood. Guts asks Griffith why he saved him the night before, and Griffith shares his dream of having his own kingdom, reminding Guts that he now belongs to him and that he will be the one to decide when Guts dies. Later, as Guts wonders how Griffith will achieve his dream, he is found by Rickard and Pippin, who congratulate him for being given command of 10 men. Casca once again watches Guts from the top of the fortress. Some time later, an 18-year-old Guts is seen in battle, still fighting alongside the band of the Hawk. Later on, two enormous armies clash on a vast field. On one side are the forces of Midland, led by the King of Midland, and on the other are the armies of the rival kingdom of Tudor. A regiment of Tudor soldiers, the Iron Lance Knights of the Black Sheep, proves to be particularly effective in defeating Midland's soldiers. After breaking through Midland's forces once again in a charge, they encounter a lone man sitting on his horse in the distance. The leader of the Black Sheep, believing the man to be a lowly Midland soldier trying to show bravery, forms a wedge formation and charges. However, the lone man turns out to be Guts, who unsheathes his sword and effortlessly pierces through the wedge, killing the leader and opening the way for the band of the Hawk to enter the battle. Once the band secures the area, Griffith exchanges a glance with Guts before returning to their fortress to celebrate. As Guts' men prepare to toast their victory, Casca interrupts and requests to see Guts alone. The mercenaries under Guts' command instinctively know that an encounter between the two always ends in an argument. Alone, Casca scolds Guts for not acting according to the plan, as he was supposed to be a decoy and not face the enemy alone. At first, Guts remains distant and remorseful during the scolding, but his anger flares up, and things reach a critical point when Casca accuses Guts of being nothing more than a rabid dog looking for a fight. The situation calms down with the sudden appearance of Griffith, who wishes to speak with Guts alone. Guts expresses to Griffith that he genuinely cares for the band, despite his questionable actions in the midst of battle. Later, as a reward for saving Midland's forces from Tudor's armies, the band of the Hawk is officially recognized by the King of Midland, and Griffith, as the leader, receives the knighthood and the title of Viscount. After explaining to Corcus what this means for the band, Casca realizes that Guts is not present at the ceremony and finds him resting from his training in the courtyard of the band's headquarters. Casca recalls how once, Griffith explained to her what the Beherit, also known as the Emperor's Egg, was, an object that will soon make him a king. 3 years have passed since that conversation, and it still lingers fresh in the young woman's mind. Back in the present, atop a cliff, Griffith, Casca, and all their men watch as, in the distance, Guts leads his own men to assault a castle occupied by Tudor's forces. Judo informs those around him that it is said a legendary swordsman and fearsome warrior known as Zod is allied with Tudor. The legends about Zod are centuries old, hence his nickname, Nosferatu, and the notion that he is immortal. Everyone feels the same sense of unease upon hearing the news. Inside the castle, Guts is eager to enter a tower where he sent 50 men who have not returned, presumably killed by a lone warrior inside. Despite Gaston's suggestion, Guts' second in command, Guts refuses to request reinforcements from Griffith. Suddenly, a lone band member emerges from the tower, with the right side of his body horribly mutilated. He utters the name, Nosferatu Zod, before dying, confirming the earlier rumors. Ordering his men to wait outside, Guts enters the tower alone. As Guts wanders through the tower, he sees that the bodies of his soldiers have been completely torn apart, despite wearing armor. As he ventures further, he encounters Zod, a huge, naked man with animalistic features wielding only an enormous saber-like sword. Guts launches an attack but is easily repelled by the larger and stronger Zod, who seems almost inhuman. Zod advances toward Guts, praising the raid captain's sword skills, which have been further honed during Guts' 3 years in the band of the Hawk. Guts manages to block blows strong enough to destroy nearby pillars, but Zod maintains the advantage. Knowing he stands no chance in a one-on-one fight, Guts prepares to strike Zod with a single full-powered blow, to which Zod intends to respond in the same manner. Both men unleash their attacks, and Guts cleanly cuts through the upper half of Zod's sword, but the warrior is cunning enough to block the follow-up move with his bare arms. Zod praises Guts again, this time for being the first person to cut him so deeply. Although the blow would be strong enough to kill any normal man, Zod simply grabs the blade with his own hands, pulls it out of his wounds, and begins his transformation into a huge, lion-like humanoid creature. The monster that Zod has transformed into attacks Guts with his bare hands, but Guts is caught off guard and doesn't realize the blow until it's too late. The strike hits, sending Guts straight through a nearby pillar. Regaining consciousness, Guts moves with all his strength to avoid Zod's attacks, while the monster demands that he fight back. Finding an opportunity, Guts attacks, but it's in vain. Guts' sword barely manages to scratch Zod's horns. Zod attacks again, and Guts is thrown against another pillar. Exhausted and injured, Guts can no longer move, and Zod expresses his disappointment with the short fight but praises the young warrior one last time for his tenacity and skill. Before Zod can deliver the killing blow, a rain of arrows pierces his back. Griffith has arrived with the band of the Hawk, determined to save Guts. They fire a second volley, but the arrows have no effect, while a furious Zod proceeds to massacre his new opponents for getting in the way of his battle. While the monster is distracted, Griffith seizes the opportunity to find Guts and help him escape, while the latter is angry at himself for needing to be saved by Griffith. But Zod stands in their way just as they were about to retreat, with no intention of letting them leave the chamber alive. Guts and Griffith quickly maneuver around the giant Zod, who doesn't know whom to attack first. As a result, Griffith manages to cut off his arm. Angry, Zod strikes Griffith with his tail, and the impact knocks him unconscious. Then, Zod strikes Guts with his own severed arm before reattaching it to his stump, where it reattaches with a burst of steam. Zod moves toward Griffith, still unconscious, with the intention of killing him first, regretting that he has found another who can truly harm him. But Zod abruptly stops upon noticing the crimson beherit around Griffith's neck. The surprise of seeing it causes a wave of fear in Zod, which then turns into amusement as he realizes that this is part of his design. Zod pierces through the fortress roof as he unfurls bat-like wings and gives Guts a prophecy. If he truly is a friend of Griffith, then he will inevitably die once Griffith's dream crumbles. Zod then flies away through the opening he created, while Guts ponders the demon's words before heading toward Griffith, who is being attended to by Casca. She tells Guts to stay away, blaming him for Griffith's injuries. In the castle of Windham, two nobles summarize the events that occurred in the castle and are impressed by Griffith's feat, convinced that it's only a matter of time before the warrior becomes a land-owning noble. The nobles, skeptical of the Band of the Hawks, claim that a monster appeared on the battlefield, encounter Guts, who walks with a crutch. They confront Guts sarcastically, asking if the monster caused his injuries or if they simply mistook a dog for a monster, causing Guts to press his crutch into one of the noble's foot, and when the other moves to attack, Guts pacifies him with a stern look. Guts finds Casca, Judo, Pippin, Corcus, and Rickard outside one of the castle towers, within which Griffith is recovering from the wounds inflicted by Zod. Guts and Casca, still upset from the argument they had immediately after Zod's escape when she blamed our hero for Griffith's injuries, are not speaking to each other, although Judo assures Guts that her anger stemmed from her concern for Griffith and not from any hatred toward Guts. Guts' attempts to enter the tower are stopped by the band members, who inform him that Griffith is being visited by important nobles and religious officials and should not be disturbed. When Guts asks his comrades who they are, they respond that they are nobles, friends, and enemies taking advantage of the moment to be with the man of the hour. Despite being forbidden to approach their leader, as it would embarrass Griffith in front of all the nobles, Guts continues to try to enter, only to be stopped by two guards whom he easily neutralizes despite his injuries. On his third attempt to enter, he is personally stopped by Casca, who punches him in the face. She angrily asks him why he's so stubborn and wonders to herself what it is that their leader sees in him. Seeing Casca crying, Guts walks away from the tower, too angry to stay in the band's company. Driven by his frustration from the altercation with Casca, Guts trains on one of the castle's terraces, where he is found by Griffith, also using a crutch. Griffith tells him that he heard that Guts and the rest of the group visited him while he was recovering and apologizes for not attending to them, acknowledging that while he doesn't enjoy the company of nobles, they are a necessary evil. The two warriors converse, prompted by Griffith, about the mysteries of the world, mainly the existence of gods and demons. When Griffith asks what made Zod flee, Guts honestly responds that it was the sight of the beherit. Mentioning the object, Guts recalls the monster's warnings that his friend will eventually betray him but says nothing, while Griffith assures him that it was fortunate for a gypsy to give him the object. Then, Guts asks Griffith why he personally came to save him, recalling the similar experience 3 years ago when Guts was positioned as a rearguard and Griffith came to rescue him. Griffith responds that he can't think of a direct answer and tells Guts that sometimes there doesn't need to be a reason to rescue someone. The conversation between Guts and Griffith is interrupted by the appearance of the King of Midland and his brother, Julius, second in line to the Midland throne. Griffith bows respectfully in the presence of the king, although it takes persuasion from Griffith and threats from Julius for Guts to do the same. The king has decided to speak with Griffith based on the idea that it's young entrepreneurs like him who will help Midland prevail in the war against Tudor and contribute to Midland's growing legacy instead of the established nobles. While Griffith thanks the king for his compliments, he notices a girl watching him from behind one of the castle columns, a few meters away. The king introduces her as his daughter, Princess Charlotte. As she approaches the group of men, she trips on a stone in the pavement but is saved from falling by Griffith, who catches her. Griffith is reprimanded by Julius for touching Charlotte, and he slaps Griffith contemptuously, but Griffith gracefully accepts the punishment, showing Julius a disconcerting smile. The king, Julius, and their accompanying guards leave, but Charlotte and Griffith exchange a quick glance before she departs with them, showing mutual interest. Witnessing this exchange of glances, Guts smiles. Julius walks through the city and overhears a group of women talking about Griffith, excited about the fact that he is going to be promoted in rank, proving that he is a top-notch match for any woman who wants to marry him. Julius scolds the group of maidens for gossiping about Griffith. After they run off, Julius is greeted by Minister Foss, who informs Julius that the royal guard for the upcoming autumn hunt will be composed of members of the Band of the Hawk, rather than Julius's own White Dragon Knights, as is customary. This affects him badly, as it shows that his knights' influence, and his own, are waning, and that the king would be favoring Griffith over him. When Foss mocks Julius, saying that at this rate Griffith will become one of the kingdom's great generals, Julius shouts at him that he won't allow a commoner to rise to that position. The paranoia this causes in Julius allows Foss to plant a sinister idea in his mind, to assassinate Griffith with a lost, poisoned arrow during the hunt. As Julius leaves, confident in this new plan, Foss remains behind, smiling with knowledge. At night, Guts lies on the roof of one of Windham's many towers, pointing his broadsword at the stars. He remembers Griffith's question about why he would ever need a reason to save Guts and vows to wield his sword for Griffith's sake. The autumn hunt has begun, and the nobles enjoy hunting foxes under the king's supervision and the protection of the Band of the Hawk. Some nobles ask the king why he's not participating in the hunt, and he responds that it's an activity for more experienced hunters than him, so he prefers to observe rather than interfere. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Julius has conspired with a crossbowman to assassinate Griffith. Guts feels aversion to the whole event, as he doesn't enjoy being part of the nobles' amusement and considers it a waste of time, preferring to be on the battlefield, although Judo and Corcus remind him that it's a great honor for the band to have been chosen as the royal guard. Casca, who is observing the conversation, directs her attention towards Griffith, who is talking to Princess Charlotte. Charlotte expresses her disdain for the hunt and, by extension, the war, considering it nothing more than men satisfying an innate desire for cruelty. Griffith doesn't respond but plucks a leaf from a nearby tree and uses it to whistle. He then quickly teaches Charlotte the technique when she tries and fails, and they enjoy each other's company. Some knights make a boar emerge from the dense undergrowth behind Charlotte's horse, which gets scared and runs off, taking Charlotte with him. Griffith pursues them and manages to calm Charlotte's horse in a nearby ravine, away from the hunting party. Terrified, Charlotte clings to Griffith, but their moment is interrupted when she becomes aware of her own actions and quickly straightens up on her horse. As Griffith prepares to take the horse back to the main group, a crossbow bolt pierces his armor and embeds itself in his chest. Griffith collapses in the shallow ravine, and the Band of the Hawk rushes to him. While Casca tends to Griffith, Guts interrogates Charlotte. When she can't answer his questions, a frustrated Guts searches the surrounding thick forest but doesn't see Julius's assassin hiding behind a tree. Everyone's attention turns back to Griffith, who, despite being shot in the chest, remains quite calm and tells everyone to remain calm. He removes the arrow and discovers that it's coated in poison. Griffith reveals that his heart was protected by his beherit, and therefore he is completely unharmed. The band members marvel at Griffith's incredible luck, but Guts suspects that something more than luck is responsible for Griffith's survival. Casca tells their leader to remove his armor since the arrow was poisoned, and it could still be on his clothes, so even a slight scratch could kill him, but Griffith assures her that he's fine. Charlotte, dismounted from her horse, apologizes to Griffith for leading him to the secluded ravine. The band members suddenly realize that Charlotte could have been the target of the attacker, and Guts leads a group of men to search the forest, but the crossbowman has already left the area. Meanwhile, Griffith has seen Julius and intuitively deduces the identity of his would-be assassin. Back in Windham, Julius and the crossbowman discuss their failed plan in Julius's hall. The prevailing theory among the nobles regarding the attack is that an assassin from Tudor was sent to kill Charlotte, and Griffith protected her with his own body. Julius, furious that his plan backfired and increased Griffith's status among Midland's aristocracy, orders his accomplice to leave. Julius recalls the moment when he and Griffith locked eyes on the hunting grounds, comparing Griffith's gaze to that of a hawk stalking its prey. Elsewhere in Windham, Guts responds to Griffith's call. He finds him in a study at the top of a tower, where Griffith states that winning battles alone won't give him enough status to have his own kingdom. As Griffith writes and seals a letter, he proposes that he and Guts devise their own assassination plan. Guts, armed and cloaked, stands outside Julius's mansion at night. In a flashback from their conversation in the study, Griffith tells Guts how he deduced that Julius is his would-be assassin. The poison on the crossbow bolt is highly lethal and only one doctor in Windham handles it. The crossbowman, a member of the White Dragon Knights led by Julius, entered the doctor's tent to obtain it. Griffith bribed one of the castle maids to follow the crossbowman, and she saw him leaving Julius's hall after their discussion about the failed assassination attempt. The flashback ends. Back in the present, under orders not to be seen and not to reveal the plan to anyone, Guts infiltrates Julius's massive residence. From his position on the rooftop, he notices Julius training his young son Adonis in swordsmanship, supervised by Hassan, Adonis' caretaker. Guts pauses for a moment to observe how the boy is defeated by his father, who then walks away after making him drop the sword. Adonis' harsh training reminds Guts of his own upbringing under Gambino. Julius drinks wine by a fireplace after the training session. Looking into the flames, he sees a vision of Griffith and, enraged, smashes his goblet. A gust of wind alerts him to the balcony door now being open, and from the shadows created by the fire, Guts appears. Julius tries to reach one of the swords on the ornamental armor, but it's too late. Guts lunges forward and slashes Julius across the chest, killing him. Guts notices a figure standing in a doorway and, following Griffith's instructions, impales his sword into it. As it's pushed into the light of the adjacent hallway, Guts is surprised to see that the figure wasn't a guard, not even an adult. Guts has stabbed Adonis in the stomach. Adonis collapses and reaches out his hand, and Guts grabs it. The boy's attempts to speak are hindered by the blood coming out of his mouth. Slowly, Adonis dies, and his hand slips from Guts. When Guts realizes that he has just killed a child, he is spotted by 2 guards whom he quickly kills. Immediately, he starts to escape. Hassan has been alerted to the intruder and, upon discovering what has happened to Julius and Adonis, finds them dead. The supposed thief, Guts, has managed to make it outside, but he has to fight off an indeterminate number of guards who see him and attack. Unable to kill them all without risking being identified, Guts leaps over the mansion's perimeter wall, but before he can make it, a crossbow bolt pierces his shoulder. Landing on the other side of the wall, Guts notices a small barred window at its base, and after kicking out the bars, he jumps through the hole and falls into a sewer. Upon landing clumsily, Guts' head hits a solid stone, and he loses consciousness. Guts dreams of his younger self fighting against Gambino. As their swords clash, Guts tries to tell Gambino that he only wanted his appreciation. Their fight is interrupted by the silhouette of the monstrous form of Zod, who beheads Gambino and stabs young Guts in the abdomen. Zod raises his hand to his face, but the light reveals that it's not a monstrous Zod but a monstrous Guts, reflecting Guts' accidental killing of Adonis. Guts abruptly wakes up, and the injury to his skull causes him to vomit and bleed profusely from his head. Slowly, he moves to find the way out of the sewer. In a tavern in Windham, Casca, Corcus, Judo, Rickard, and Pippin are having drinks. Judo mentions that he hasn't seen Guts all day, and they suspect that Guts is training on his own. As if on cue, the tavern door opens, and Guts enters, dirty, bloody, and seemingly on the verge of passing out. The mercenaries rush to him, and he asks Casca where Griffith is, to which she responds that he's attending a party organized by Charlotte. As Guts prepares to leave, Casca notices the arrow wound on Guts' arm. The grand banquet hall where Griffith is located is at the top of a long staircase. As Guts ascends it, he looks up and can see, thanks to the lights emanating from the place, Griffith and Charlotte sharing a moment alone by the grand fountain at the top of the stairs. Griffith and Charlotte have left the hustle and bustle of the party to share a moment alone outside. He offers her a seat on his cape at the edge of a fountain, which she accepts. Guts makes his way up the staircase but is stopped by Casca, who refuses to allow Guts to embarrass Griffith by interrupting his conversation with Charlotte while covered in sewage and blood. She takes Guts' dagger from its sheath and uses it to cut a piece of cloth from her sleeve, which she uses to bandage Guts' arrow wound. Charlotte tells Griffith that the party was her father's idea as a way to distract from the long-standing war between Midland and Tudor. Griffith recalls the conversation he and Charlotte had during the autumn hunt about the brutality of men and their need for war. He posits that they are not satisfying a desire to cause harm but preserving their own dreams. Griffith goes on to say that every man should have a dream they wish to fulfill and that he cannot tolerate people who simply exist without purpose, an idea that deeply affects Guts. Griffith apologizes to Charlotte for digressing, but she is as captivated by Griffith's words as Guts. She admits that when she first saw Griffith, she thought he was of noble birth and couldn't believe he was a commoner. She's amazed that Griffith displays all the magnificence of a noble but is as down-to-earth as a common peasant. She wonders aloud if it's this aspect of him that seems to attract all his friends. From a distance, Casca clenches her fist. Griffith delves into another monologue. Griffith reveals his philosophies on friendship. He recognizes the members of his band as excellent soldiers and comrades dedicated to the dream he envisions, but for Griffith, a friend is something more. His friend, Griffith says, is his equal, someone who would never depend on another's dream, who has their own reason to be alive and would oppose those who trample upon that dream, including Griffith himself. These words strike a chord with Guts. Casca notices Guts' reaction to Griffith's speech. As Griffith and Charlotte gaze into each other's eyes, Casca looks away. Griffith and Charlotte's conversation is interrupted by a maid who comes to inform Charlotte of the death of her uncle, Julius. The two women, in a panic, speak unknowingly of Griffith's machinations leading to Julius's death. The White Hawk smiles. Guts, still unnoticed by Griffith, turns around and leaves, leaving Casca alone and bewildered on the steps of the banquet hall as she looks at Guts' bandaged wound. As the time for a crucial battle in the 100-Year War approaches, Griffith prepares to depart for the battlefield. On his way, he is greeted by Minister Foss, who mentions the deaths of Julius and Adonis, claiming they were the work of a demon. Griffith responds that it was the work of a man. Foss informs Griffith that a new theory has emerged about his own near loss of life during the hunting session, a theory claiming that the arrow wasn't aimed at Charlotte but at Griffith himself, and that the assassin may not be of Tudor origin but a subordinate of someone everyone within Windham's court. Griffith feigns surprise at this new rumor, dismissing it as audacious. Griffith leaves, and Foss thinks to himself, revealing that the purpose of the conversation was to make Griffith slip up and let on that he was responsible for the deaths of Julius and Adonis, but the ploy was unsuccessful. Foss considers that there are many others besides Julius who hold contempt for Griffith, and he may pit them against him. As he prepares to leave, Foss looks down the hallway where, from the shadows, Griffith briefly gazes at him before departing. In Windham's main hall, Casca notices Griffith descending the staircase. Before she can get his attention, however, Charlotte is approached by her stepmother, the Queen of Midland, who scolds her for offering gifts to a commoner like Griffith. Charlotte retreats further into the castle, disheartened. As Griffith orders the Band of the Hawk to mobilize, Guts reflects on Griffith's definition of a true friend. He lowers his visor, ready for battle, but remains downcast. Under a dark sky, with occasional flashes of lightning, the Band of the Hawk faces off against the enemy Tudor forces. During the calm, both metaphorical and literal before the storm, Casca quietly complains of abdominal pain, although when Judo asks about her condition, she quickly assures him that it's nothing. Griffith commands the attack, and the mercenaries clash with the Tudor soldiers in a tremendous battle. The armies seem evenly matched, although the talented Band of the Hawk struggles to defeat the Tudor soldiers, with one exception. Casca, still suffering from her abdominal pains, kills her formidable opponent with some effort before a titanic man in intimidating armor, Adonis, stands before her. Casca's reputation as the only woman in Griffith's band, commanding hundreds of men, has spread to Tudor, and he wonders aloud if her position was a result of sneaking into Griffith's chamber. His words infuriate her greatly, and she attacks recklessly. Adonis easily blocks her sword strike and hits her head with his trident, knocking her off her horse. He confronts her in combat, but the blow to the head and her abdominal issues result in a lack of resistance, and she can barely put up a fight. Adonis offers her a chance at life, to go with him as his prisoner, becoming a courtesan for his army, or his next strike will be the decisive blow. Casca refuses and accepts her fate as Adonis lowers his trident. But just in time, Guts arrives and asks why Casca is acting differently from her usual behavior. Guts easily knocks down Adonis with his sword, and they prepare to intensely face each other. Impressed by Guts' ability to block his attack, Adonis prepares for his ultimate technique, but during the charging period, Guts brings his sword down on Adonis' helmet, cutting the right side of his face in one strike. Adonis survives the attack but is too injured and frightened to continue fighting. The soldiers can't believe their leader's skill and celebrate the victory. Guts asks why Casca's abilities have suddenly diminished, but she, too tired to respond, faints. As she teeters on the edge of a cliff, Guts leans from his horse to catch her, but he is struck in the side by an arrow shot by Adonis. The combination of Casca's weight and the wound in his stomach causes them to fall together off the cliff into a deep ravine, horrifying the rest of the members of the Band of the Hawk. As the battle continues above them, Guts manages to pull Casca out of the water and onto solid ground, learning the lesson never to swim with armor on. It has started to rain. Guts leans over Casca, and upon not hearing her breathing, revives her, and she successfully coughs up the water. Suddenly, remembering the crossbow bolt in his side, Guts grabs it and pulls it out of his body. Our hero wants to return to the battlefield but knows it's impossible due to his and Casca's health conditions, so he decides to take refuge in a nearby cave. The battle has ended at the top of the cliff. Judo and Gaston, who witnessed Guts and Casca's fall, report the incident to Griffith. Judo and Gaston ask Griffith to send a search party below the cliff to look for their missing unit commanders, but two more members argue that they can't afford to send a search party due to the lack of soldiers and claim that two warriors of Guts and Casca's caliber can find their own way back. The warrior mocks the two, saying they should never have allowed themselves to be thrown off the cliff and that if they can't make it back on their own, they deserve to be dead. Griffith remains undecided about what action to take. Guts has dragged Casca to the cave, where he tends to her arrow wound. Although both are freezing cold, Guts can't risk starting a fire for fear of being discovered by enemy soldiers. He notices Casca shivering in her sleep and, finding no other alternative, undresses her to remove her wet and cold clothes. After removing her pants, Guts notices blood on his hand. Initially thinking it came from a wound, he quickly realizes that Casca's blood, stomach pains, and fever are due to the fact that she is a woman. Silently, Guts wonders how difficult it must be to live as a woman. Cradling Casca against his chest to keep her warm and with his sword in his arm for protection, Guts prepares to spend the night waiting. Guts and his companion Casca were engaged in an intense battle, fighting to survive after falling into the river and being separated from the rest of their battalion. Now, they find themselves inside a cave, struggling for their survival. Casca dreams of her first encounter with Griffith. He tells her that joining him or not is her own decision. Before she can make her choice, Casca awakens. She turns around and sees Guts crouched at the cave entrance, wetting a piece of cloth for her to use. She realizes that during the night, he also covered her with a makeshift leaf blanket. He informs her about their situation. Casca tries to get up, but Guts encourages her to stay still. Her movement displaces the leaves, and she realizes that she has been stripped of her clothes. Despite Guts' attempts to explain, she punches him in the face and throws pieces of his armor at him. Guts reacts aggressively, telling Casca that if it weren't for her being a woman, he would hit her back. His words remind her of her earlier conversation with Adonis, and Casca starts crying, saying that being born a woman wasn't her choice. Realizing that his words have hurt her, Guts tries to console her, but she attacks him again. He easily overpowers her and gives her his dry shirt to wear. They sit at opposite ends of the small cave. Casca laments that out of all the people who could have saved her, it had to be Guts. He asks why she ever joined the band of the Falcon, and Casca responds by telling a story. She speaks of her origins in a small isolated village that was severely impoverished and lacking in food. Going days without eating was common. The village was often raided by enemy soldiers due to its proximity to the border. One day, a noble spotted Casca and offered her parents a large sum of money to buy her. Her parents agreed, and Casca was sent to live with the noble. However, on the way, he made unwanted advances. Casca escaped from the carriage they were in, but the man quickly caught her and pinned her to the ground. Before she could be abused, someone cut off the man's ear. Griffith, her savior who was mounted on his white horse, observed the noble and Casca. Instead of simply killing the noble, Griffith threw his sword to Casca, indicating for her to save herself. Casca did so, stabbing the noble with the sword. Then, Griffith calmed her trembling hands, and Casca developed admiration for her savior. Judo approached them and informed Griffith that he, Corcus, and Pippin, the first members of the band of the Falcon, had finished searching for loot in the noble's carriage. As the band prepared to leave, Casca impulsively asked to join them. Despite the reluctance of the other members to take a young woman with them, Griffith told Casca to do as she pleased, and she was eventually integrated into their group. Griffith commented that she now knew how to fight, but the young Casca reflected that it was Griffith who provided her with her sword in the first place. Casca continues her story. The band of the Falcon gradually grew over time, and somehow they kept winning battles, despite being the children of commoners led by a commoner boy. Eventually, the band became embroiled in a feud with a feudal lord. The noble in question was wealthy and influential, but his reputation stemmed from his taste for children. Young Casca felt disgust seeing the lord's child slaves, but Griffith reassured her. One day, after a battle, Griffith, Casca, and Pippin discovered the corpse of a young man who had recently joined the band. Although Casca never personally knew the boy, Griffith was deeply affected by his death, realizing that the boy had died to help him achieve his dream, and he recognized that the boy looked at him as if he were a hero. From then on, Casca's perspective of Griffith had changed from the idol she once saw in him. A few nights later, Casca noticed Griffith on the balcony of the castle they were stationed in. Casca called out to him, but the lord interested in the boys was up there with Griffith, inviting him to his room. Griffith left with him after one last glance at Casca. The next morning, Casca encountered Griffith bathing in the nearby river. He noticed her and asked her not to leave. When she approached, Griffith asked if she was impure. She asked Griffith why he visited the lord in his room, and her suspicions that they had engaged in sexual relations were confirmed by Griffith. Griffith explained that he didn't sleep with the lord simply out of mutual attraction. Rather, the noble offered Griffith a considerable treasure in exchange, which Griffith needed to cover the growing expenses of the increasingly numerous band of the Falcon. Griffith wanted to honor those who died under his command by achieving his dream as soon as possible. Absorbed in his own words, he began making deep cuts on his arms. Casca interrupted his self-destructive behavior by getting into the water and embracing Griffith from behind. When he turned to her, his melancholy had vanished. Casca concludes her narrative by saying that Griffith isn't naturally strong. Instead, he forces himself to keep going despite the losses he suffers. Casca believes that his goal is so ambitious that the losses must be worthwhile, and she wants to be by his side when he achieves it. As Casca submerges herself and cries into Guts' chest, he hears soldiers outside the cave. Staying silent, Guts and Casca listen to the armed men who wish to claim the reward for Guts and Casca offered by Adonis. The men begin searching downstream and closer to the cave, so Guts gives Casca a temporary remedy for her fever to prepare for their escape at nightfall. After searching for a way to climb the cliff for some time, Casca collapses due to the pains in her lower body and her fever, but Guts manages to motivate her by telling her that the enemy forces don't care about the issues she may face as a woman. As they begin to move, Guts notices an arrow heading towards them. He pushes Casca out of its path, but the reality of the situation quickly reveals itself. They have fallen into an ambush and are surrounded by dozens of soldiers under Adonis' command. Adonis, who has bandaged his face since being injured by Guts, tells Guts and Casca that he plans to take them as prisoners, Guts to torture him and Casca to abuse her. Guts responds with a sarcastic comment that any part of the body the men of Adonis put in Casca's mouth, they would lose, a comment that earns him a hit on the head from Casca. The joke has also angered Adonis, who orders his men to attack. However, The disparity between their skills and those of Guts and Casca is immediately evident as the latter effortlessly kill a few soldiers before standing back to back, ready to face the remaining dozens. The real fight begins, and Adonis orders his men to gang up on Guts and Casca instead of attacking one at a time. Guts, thanks to his large sword and immense strength, is able to easily sweep away his opponents and kill more than one with each strike. Meanwhile, Casca, smaller and more agile, quickly jumps from one opponent to another, killing them swiftly as she advances. Guts and Casca manage to maneuver to be together again, and Adonis calls his brother Samson to fight. Despite being the younger of the two, Samson is nearly twice the size of Adonis, who is already about twice the size of an average man. Armed with a huge whip with an iron ball, Samson savagely strikes at Guts, whose massive sword allows him to deflect the iron ball instead of having to dodge it. The fight between Guts and Samson intensifies, and both increase the speed of their attacks. As Casca wonders why Guts deflects the blow instead of dodging it, she realizes that he is doing it to protect her rather than himself. She then notices blood seeping from under his armor, and Adonis points out the arrow wound he inflicted on Guts that has reopened. Amid Samson's attacks, Guts tells Casca that he will create a path for her to escape from Adonis' soldiers. Samson attacks again, but this time Guts doesn't deflect the whip and instead shatters it completely. He seizes the opportunity to kill the bewildered Samson. With him out of the way and Casca's path clear, Guts tells her to go, but she refuses. Suddenly alerted to their plan, Adonis orders his crossbowmen to shoot at Casca. They do, but Guts steps in the way of the arrows and blocks them with his armor, though his bare arm is injured. As Guts removes the arrow, he tells Casca not to misunderstand and that he took the hit so she could go back to Griffith and be by his side. Casca watches as Guts prepares to face the rest of Adonis' forces alone. Guts urges Casca to leave. With her path clear, she decides to flee but promises to return with Griffith and the band of the Falcon to rescue Guts. Guts blocks the soldiers from pursuing her, killing anyone who tries to surround him to reach her. The soldiers keep their distance, realizing that Guts is too strong of an enemy to face. Adonis urges them to fight, but the soldiers hesitate. After deliberation, they decide to attack all at once. Guts eagerly confronts them. As Casca runs through the forest, she stumbles upon an exposed route. She then realizes that soldiers are chasing her. She raises her sword, but she can't fight for long due to her pain and fever, so she keeps running. Meanwhile, Guts continues to fight Adonis' soldiers. He can easily cut through their large number. Eventually, a crossbow bolt is shot towards his face, but he blocks it with his bare hand. This new disadvantage prevents him from wielding his huge sword with both hands, as intended in its use. The soldiers pursuing Casca catch up to her once again. Despite her attempts to defend herself, they manage to knock her down and disarm her. The soldiers decide they want to abuse her before killing her and start removing her armor and tearing her tunic. She curses her own helplessness and recalls her earlier conversation with Guts, who told her to return to Griffith. Snapped out of her reverie, she finds a broken tree branch on the ground and uses it to stab the soldier restraining her in the eye. Suddenly freed, Casca rushes toward her sword. Her personal rescue is interrupted by Judo and a large group of band members who have come to rescue both her and Guts. Casca has been saved, but Guts' fight still rages on. He has killed dozens of soldiers, and there are still many left. He wonders why he is risking his life in the dark forest against an impossible opponent, even after Casca escaped long ago, but he continues to swing his sword. He suspects that the battle will last until morning. Casca runs to Judo and, exhausted, collapses into his arms. She hasn't forgotten about Guts and leads the band of the Falcon to his location in an effort to save him. Casca, Judo, and other band members arrive at dawn and find the countless bodies of Adonis' soldiers. While Judo is completely astonished that Guts managed to kill so many men, Casca notices Guts leaning against a tree, with another arrow sticking out of his shoulder. Fearing the worst, Casca rushes to him and wakes him by shaking him. His calm but sarcastic response that it will worsen his injuries reassures the mercenaries, especially Casca. Guts is carried back to their camp on a stretcher and is attended to by his physician, who informs him that he will be out of commission for most, if not all, of the remaining campaign. Guts' refusal to give up and his desire to keep fighting angers the physician and worries Casca, although she is relieved that Guts is safe. Griffith is not present as he has to attend a war council. Later, in the night, the band celebrates the return of Guts and Casca. She chats with some soldiers but is whisked away by Judo, who explains that when Griffith was informed that they had fallen from the cliff, he ordered a search party to be organized despite the opposition of several nobles, arguing that Guts and Casca were vital to the band of the Falcon. Casca is moved by Griffith's concern for her, and Judo gives her a bag of elf dust, provided by an elf he met during his days as a traveling performer. Casca rushes to find Guts, whom she finds sitting atop a hill, overlooking the band's camp. Casca removes Guts' bandages and administers the elf dust. As she does so, Guts explains that while fighting 100 men like he did may be impressive, it is not as admirable as what Griffith or Casca do, fighting for a dream, for something noble. He tells her that within the ranks of the band of the Falcon, there are mercenaries who have their own hopes and dreams, and they all fight for them. Guts compares his dreams to the campfires lit around the camp, easily extinguished by the wind, so they join a bigger and more resilient flame, Griffith's dream. Guts feels that his fire is not with the band. Casca suddenly realizes that he plans to leave her, but he assures her that he will stay with them until their campaign is over. Their conversation is interrupted by Rickard and Pippin, who arrive to inform them that Griffith, upon learning that they were safe, hastily returned to the camp. Casca greets him first, apologizing for going into battle while she was sick. Her apology is undermined by Guts, who playfully spanks her for being too dramatic. Guts leaves with his men to get something to drink, leaving Casca with Griffith. She watches Guts leave, wondering if he truly intends to abandon the band of the Falcon. Later, during the campaign, Doldrey, a strategically important castle under Tudor's control, is being besieged by the forces of Midland. The castle is said to be impregnable. One of Midland's generals is informed by an infantry soldier that Midland is suffering heavy losses and that Tudor has sent its most powerful regiment of soldiers, the Purple Rhino Knights, to attack Midland's headquarters. Originally, Doldrey was part of Midland, but during the 100-Year War, it was annexed by Tudor. Doldrey is a castle of great strategic importance as it lies on the border between Midland and Tudor. There has been an unexpected stroke of luck. Currently, Tudor is going through an internal succession crisis, so its forces in Doldrey are not at full strength. Midland plans to seize Doldrey during this time. The King of Midland has summoned his generals, advisors, and other resources, including Griffith, to discuss the situation at Doldrey. Although not fully stocked with soldiers, Doldrey is easily repelling Midland's advances. While most of those present in the meeting argue amongst themselves about which course of action to take, Griffith remains silent. The man beside Griffith asks him if he, the legendary White Hawk, could take Doldrey, to which Griffith responds that he could do so if ordered. The sincerity in Griffith's voice surprises everyone present at the meeting, and they burst into more discussions, this time directed at Griffith. The King of Midland silences them and asks Griffith if he could truly capture Doldrey. Griffith answers affirmatively and says that he would only require the Band of the Falcon, instead of all the armies that Midland has to offer. Once again, everyone is stunned by what Griffith says. After some internal deliberation, they conclude that the Band of the Falcon will not constitute a large enough part of Midland's forces for their status as an essential asset to Midland to be necessary, and that the failure of a single seemingly reckless strategic maneuver by Griffith will not harm overall morale. In the end, the King of Midland orders Griffith to mobilize his troops. The meeting concludes, and two generals, Owen and Laban, plan to observe from a distance as Griffith sets his plan in motion. Both seem hopeful that Griffith will emerge victorious and consider the fact that they are fighting alongside the man who potentially will be recognized as the hero of the 100-Year War. They watch as Griffith mounts his horse to leave. Griffith has also noticed them and politely nods his head before departing. In the Band of the Falcon's camp, Guts appears completely relaxed despite the impossible odds, stating that mercenaries have achieved the impossible before. While other members offer their own opinions on the matter, Casca remains silent. Guts notices this and asks her what's wrong. She reveals that the man in charge of defending Doldrey and the man with whom Griffith had a sexual relationship years ago to obtain war funds are the same person, Genin, Supreme Commander of the Northern Battlefront of the Tudor Empire. Guts understands that Griffith may have accepted the mission due to his personal connection with Genin. Inside Doldrey, Aden, who pretended to be dead when the band members came to rescue Guts at the cliff's foot, encounters the leader of the Purple Rhino Knights, General Boscone. Boscone punishes Aden for returning in disgrace by revoking his commander status. Later, Boscone meets with Genin, who informs the general that the force attempting to capture Doldrey is the legendary Band of the Falcon. Boscone becomes excited and eager to confront this seemingly invincible enemy. Genin orders him not to kill Griffith and to bring him back alive. The Band of the Falcon is in position facing Doldrey. In the calm before the battle, Judo and Guts converse. Thanks to Judo's elf dust, Guts' wounds have almost completely healed. Judo can't help but marvel at the enormous structure that is Doldrey, massive thick walls and an imposing inner tower, but Guts trusts that if Griffith has a plan, they will emerge victorious. Boscone has gathered his Purple Rhino Knights outside Doldrey, anticipating the imminent attack. He does not think highly of Griffith's decision to place his band between Boscone's forces in a river, leaving them with no escape route. Boscone wonders if there is a connection between Griffith and Genin but does not dwell on the matter, preferring to focus on the battle. Inside Doldrey, Genin can't stop thinking about Griffith and considers himself fortunate to be able to encounter the White Hawk once again. His obsession is driven by his lust for Griffith. Guts can barely see Doldrey through a dust storm that has arisen, but he is reassured by Griffith, who claims that everything is going according to plan. Griffith advances to take command. Guts looks back at the flag waving with the colors of the Band of the Falcon, considering that this decisive battle may be the last he fights with the band. Griffith orders the attack, and Guts lowers his visor, determined not to let his emotions take control during the battle. Boscone is puzzled by the band dividing its already reduced force in two, but he remains undeterred. The first half of the forces charges directly at the Purple Rhino Knights, led by Guts, who has no trouble cutting through anyone in his path. Guts charges with all his strength against Boscone, who prepares for the impact. The resulting clash causes Guts' helmet to be knocked off and Boscone's ornamental horns to break. The soldiers of both commanders join the fray. Inside Doldrey, Genin has noticed the ferocity with which Boscone is fighting. Worried that he might accidentally kill Griffith, Genin orders his bodyguards to be armed and ride out with him. He intends to personally take command of his forces to ensure that Griffith remains alive. Back outside, Griffith orders the band of the Falcon to fall back to their headquarters, although the expression on Guts' face reveals a hidden logic in this maneuver beyond the obvious enemy escape. Boscone suspects the reasons behind their retreat, but his fellow soldiers eagerly want to pursue them. Despite Boscone's doubts, Genin, who has joined the battle, orders the pursuit. Noticing that the Purple Rhino Knights are chasing them, Griffith orders the band of the Falcon to halt and form a formation along the river. Meanwhile, hidden in the dust floating around the river, Casca orders the other half of the band to form up. Tudor's men inside Doldrey can't perceive anything through the dense cloud of dust. With Boscone's knights occupied away from the castle, Casca orders her troops to breach Doldrey's massive impenetrable gates as quickly as possible and sets up a contingent of soldiers to prevent Boscone from finding out that Doldrey has been invaded. Adon, stripped of his command, watches Casca from a window atop Doldrey. Casca's attack on Doldrey is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Adon, dressed in shark-themed armor. Due to his loss of command, all his soldiers have been stationed inside Doldrey, so he takes it upon himself to defend Doldrey. Determined to avenge his brother Samson's death, Adon prepares to duel Casca. On the battlefield, Genin is informed that, despite all his attempts, his soldiers can't reach Griffith due to a lone man blocking their path, Guts. Boscone intervenes to personally confront Guts, and the clash of their weapons is so swift that the soldiers watching can't perceive it. Casca, no longer affected by her period, easily defeats Adon in battle, causing him to fall down a staircase. Near the river, Rickard is saved from death by Pippin's timely intervention. They, along with Corcus, begin to feel that the fight is desperate, considering that the band of the Falcon is clearly outnumbered. Griffith has stopped fighting to observe Guts' fierce battle against Boscone. Guts comments that he feels worse than when he fought Adon's 100 men and recalls his fight against Zod, but he decides that the current situation is much less desperate than the previous ones. Back inside Doldrey, Casca fights to stay awake due to a toxin placed on the tips of Adon's arrows. She manages to dodge his attacks, but just barely. One of his spear throws manages to knock off her helmet. Eventually, Adon corners her against the inner wall of Doldrey. Quickly improvising a plan, she evades what would have been the fatal blow by using her sword to jump over Adon's spear. She somersaults over him, and upon landing, swiftly slashes Adon's face, opening his cheeks and widening his mouth. In a combination of shock and blood loss, Adon falls dead. Casca orders the soldiers who witnessed her battle to continue the assault. Boscone prepares to charge at the isolated and injured Guts. Several members of the band of the Falcon try to intercept Boscone's attack, but he knocks them down without losing momentum. All seems lost until the rider on the distant cliff overlooking the battlefield throws his sword, a massive axe-like blade, across the impossible distance, landing it right in front of Guts, surprising all the soldiers present. Griffith is the first to react and shouts to Guts to wield the weapon. Guts does so and manages to block Boscone's charge with his new sword. With a powerful strike, Guts beheads Boscone and his horse as well. Tudor's army, with the exception of Genin, suffers a great loss of morale. Genin orders them to fight, but their spirits are further broken when they realize that the band of the Falcon has captured Doldrey as well. The Tudor soldiers don't know what to do. Guts informs them that the band of the Falcon has won the battle, and Griffith orders to kill the remnants of the enemy forces if they refuse to flee. Despite Genin's orders to stay and fight, his troops flee. In the commotion, he is knocked off his horse, and when he comes to, he realizes that Griffith is seated on his own horse, looking down at him with contempt. Genin appears both elated and terrified at the sight of Griffith. On one hand, they are on opposite sides of the war. On the other, Genin hopes that the non-existent, mutual attraction they have for each other will convince Griffith to spare his life. Genin tells Griffith that he wishes to see him again after the night they shared, but Griffith's lack of response prompts Genin to ask if Griffith is resentful towards him. Griffith responds that he isn't, explaining that their night together was merely a means to an end, the realization of his dream. Griffith adds insult to injury by explaining that the money Genin gave him to ensure the survival of his men made everything up to that point possible. As Genin screams in rage at being used, Griffith tells him that having Genin spreading rumors about the hawk would be inconvenient and kills him by impaling him with his sword through the eye. Inside Doldrey, the band is celebrating their victory and hunting down the last remnants of Tudor's army within the walls. Casca continues to suffer from the pain of her arrow wound but rejects the help of passing mercenaries. Eventually, she is found by Guts, who still wields the massive blade. He helps her to her feet, and together they gaze upon the battlefield where Griffith is being praised and cheered by the band of the Falcon. Casca tells Guts that seeing Griffith being celebrated in this manner makes her feel very distant from him. In response to this, Guts picks her up in his arms to bring her to Griffith's side. Before leaving the castle, Guts gives a suspicious look to the oversized sword. He decides not to dwell on it and departs with Casca. On the cliff, the rider and sword thrower, Zod, contemplates the upcoming event called the eclipse before turning around and riding off into the distance, leaving Doldrey behind. Minister Foss meets with 5 hooded men, his allies in a conspiracy, to discuss Griffith's constant rise in Midland's status. According to Foss, the King of Midland plans to grant Griffith the title of general and elevate the Band of the Falcon to the same status as Midland's most esteemed regiments. They conspire to assassinate Griffith by pouring antiurus poison into his cup during the celebration of his ascent. Those surrounding Foss fear the plan will fail, but the Queen of Midland, who until then only Foss knew was present, guarantees that she will personally ensure Griffith's death if their plan fails. While the Queen converses with Foss's co-conspirators, Foss ponders to himself. Thanks to his machinations, the Queen has decided to involve herself in the conspiracy. The Queen also looks back and recalls the chain of events that led her to join Foss's plan. She, despite being married to the King of Midland, maintained a passionate love affair with her brother, Julius. Foss shared his suspicions that Julius was killed by Griffith, and this, along with the fact that Foss's friends are nobles whose positions are threatened by Griffith's meteoric rise, has provided Griffith with many enemies. The meeting concludes with Foss asking his co-conspirators to sign a blood oath. In the streets of Windham, the Band of the Falcon is warmly welcomed by the citizens of Midland, who celebrate their victory at Doldrey. While most members of the band revel in their newfound fame, Guts remains lost in thought. Gaston quickly brings him back to reality and tells him that 3 years ago, mercenaries would never have dreamed of such treatment. Guts attributes their success to Griffith, thinking that only he could have taken an impossible goal so far. Griffith fails to notice that Princess Charlotte is calling him from her balcony. The Queen of Midland, Foss, and their accomplices also observe Griffith from a high balcony. According to Foss's colleagues, everything is in place for Griffith's death. A guard enters the room and hands Foss a letter, which he reads in private. The contents seem to greatly disturb him, and the Queen asks if everything is alright. Foss responds that he's fine but turns around to leave, seething with anger toward the letter's sender. On the eve of the Band of the Falcon's return to Windham, a banquet is held in their honor. As the band consists of several thousand soldiers, a troop of them presents themselves in their place. They are Griffith, Guts, Casca, Judo, Corcus, Pippin, and Rickard. For the first time, the regular members of the band dress up for a formal party in the presence of aristocrats. Of the 7, Griffith is undoubtedly the most comfortable in the situation. As he enters the banquet hall, he is besieged by women who want to get to know him. However, once there's no room to reach Griffith, the other male members are quickly surrounded and interrogated as well. Guts, in particular, is admired for his defeat of Boscone. He soon becomes overwhelmed and escapes from the horde of women who are still fawning over the other male mercenaries. Laban and Owen also attend the banquet and realize that other nobles are staring at Griffith. They discuss how Griffith's legendary and rapid ascent attracts people who want to prevent him from reaching new heights. When Guts sits on one of the benches lining the walls of the hall, he spots Casca, who, like the men among the mercenaries, is surrounded by members of the opposite sex. She, in turn, sees Guts observing, elbows him in the chin in response, and drags him to the terrace of the banquet hall, which is empty of people. Outside, Casca comments that she's not accustomed to wearing dresses and asks Guts if his muscular physique, developed after years of fighting, makes her look odd in a dress. Guts assures her that she looks better than the women surrounding Griffith. He tells her she should ask Griffith to dance, but she refuses, fearing he'll step on her feet. Casca begins to interrogate Guts, asking him what could have led him to attend a formal banquet. He responds that the party is the result of what Griffith has achieved so far, and he wants to see it with his own eyes. Casca asks if he's being serious, but before he can answer, the crowd inside starts cheering, welcoming the king, queen, and princess of Midland to the dance. Casca is about to go back inside, inviting Guts to join her, but he decides to stay outside a while longer. Before she enters the hall, Guts calls out to her but decides he has nothing to say. He thinks to himself that there is another reason he came to the dance, a reason that the rest of the band, except for Griffith, is unaware of. Inside, the King of Midland formally addresses the crowd. He summarizes the hardships that Midland has endured in the war, announces that Midland and Tudor have signed an armistice, thus ending the war, thanks everyone present for being their allies, and concludes with the big news that he intends to grant the entire Band of the Falcon the highest title of ennoblement and a name change to the White Phoenix Knights. Additionally, Griffith will be promoted from Count to General of the White Phoenix Knights. The commanders of the Band of the Falcon's units will also be promoted, receiving the title of knights and elevated to nobility. All the band members present in the hall are stunned by the news that they will soon be nobles. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Griffith looks outward, sees Guts, and smiles affectionately at him. The nobles acclaim the members of the Band of the Falcon, and the few who remain silent are the men who despise Griffith, the nobles Owen and Laban, and the Queen of Midland, who quietly contemplates that Griffith's assassination is near. In an empty corner of the room, Minister Foss stands with two of his co-conspirators. Foss is visibly worried but assures his friends that he's fine when they ask. The servants bring out the wine. One servant, in particular, is strange as his tray only holds one glass of wine. Discreetly, he adds poison to it and serves it to Griffith, who accepts it. The king toasts to the band of the Falcon, and everyone drinks. Moments later, Griffith collapses, seemingly dead. This turn of events causes a huge commotion in the hall. Casca and the other band members rush to Griffith's body, and Charlotte's legs give way, and she falls to her knees, stunned. Owen and Laban order the guards to seal all the exits. Guts, who was already outside the banquet hall, has completely left the area. The servant who poisoned Griffith has also left the building. As he flees the banquet hall on horseback, he crosses paths with a mysterious hooded swordsman wearing a large feathered hat, who swiftly beheads the assassin with a single strike of his large sword. As he adjusts his hat, the swordsman is revealed to be Guts. Later that night, after being allowed to leave the banquet hall, the Queen of Midland, Minister Foss, and their accomplices celebrate the success of the assassination in a tall, narrow tower in Windham. Despite their plan going perfectly, Foss still appears quite agitated, which the Queen notices, but her suspicions are dismissed by Foss. He informs her that his subordinates have disposed of the assassin, so there is no chance of their names being made public. Foss leaves the building, claiming he wants to see the fruits of his labor. After he departs, the Queen thanks everyone present for their help in Griffith's assassination. Her good mood is quickly shattered when thin columns of smoke rise from the floor of the building. After a brief investigation, the tower's inhabitants decide to evacuate, but they are unable to do so because the door is stuck. Several of the Queen's accomplices grab the table they were sitting at to break the door. Moments after the first impact, an explosion on the other side of the door tears it off its hinges and incinerates everyone except the Queen and a few others. She rushes to the window to call for help, but there is only one person there to see her, Griffith. In a state of shock, the Queen briefly forgets about her predicament. Despite the doctors ensuring that Griffith was truly dead, he stands before her. He explains that the poison was nothing more than a hyoscyamus-based narcotic administered in a small enough dose to induce a temporary death like ecstasy, and the doctors were deceived into believing he had actually died. One of the men in the tower pleads for his life but is silenced by the Queen. Griffith reveals that he always knew of their plans in secret and actively participated in their downfall, contrasting with their intrigues from behind their desks. The Queen angrily exclaims that she won't tolerate being killed by a mere commoner like Griffith. Calmly, Griffith replies that on the battlefield, there are no seats for spectators, and those who die in war are ultimately recognized not as royalty, nobility, or commoners, but as the defeated. He then walks away as the tower and his political enemies are consumed by flames. As he leaves the scene, Griffith encounters Foss, who is deeply concerned about the entire situation. Griffith attributes Foss's unease to either betraying his comrades or participating in regicide. Foss asks Griffith how he found out about his plans. Griffith reveals that when he first met Foss, he sensed the fear Foss had for him, so he knew Foss would never allow his existence under normal circumstances. Foss realizes that the trembling he experiences does not stem from betraying his comrades or participating in the Queen's murder. Rather, he fears the unsettling air of dread that emanates from Griffith. Griffith breaks a blood oath that Foss had made previously, claiming it is no longer necessary, and tells the minister that he hopes they can be friendly from now on. Griffith instructs Foss to follow him to a watermill far from the Queen's death site, where Foss is reunited with his daughter, Elise, who was kidnapped by 5 bribed men, whom Foss originally conspired with to kill Griffith, at Griffith's behest. Griffith hands the 5 men a sack of gold as a reward for their services, and they leave. As the 5 men continue on their way, they consider the possibility of betraying Griffith if he severs ties with them. Unbeknownst to them, Griffith has even planned for this contingency. They cross paths with Guts, still disguised with his feathered hat, who kills them. Afterwards, Griffith, who had been following the 5 men, meets up with Guts, who breathes a sigh of relief now that Griffith's plan has come to fruition. Griffith tells Guts to leave the gold with the dead men because, despite being dead, they had earned it. Having left all the dirty work to Guts while his own hands remain clean, Griffith asks Guts if the swordsman considers him cruel. In response, Guts scolds Griffith for asking such a question to someone like him, who has killed 100 men without anyone's help. Furthermore, Guts reminds Griffith that this is just another necessary part of the path to realizing his dream, to which Griffith visibly calms down. As they both move forward together, Guts tells Griffith about the amusing experience of seeing Casca in a dress. Guts and Griffith have returned to Windham, where Griffith surprises the other members of the Band of the Falcon by revealing that he is truly alive. He is warmly welcomed by all of them, and after savoring the emotional scene, Guts leaves. The Queen's funeral takes place several days later. Rumors circulate that her death and the attempt on Griffith's life were carried out by Tudor assassins or perhaps by a third party aiming to hinder the armistice between Midland and Tudor. A month after the funeral, late at night, Guts gathers all his belongings, except for the armor he wore and the now broken sword he wielded as the leader of the raiders, and sets off from Windham. He is discovered by Casca, who is in her room watching the snowfall. Knowing what he intends to do, she quickly dresses and runs after him. She catches up to him just before he leaves the perimeter of Windham and asks if he is really leaving the band of the Falcon. He remains silent. Casca tries to use their newfound friendship as an incentive for him to stay, but he cannot be convinced, as he has long known that he cannot find and fulfill his own dream while crushed under the immense weight of Griffith's ambition. Judo and Corcus come out and find them talking, having been passed by Casca in the hallway as she ran to catch up with Guts. Judo asks Guts to come back with them to Windham to talk. Casca, who is left alone in the snow, decides to run and alert Griffith of the situation, hoping he can persuade Guts to stay. Judo has led Guts and Corcus to a tavern, where Judo and Guts talk while Corcus flirts with the waitress. Guts confesses to Judo that his decision to leave the band was made before their mission to recapture Doldrey. Corcus, who dislikes Guts' words, scolds him for throwing away everything he gained during his time in the band, his comrades, his social status, his own reason for being. Guts agrees and states that the problem is the fact that he only has a purpose while he is with the band. He recalls Griffith's words during his conversation with Charlotte by the fountain. A man who lives without purpose, without his own dream, has no place by Griffith's side. Guts wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with Griffith in life, not just watch him from within the band of the Falcon. Corcus exclaims that Guts is only in his current position thanks to Griffith and adds that Griffith is an anomaly, as he is witnessing his extremely ambitious dream come true. Guts remains steadfast in his own conviction, wanting to have and fulfill his own dream. Corcus tells Guts that very few people are capable of fulfilling a lifelong dream, and for him, an unrealized dream is just a pile of shit. When Guts asks Corcus if he has something similar, Corcus leaves the tavern. Judo reveals to Guts that Corcus used to lead a band of thieves before joining the band of the Falcon, and Judo himself, despite boasting superior sword and knife skills, has never been the absolute best at anything, so he decided to hitch his wagon to Griffith's success. Although Judo doesn't understand why Guts would leave behind his knighthood and nobility in search of a dream, he admits that his initial assessment of Guts finding a place to belong within the band, which happened 3 years prior on the fortress parapets where the band was stationed, was mistaken. Judo hopes that Guts can find that something and offers to accompany him on his journey. As they walk through Windham, Judo asks Guts about the nature of his relationship with Casca. He has noticed how close they have become in recent months and urges Guts to give it a try. Guts decides not to, considering his relationship with Griffith. Judo explains that Casca can't be with Griffith. Now that the war between Midland and Tudor is over, Griffith has no chance to prove his military worth, so his most likely path to royalty is through Princess Charlotte, who, after the deaths of Julius and Adonis, is now the sole heir to the throne of Midland. Guts remembers the conversation he had with Griffith after the Queen's assassination. Griffith had asked him not to mention that they were behind any of the killings to the other band members, wanting to preserve his idealized image for them. Judo continues, saying that everyone who stood in Griffith's way is already gone, and with the princess infatuated with him, it seems to be only a matter of time until Griffith fulfills his dream. He also adds that Casca's devotion to Griffith is because he gave her a fresh start, a new life, and that's why what she feels for him resembles less love and more worship. Griffith, if forced to choose between Charlotte and Casca, would choose the former, who can further his dream. Guts tells Judo that, although he admires Casca, he's not good for her while he has his eyes set on Griffith, and they leave it at that. However, just outside the defensive wall of Windham, before Guts can even take a few steps, he encounters the figures of Casca, Corcus, Rickert, Pippin, and Griffith, blocking his path. Rickert asks Guts if he doesn't like the band of the Falcon. Griffith asks Guts if he truly intends to leave the band of the Falcon, which Guts confirms. Rickert pleads with Guts not to go. Judo tells him that the decision is Guts alone, and he has no right to stop him. Suddenly, Corcus approaches Guts and reproaches him for always harboring a secret hatred toward him and how he has thought 1 or 2 times about stabbing him in the back during combat. He concludes that he dislikes Guts because of his ever-present scowl. Corcus finishes his tirade by telling Guts that he could never compare to Griffith. Guts calmly thanks the band members for all the time he has spent with them. He looks at Casca and remembers Judo's words about her. He smiles but doesn't speak. He simply walks past her with the intention of leaving. His path is blocked once again, this time by Griffith, whose sword is drawn. Griffith reminds Guts that he earned his loyalty by defeating him in a duel and expects Guts to earn his freedom in the same way. Guts wonders aloud why they couldn't part with a simple farewell and unsheathes his own sword, which gleams in the light of the morning sun. Casca steps between Guts and Griffith, urging them to sheathe their swords, but Guts tells her to step aside. Griffith says nothing, but his gaze betrays his determination to keep Guts from leaving. Pippin finally arrives to forcefully remove Casca from between them. She asks the others why they don't intervene, and Judo calmly reminds her that as mercenaries, what is taken by the sword must be reclaimed by the sword, and it's not their place to interfere. Guts observes as a resolute look spreads across Griffith's face. He recalls Griffith's words to Charlotte that night by the fountain and mentally reaffirms his decision to leave. Judo. Although Corcus believes Griffith will easily defeat Guts, recognizes that Guts' many acrobatics on the battlefield have honed his skills to the point where he and Griffith, who is not the same as before, are evenly matched. Guts and Griffith remain frozen. Guts decides that the impending duel is a much more fitting end to their association than a simple farewell. He feels an odd calmness come over him, even though the man he is about to fight is the only living human who has surpassed him in combat. Casca convinces herself that Griffith will win the duel, and everything will continue as usual. Suddenly, she realizes how much she wants Guts to stay. Griffith evaluates Guts and realizes that Guts is not in his usual heated mindset that he enters during battle. Instead, he is incredibly relaxed. Griffith recognizes this as Guts' absolute determination to leave and decides that he won't allow it. He is also aware of how much Guts has progressed as a warrior and determines that he must win with the first strike, lest his own sword shatter upon impact with Guts' broadsword or slip on the thick snow. Griffith mentally reviews his plan of attack, deflect Guts' sword and drive his own saber into Guts' shoulder. Griffith quickly realizes that if his movements falter even slightly, his saber might end up striking Guts' head. He decides it's better for Guts to die than to be allowed to leave. The fall of a heap of snow from a nearby conifer signals the beginning of the duel. Both men brandish their swords at blinding speeds, but the fight ends as quickly as it starts. Griffith's sword shatters under the weight of Guts' sword, and Guts stops his own sword just centimeters away from burying itself in Griffith's shoulder. Griffith drops the hilt of his sword and kneels in defeat, clutching his wrist. Guts calmly sheathes his sword and walks past Griffith without looking back. Casca calls out to Guts, but he doesn't respond. Guts compares his defeat to Griffith as a small stone thrown in the path of Griffith's pursuit of his dream, and that over time, Griffith will surpass it and continue moving forward. Guts has freed himself from Griffith's clutches and the band of the Falcon. Alone, Guts camps in the forest for the night. A noise in the shadows startles him, and when he unsheathes his sword to confront the threat, it turns out to be just a wolf. Guts considers that being alone after years of sleeping among an army of people has made him nervous. He begins to doubt himself and his decision to leave. Suddenly, Guts feels a tremendous presence coming from behind him. He unsheathes his sword to face what he assumes is a monster, but there is nothing there. His mind immediately conjures images of Nosferatu Zod. However, there's no time to relax, as Guts once again feels a threatening presence behind him. He swings his sword wildly but only cuts through the air. Hearing a rustling noise from the dark underbrush, Guts braces himself for Zod's appearance, but instead, a mysterious rider materializes, clad in eerie skeleton-themed armor, giving off an otherworldly vibe. Speaking with a hollow voice, and despite his malevolent presence, the Skull Knight addresses Guts as the struggler and tells him about an event that will take place in a year, known as the Eclipse. Displaying a strange knowledge of Guts' past, he tells him that being born from a dead woman and spending his whole life on the battlefield, constantly on the edge of death, has given him the ability to escape it. He also tells Guts that he and his friends will also face unimaginable tragedy and death. The Skull Knight then turns around and departs, his presence fading into the night. That same night, in Windham, Princess Charlotte gazes wistfully out of the window amidst the rainy night. Her maids believe her apparent melancholy is the result of the accumulated deaths of Julius, Adonis, and the Queen of Midland. The maids leave, and as Charlotte steps away from the window, she startles at a knock. Outside, Griffith stands among the branches of a nearby tree and silently asks to enter through the window. Charlotte opens the window, and Griffith greets her warmly. He asks her to invite him into her room and keep his visit a secret to avoid tarnishing her reputation. He jumps in through the window, drenched, but Charlotte embraces him and tells him that she feared for his life every day while he was in battle. She laments that, after the happy event of his return, her stepmother died that same night. As she breaks down in his embrace, a possessed look appears on Charlotte's face, and Griffith holds her tightly and kisses her. Despite her initial surprise, Charlotte quickly succumbs to her desire and gets lost in the kiss. Griffith leads her to the bed, noticing that she trembles. He commands her to cast aside her fears and sadness as he removes her dress. At her inn in Windham, Casca crosses paths with Judo, Corcus, Pippin, and Rickard, and she asks if they know where Griffith has gone. They reply that they haven't seen Griffith since Guts' departure earlier that day. Disheartened, Casca heads to Guts' former room and caresses the hilt of his old broken sword. Griffith and Charlotte have progressed in their sexual relationship. Charlotte moans with pleasure and ecstasy, but Griffith remains silent, his thoughts solely on Guts' departure. One of Charlotte's maids hears noises coming from her room. She peeks through the keyhole and sees Griffith and Charlotte engaging in intercourse and flees the scene. After their lovemaking, Charlotte falls asleep from exhaustion. Griffith remains awake, tears in his eyes, his hand touching the spot on his shoulder where Guts' sword grazed. Overwhelmed by grief, Griffith embraces himself, curling up into a ball. The next morning, Charlotte wakes up in an empty room. She calls out to Griffith, but there's no response. What she does find is the stone knight that she had given to Griffith before his departure to battle. He has returned it to her as he had promised. Charlotte peers under the sheets of her bed, where she sees blood, the result of her loss of virginity. Griffith escapes from his room through the same path he entered, but he doesn't get very far as he is quickly surrounded by guards. Outnumbered and unarmed, Griffith is forced to submit. The leader of the soldiers orders them to take Griffith away. Charlotte is met by her father, who bursts into her room. She feigns ignorance, but the king notices the broken blood vessels on her neck and the rainwater on the floor. He pulls back the sheets of the bed and sees the blood. Suddenly realizing the situation, the king looks at Charlotte and speaks her name. Griffith has been imprisoned in a dark dungeon, suspended by his wrists, wearing only his pants and his beharit. The king enters the room with a whip. He tells Griffith how disappointed he is in his actions, after having had great hopes for the young general. He uses the whip against Griffith, who makes no sound and almost seems detached from the entire situation. The king continues to whip Griffith as he talks about how he loves his young but impulsive daughter and how he feels defeated when compared to the extent of life. How, despite the war with Tudor coming to an end, another one is bound to break out. The king asserts that Griffith has stolen his only source of warmth in the world. Griffith suddenly understands why the king never made preparations for Charlotte's wedding, deducing that the king harbors a secret lust for Charlotte and is motivated more by jealousy toward Griffith than by the justice of social taboo. Additionally, Griffith explains to the king that the prosperity of his kingdom was not his doing but that of his advisors and military experts. Griffith's words cause the king to fiercely whip him until he finally collapses from exhaustion. The king orders his executioner, a small deformed man with a cleft lip and protruding forehead, to inflict upon Griffith the worst pain as long as he still breathes and keep him alive. After ordering his guards to ensure the secrecy of Griffith's transgression to the point of killing anyone spreading rumors that his daughter has had relations with Griffith, the king leaves while telling Griffith that his ambitions have been punished and he will never rise again. The king visits Charlotte in her room. His daughter has been sedated for crying upon learning of Griffith's arrest. The king gazes at Charlotte's body, considering the fact that Griffith has seen and experienced every part of her. Trembling, the king unbuttons Charlotte's dress to see her breasts. Lust overwhelms him, and Charlotte wakes up feeling her father's tongue on her breasts. She exclaims in fear and disgust. Griffith sits alone in the dungeon, chained to a wall, realizing that his dream will be forever out of reach. Charlotte's scream startles the king, who backs away from her. He briefly apologizes before his lust takes hold of him again. He pounces on her, holds her wrists, and tries to spread her legs, earning him a kick from his daughter to his face. With the sudden eye injury weakening him, he flees Charlotte's room, blaming Griffith for the acts he just committed. At that moment, Charlotte collapses on her bed, begging Griffith to save her. The band of the Falcon has left Windham and waits in a field on horseback. They have been deceived into believing that Griffith has ordered them to gather there. The distant sound of hooves is heard, and Pippin, the first to realize what is happening, shouts for everyone to run. A rain of arrows reaches the mercenaries, killing some and injuring others. Soon, they find themselves surrounded by many cavalrymen, and they all realize that these riders are from Midland. Casca takes command and orders the band to form ranks. In the dungeon, Griffith is receiving a brutal physical punishment from the deformed man. He receives praises from the executioner for not making any noise while being mistreated. Suddenly, the executioner notices the beharit that Griffith wears around his neck. He tears it off Griffith's skin and stares at the strange ornament. The beharit opens its eyes, surprising the executioner, who drops it. The beharit falls through a grate and into a sewer below Windham, and Griffith watches as it floats away. 1 year later, in a castle far from Windham, a noble observes as many knights, warriors, and commoners perform feats of strength, skill, and jousting in a tournament. According to the noble, his combat tournaments have gained legendary fame in many countries. It seems that his claims have merit, as two warriors enter the arena: Valencia, a veteran of the 100 Years' War born in Tudor, and Silit, a dark-skinned masked figure of unknown origin. Despite Valencia's enormous advantage in size and strength, he can't land a hit on the much more agile Silit. Finally, Silit reveals what appears to be brass knuckles, but with 3 blades protruding from the knuckle area at different angles. He catches Valencia's titanic blade with these weapons and cleaves the blade in 2. The terrified Valencia admits defeat. The next participant to step into the ring is Guts, who, with the permission of the tournament's host, prepares to fight against Silit. He provokes Silit to attack first, and Guts easily evades the rapid strikes. Silit tries to use a blade on the tip of his boot to stab Guts in the neck, but it is also easily blocked by Guts, who uses the hilt of his sword to intercept Silit's leg at the ankle. With the other foot, Silit attempts the same move, but it is also blocked, this time by Guts' hand. With both of Guts' hands occupied, Silit leans back to stab Guts in the abdomen, but Guts is faster and strikes Silit on the side with the flat part of his sword. The impact of the blow sends Silit flying through the fence surrounding the ring. The tournament's host comes out to personally greet Guts, very impressed by the skills of the great swordsman. His intention is to hire Guts to work for him, but Guts declines the offer, as he only participated in the tournament to test his luck against strong opponents. The noble shows slight disappointment and talks to Guts about a group of bandits camping in a nearby forest, notable for being led by a highly skilled female warrior. Apparently, most of the bandits in the group were originally from a disgraced mercenary group allied with Midland called the Band of the Falcon. Guts realizes that the woman leading the bandits is Casca. Two armored men observe the hidden camp of what remains of the Band of the Falcon, now a small group of mercenaries led by Casca. They don't number 100, and most of the members are injured. Casca is about to faint while examining a map when she is found by Judo, who brings her food. An undercover unit has been sent to Windham, and Judo informs her on their behalf that Griffith is being held in an ancient underground prison, and it is not uncommon to hear screams and moans of pain coming from his cell. In the past month, however, the noises have ceased. Judo assures Casca that he is doing his best and tells her to eat and rest. He leaves, and before she can take a spoonful of stew into her mouth, tears fill her eyes. The bowl slips from her hands, and she collapses onto the table. Judo returns to Rickard, Pippin, and Corcus, who survived the ambush outside of Windham. Their conversation reveals that they are planning to rescue Griffith from prison and rebuild the Band of the Falcon. One of the men guarding the camp is killed by a sharp-edged throwing ring. The two armored men, along with many others, are mercenaries led by Silit, who wants to test the supposed legendary strength of the Band of the Falcon. The commotion awakens Casca, who immediately takes command and barks orders at the mercenaries. She comes face to face with Silit. They fight, but Casca's exhaustion, combined with Silit's unorthodox fighting style, only allows her to evade. In the end, she manages to immobilize him and orders him to accept defeat and call the band members or she will kill him. She remains silent, but before Silit can kill her, he receives a boot to the back of his neck that sends him flying. Casca looks at her savior, Guts. She tells him not to be easily defeated and smiles at him. Guts' return immediately boosts the morale of the Band of the Falcon. He tells Casca that he wants to face Silit alone, and she agrees, fleeing. Silit, now aware of Guts' identity as the 100-man slayer, understands why it was so difficult to defeat him in the previous combat tournament. He retrieves 2 more blade rings, called chakrams, from his spaulders and tosses them in the air. They fly toward Guts from different directions in a pincer movement, but Guts extends a finger and lifts the hilt of his sword, catching the rings from the air. Silit decides to use his ultimate weapons, the Urumi, which are swords with multiple flexible and thin blades like paper that extend several meters like ribbons. His first strike is dodged by Guts, who receives a cut on his cheek. Guts manages to evade the Urumi for a while, but stops when one of Silit's men gets caught in the whip-like motion of the swords. Guts assumes a two-handed stance, similar to the one he used against Zod, and waits. Silit, unaware of what Guts is planning, creates a whirlwind of blades and throws them all at Guts. Guts swings his sword upward before the Urumi make contact. The resulting air pressure deflects them from their trajectory. Guts charges at Silit through the ribbon blades, which Silit is able to switch weapons quickly enough to block Guts' strike. However, the impact shatters Silit's weapons and rips off his turban. His soldiers have decided to retreat, and a masked Silit leaves with them, not before memorizing Guts' name and swearing that they will cross paths again. Guts releases the tension in his muscles and locks eyes with Casca. After sharing a tense moment with Casca, all the members of the Band of the Falcon gather around Guts, delighted that he has returned. Their reunion is interrupted by Casca, who orders the mercenaries to move their camp now that Silit and his men know its location. After finding a new camp, the mercenaries explain to Guts that a day after his departure, a depressed Griffith was captured, and the band turned into a wanted group of thieves, their numbers reduced to less than a fifth. They also mention how, after rescuing them from Midland's trap, Casca was named de facto leader, and they conclude with the information that Griffith's location has been discovered, and they plan to rescue him. Guts comments that it's fortunate that the place he has returned to still feels familiar to him. Guts had been unaware of their troubles due to his seclusion while training in the mountains. When questioned by Judo, Guts responds that, for him, he discovered that nothing feels more real than wielding the sword. Guts becomes further informed about their situation. According to Judo, the injuries Casca suffered against Midland's cavalry plunged her into a 3-day coma, during which she called out for Griffith and Guts. Later, when Casca finishes her tasks in the camp, she finds Guts and asks him to follow her to a secluded area, near a waterfall. Alone, Casca tells Guts to unsheath his sword. He successfully blocks her swift strike but still doesn't understand why she is attacking him. Instead of fully unsheathing his sword, he keeps it sheathed on his back and only uses the exposed parts of the blade to block. Her barrage of attacks indicates that she truly wants to harm or kill him. Eventually, Guts takes advantage of her reckless attacks, trips her with his foot, and as she slowly rises, he says that she blames Guts for Griffith's situation in the massacre of the Band of the Falcon. She charges again, shouting that Guts' departure from the band caused their downfall, but Guts grabs her hand, thinking that she is not in her right mind for blaming him for something he had no control over. Suddenly, he realizes that she may be right, and he startles when she points the sword at his nose. They continue fighting, with Casca screaming about how Guts became Griffith's reason to persevere, and when he left, Griffith lost all his support. She exclaims that Guts made Griffith weak. This confuses him, recalling Griffith's hunched posture after defeating him in their fight outside Windham. At the same time, Casca's sword pierces through the plates of his armor, causing a superficial wound. Guts grabs the blade with his bare hand, pulls it out of the wound, and says that he acted the same way as Griffith did when he left in pursuit of his dream. He tightens his grip on Casca's sword blade so forcefully that his hand bleeds, and despite her pleas, he doesn't let go, causing her to snatch it away before she gets hurt further. She tells Guts that she was lying when she said she wanted to be Griffith's sword. Instead, she admits that she loved Griffith and was jealous of Charlotte, despite knowing how likely it was for Charlotte and Griffith to marry. Thus, her own dream was shattered before her. Accepting the fact that she has no place beside Griffith, Casca asks Guts to take charge of protecting the band of the Falcon. She leans over the edge of the cliff they are standing on, intending to throw herself into the waterfall. Guts reacts quickly enough to grab her hand and, with effort, lift her back up, but his wounded hand bleeds in the process. He tosses her away from the cliff's edge to safety, and when he stands up, he is crying, devastated by how he always seems to get hurt when it comes to her. It weighs heavily on his chest, and he sobs. Guts gives her a reassuring kiss on the head. To his surprise, Casca leans her head back, and their lips meet as they embrace in front of the waterfall. Guts and Casca have moved away from the cliff to a nearby tree, whose roots are cushioned with moss. They are both naked, and Guts positions himself above Casca. He notices the scars caused by the piercing wounds she received when the band of the Falcon was attacked by Midland's forces. She covers her body, worried that he may not find her desirable due to them. Guts reassures her and tells her that if she focuses too much on the dead or the broken, she will find death perched on her shoulder. He embraces her, and Casca senses that what she feels for Guts is not a lie. They begin to have sex in silence. Due to this, he doesn't realize how roughly he is treating her until Casca asks him to be gentler. When Casca starts screaming, Guts suddenly has visions of his younger self being taken advantage of by Donovan. He recoils from Casca, who calls out to him. Guts doesn't speak. He extends his hands and wraps them around what he believes to be the neck of his younger self. In reality, he is gripping Casca by the neck and has pinned her against the tree trunk, choking her. When he comes to his senses, he releases Casca, but he screams that he never wanted to kill Gambino. He tells Casca about the torment he endured at the hands of Donovan and how he couldn't protect himself. Memories of Guts as a child resurface, and he recounts the story of how he came to be adopted by Gambino and how the same man sold him to Donovan. He admits to killing Donovan and making it look like enemy forces committed the act, and he describes how he defended himself against the drunken Gambino and accidentally killed him. Guts falls to his knees, calling out to Gambino, his adoptive father. Casca touches his shoulder, and he startles violently, snapping back to reality. Suddenly realizing how rough their first time having sex was, he throws his cloak to Casca to cover herself and tells her that he will leave if she asks him to. He explains that the nightmares of Donovan and Gambino hadn't occurred in a year, but they resurfaced suddenly when Casca and he tried to make love. Casca discards her cloak and embraces him from behind. Now that they have mutually revealed their weaknesses and insecurities, she feels much more comfortable. They decide to engage in sex again, and this time it is much more pleasurable. Afterward, Guts recalls the time as a child when he applied Gambino's ointment to his nose wound after Gambino inflicted the same wound on him. Guts and Casca fall asleep in each other's arms, where they remain until dawn. The next morning, Guts and Casca lie naked together and converse. He timidly admits that the previous night was also his first time having sexual relations, and Casca realizes that the trauma caused by Donovan in his youth is the reason Guts has difficulty with being touched. He tells her that she is now the exception, and she kisses his cheek. She then asks him if his return means that Guts wants to stay with the band of the Falcon, but he maintains that his is only a visit and that he will inevitably leave again. Guts looks at the waterfall and remembers his training time during the past year. In a flashback, a young boy cuts a large bundle of logs tied together, causing them to fall down a waterfall toward Guts, who wields his sword. Guts lifts his sword to cut the logs as they descend. When the boy approaches Guts, he realizes that he has been harmlessly struck by the logs and lies in the water with his sword broken. They both head to a nearby mill, where the only male occupant, Godot, repairs Guts' sword. Guts asks the old man why he lives in seclusion with his daughter, and Godot explains that the nearby cliffs, once inhabited by elves, contain a rich mineral. Guts then asks Godot why he became a blacksmith, and Godot responds that it's simply a family business, as he was taught blacksmithing since birth. He greatly enjoys the sparks that fly when striking hot metal. Later, as Guts sits alone on a large rock, he contemplates the solitary quest he has undertaken. He compares his dream to Griffith's, Guts' concept of a dream is much more vague and dynamic than Griffith's, whose dream of having his own kingdom is much more concrete and communicable. Meanwhile, Guts seems to have resolved to live his life by the sword as he always has, remembering that every significant part of his life happened while fighting. He decides to fight not for Griffith or anyone else, but only for himself. In the present, Guts tells Casca how he has achieved what seems to be his own dream of living by the sword. He says he will stay with the band until they rescue Griffith and rebuild the Band of the Falcon, after which he will leave once again. Casca starts laughing, saying he is speaking with the same conviction as Griffith. Suddenly, Casca becomes aggressive, angry with Guts because both his and Griffith's dreams are now selfish in nature and because both dreams will take them away from her. She starts throwing a tantrum but quickly falls silent when Guts grabs her chest, and she retreats in embarrassment. Guts invites her to come along. Now that they have understood their feelings for each other, he wants Casca to stay in his life. They share a morning kiss. 3 days before these events, the rangers of the same forest where Guts and Casca are now found spotted a large monster that had a human body but a snake head. An unstoppable chain of events is about to unfold, with all the pieces falling into place. Griffith remembers when he was with other children on a street, playing war. Griffith looks up at a hill in the center of the city, where a large castle stands. He vows that one day he will have his own castle and his own kingdom. In the present, Griffith's thoughts are jumbled. He doesn't know if he has gone insane or not, or how long it has been since he last saw the light. He remembers how every person he has met has either come to trust him completely or hate him. And although he always seemed to have everyone in the palm of his hand, he feels that he himself was in Guts' palm. When he thinks of his dream, a castle atop the hill, Guts' face also appears, shining brighter than anything else. Griffith wakes up in the dark cell, covered in shadows. A brick in the wall begins to move and is pushed out of its slot. From the hole emerges a small deformed mass of flesh. Griffith extends his broken hand toward the flesh, which refers to him as Prince, and states that it desires an audience with him. Griffith looks through the hole and sees an infinitely vast dimension populated only by 4 inhuman silhouettes. One of the figures addresses Griffith as a kinsman, and King of Longing, telling him that they will soon meet at the agreed moment and place. In their camp, the Band of the Falcon prepares to carry out Griffith's rescue. Although most members will be able to participate, Rickard and several dozen others can't due to their injuries. He expresses hope that Guts will stay with them after saving Griffith. Guts doesn't say anything. Casca has divided the operation into 2 parts, to be handled by 2 squads of people. The first squad is the Griffith Rescue Squad, consisting of herself, Guts, Judo, and Pippin, and a second squad, consisting of Corcus and the remaining unharmed mercenaries. They all ride together toward Windham. 3 days later, the Griffith Rescue Squad arrives in Windham in the dead of night. As they wander through a graveyard, Judo informs Guts that the band's spies who infiltrated Windham have discovered a secret passage to Griffith's prison, bypassing the city streets and guards of Windham proper. Casca finds the appropriate tombstone, and Pippin removes it to reveal the previously dug escape tunnel. Guts questions the wisdom of allowing Casca to enter the prison, as she now acts as their leader. In response, she presses her chest against his and, with a flirtatious attitude that surprises Judo and Pippin, scolds him, saying she is one of the best the band has to offer and that her presence maximizes their chances of safely recovering Griffith. With that, Guts, Casca, Judo, and Pippin descend into the escape tunnel. As the members of Griffith's rescue team run through the flooded escape tunnel, Guts reflects on his most significant moments with Griffith and how Griffith is the kind of person who would never give up, driven by his boundless ambition. They emerge from the escape tunnel into a mausoleum deep within Windham, where they are greeted by 2 hooded women who have been waiting for them. Casca assures Guts that they are allies. Suddenly, one of them realizes who Guts is and removes her hood. It's Charlotte, in the presence of one of her trusted servants, Anna. It turns out that the informant for the Band of the Falcon was Charlotte herself. At Casca's urging, the whole group begins to move in search of Griffith. As they wander through the dark and empty Windham, Casca wonders if Griffith's torture has made him lose interest in Charlotte. Realizing that she is still jealous of the princess, Casca places her hand on Guts, but quickly withdraws it when Charlotte turns to speak to her and apologizes on behalf of her father for Griffith's torture. Suddenly, 2 guards enter the area after hearing their voices. Guts and Judo prepare to fight, but Charlotte steps in front of them, blocking the torchlight from the guards' faces. She convinces the guards that they were simply taking a nighttime walk. Anna steps forward and bribes the guards to keep their secret. The guards leave. Charlotte collapses from nerves, as she had never bluffed like she just did. She wonders if she acted out of devotion to Griffith. The group begins to move again, and Guts jokingly asks Casca if he should hold her hand. She pushes him away but grabs onto his cloak as they walk. Finally, the group arrives at an ancient, large, and imposing tower. Judo explains that the tower, called the Tower of Rebirth, and the prison located far beneath it, supposedly existed before the conception of Midland. Charlotte says that Griffith is being held on the lowest level of the prison. As Casca is about to thank Charlotte and excuse her from their company, Judo interrupts and urges her to keep Charlotte close, as she would be a valuable hostage if needed. Charlotte overhears and willingly requests to be invited along with them. Anna is the first to speak after hearing Charlotte's request. She refuses to let Charlotte infiltrate the prison and pleads with her to consider how hurt her father would be if he found out Charlotte had gone missing. Anna is unaware that the king assaulted his own daughter. Charlotte responds that she no longer considers him her father. She asks Casca again, saying that while she may not be a skilled warrior and knows little of the world outside Windham, at least she could be a valuable hostage. Casca refuses, stating that Griffith's escape will lead to a massive pursuit that the Band of the Falcon is ill-prepared to face. Making Charlotte a hostage will personally involve the King of Midland and likely cause a national incident. Furthermore, if Charlotte is taken hostage, it will undermine Griffith's image and completely shatter any hope he has left of fulfilling his dream. Charlotte doesn't accept any of these reasons and starts throwing a loud tantrum, with everyone comically covering her mouth. In the end, Casca decides to take her along on the condition that she must leave if Griffith orders it after they find him. Suddenly deflated, Casca catches Guts' attention as she stares blankly ahead. He asks her what's wrong, and she accidentally blurts out that she feels jealous when she hears how Charlotte talks about Griffith. She quickly apologizes to Guts, unintentionally hurting his feelings, but he shudders at her touch and tells everyone to move forward, thinking that if anyone needs to break free from Griffith, it's him. The entrance of the Tower of Rebirth is being patrolled by 2 guards, whom Judo stealthily kills with 2 throwing knives. He searches the guards and finds a ring full of keys. The group enters the tower. In the Band of the Falcon's camp in the forest, everything is quiet because almost everyone is injured and depleted of energy. Rickert and another band member tend to a wounded man, and Rickert smiles as they both express optimism that their numbers and former glory will quickly recover after Griffith's return. The other mercenary asks Rickert to fetch a bucket of water from a nearby lake. As he bends down to fill the bucket, he notices something shining in the water. At blinding speed, it flies above Rickert toward the shore. Rickert catches a quick glimpse of the creature and believes it to be an elf. It soars through the forest toward the band's camp. Suddenly, Rickert hears a commotion from the same direction. Thinking that enemy soldiers are attacking the camp, Rickert rushes back to his injured comrades. When he arrives, instead of finding the wounded members of the band fighting against the unknown enemy, he finds absolutely nothing. The camp is engulfed in darkness, with only the remains of the campfires providing points of light. There are no enemies or band members. Rickert wanders through the camp, wondering if all the members of the Band of the Falcon managed to escape the assault. Suddenly, he sees one of them, except the man is hanging upside down and desperately pleads with Rickert to run. From behind the man, a huge slug-like monster appears and begins to encircle the terrified Rickert with its considerable girth. Rickert's legs won't move, and with his injured arm, he can't defend himself. From behind him, even more monsters appear, each with its own variety of shape and size. From above, standing on a thick tree branch, the creature that Rickert mistook for an elf appears. As the creatures advance toward Rickert, the Skull Knight appears, seemingly out of nowhere, right behind him. The Skull Knight orders the monsters to leave. He swings his sword toward the slug-like monster. After a moment, all the monsters leave together. Rickert finally finds his voice and uses it to scream at the absurdity of the events. He looks for the mercenaries in the darkness and finds them dead and piled up. He screams once more and is left alone by the departing Skull Knight, whose horse seems to fly through the air, moving away from the scene. After discovering that Griffith is still alive but trapped within the jaws of the castle, Guts and the rest of the Hawks band decide it's time to rescue their precious leader. Under the Tower of Renaissance, there lies a prison built in a deep cylindrical hole. As they descend together, Casca, Guts, Judo, Pippin, Charlotte, and Anna, Charlotte becomes frightened upon seeing a prisoner in a cell and becomes paralyzed. Guts offers to carry her on his back so she can see Griffith, which greatly displeases Casca. Guts asks how deep the hole goes. Charlotte explains that while the prison and the tower are relatively new and have the same vertical height but on opposite sides of the ground level, the hole itself is much older. 1,000 years ago, the land that would become Midland was inhabited by warring tribes. The conflict ceased when a man named Geyserek, who had an empire spanning the entire continent and wore a skull-shaped helmet, subjugated many nations, including Midland. However, not much is known about him before the conquest of Midland. Judo continues the story, saying that Geyserek ordered the construction of an extravagant capital in Midland and imposed heavy taxes on his subjects. Then, 5 angels sent by God destroyed the city in one night, though Casca corrects and says it was 4 angels, not 5. According to legends, the city of Geyserek existed and was cast underground by the angels, ending up at the bottom of the hole under the Tower of Renaissance. It is said that the current royal family of Midland is the only remaining lineage of Geyserek. As they descend the stairs, Casca drops her torch, which falls into the depths and lands in an ancient destroyed temple surrounded by corpses with strange symbols on their foreheads. Guts notices someone watching them from the shadows above the stairs they descended. However, he doesn't say anything about it. Finally, the group reaches Griffith's cell, but they receive no response when they call out. Casca manages to unlock and open the cell door. Though it's still dark, Guts discovers a naked body lying face down on the floor. The body belongs to Griffith. The young man is extremely emaciated and covered in wounds from repeated beatings. The skin on his back has been torn, revealing the muscles underneath. He wears a metal helmet on his head, cruelly imitating the one he used to wear when he was known as the White Hawk. Guts quickly approaches Griffith and holds him in his arms. Just like on his back, large areas of skin have been torn off his chest, stomach, and sides. His fingernails have been ripped off, and the tendons of his arms and legs have been cut. Guts asks Casca for the key to Griffith's metal mask. She is so shocked by what she sees that she can't move, so Judo takes the keys to help Guts. Together, they open and remove Griffith's mask, but what they see underneath is too horrifying for the others to witness. Guts warns Casca to stay away and not look at Griffith's face, and after these words, they put the mask back on him. Seconds later, Griffith awakens, and the first thing he sees when he opens his eyes is Guts' face looking at him. Slowly, he raises his arm and wraps his fingers around Guts' neck. Excitedly, Guts doesn't realize the situation and pulls Griffith towards him, trembling. Griffith places his hand on top of Guts. Charlotte pleads to see Griffith, but Pippin prevents her from doing so because she won't be able to bear the horror of his condition. Casca, on the other hand, is going through an internal crisis, and her heart is pounding. Suddenly, the cell door slams shut, trapping them all inside. The torturer sticks his head through the window of the door and informs Princess Charlotte that he has called the guards, excited to have more people to torture. Guts slowly stands up and asks the torturer if he's the one who reduced Griffith to that broken state. The torturer admits his guilt, feeling safe behind the thick wooden door. He joyfully describes how he tortured Griffith for over a year, first cutting his tendons to prevent him from escaping, then ripping off his nails and skin while Griffith didn't eat or sleep. He also details the various torture techniques used, including the use of hot irons and boiling water. He mentions that he flayed Griffith's face in the same way he did with other parts of his skin. The torturer announces that he kept his favorite part of Griffith's body as a trophy, hanging it around his neck like a collar. After saying this, he takes out Griffith's tongue and begins to lick it in a perverse manner. This pushes Guts to the limit, and he lunges at the door, destroying it and impaling the torturer with his massive sword. As everyone watches, Guts precariously holds the torturer at the edge of the stairs, over the seemingly endless abyss below them. Guts draws his dagger and cuts the torturer's tongue before lowering his sword, allowing the torturer to slide down the blade and fall into the hole to his death. But he can't get away that easily, and an arrow falls at Guts' feet, drawing his attention and that of the others to the upper levels of the stairs, where they see numerous guards ordering the group to drop their weapons. Casca can see from Guts' expression that he has no intention of obeying. Guts instructs the group to stay close to him and begins an energetic mission to make his way to the top of the prison. In the narrow staircase, the guards can't attack the group, and Guts begins to eliminate them one by one effortlessly. The guards fear for their lives and begin to retreat, but their leader orders them to defend the place, so they continue with their task. However, our man is engulfed in a whirlwind of power that allows him to crush them without them even having time to raise their swords. In this way, he quickly defeats them without receiving a scratch. Then, Guts plunges into a silent fury, using the bodies of the men he just defeated as shields against sporadic arrow attacks from above. In no time, he annihilates all the present soldiers. After this, Guts manages to leave the Tower of Renaissance. Casca orders Pippin, the burly and strong member of the group, to carry Griffith upstairs while the rescue team begins the long climb to escape the prison. Just at the entrance of the tower, they encounter another group of guards waiting for them. With explosive force, the tower door bursts open, and several dead guards are thrown through the doorway, quickly followed by Guts, who is covered in blood, though not his own. Guts is almost out of breath, and the captain of the guards orders them to surround him. Without stopping, Guts continues his frenzied charge. Casca, Charlotte, Judo, and Pippin, carrying Griffith, follow closely behind. About to be hit by a rain of arrows, the King of Midland, visibly aged since his encounter with Charlotte, orders his guards not to shoot, concerned for his daughter's safety. The king notices Griffith riding on Pippin and becomes furious to see Griffith and Charlotte escaping together. After this gruesome sequence, the king orders the Bakiraka to be summoned. The Bakiraka are a group composed of 5 dark-skinned individuals. Among them is a medium-height woman with a cape, an enormous and extremely strong man, another shorter but well-built man, a tall and slim man with long limbs, and a tiny man who sits on the shoulder of the giant man. 2 members of the group wear turbans. 2 guards talk about the origins of the Bakiraka, who come from the east of Midland and are known for being skilled assassins. The King of Midland orders the Bakiraka to pursue the Hawks band, kill Griffith by any necessary means, and ensures they don't harm his daughter Charlotte. Meanwhile, the rescue team has lost sight of Guts, who has re-entered the mausoleum, eliminating all the soldiers in his path. Finally, the group manages to catch up with him, finding him leaning on his sword, panting from exhaustion. Casca notices how scared Charlotte is due to Guts' bloodied appearance and cleans her face with a handkerchief to calm her. Then, Griffith notices how the interactions between Guts and Casca have become more tender. The group heads back toward the escape tunnel, unaware that they are being followed. As they run, Charlotte hopes Griffith's wounds will heal so they can be together. However, Guts stops the group, as he is starting to feel uneasy. He looks around and realizes that the tall and slim Bakiraka is suspended above him like a spider. The man lunges and attacks, but Guts manages to barely block the blow. Then, the man slips back into the darkness that envelops the ceiling. After this sequence, the group remains alert, preparing for a possible new attack. At that moment, Casca looks down and notices a face emerging from the water. The smaller and more muscular Bakiraka rises to attack with his trident, but Casca intercepts and blocks his strike. The Bakiraka swims away before she can counterattack. Judo suspects that the attackers are Bakiraka and warns the group that they are rumored to be superhuman monsters. As Judo comments on this, Charlotte notices how the smaller Bakiraka slides into a small drainpipe and aims his blowpipe at Griffith. In an act of bravery, Charlotte steps in and takes the dart in her arm, which falls into the water, making noise and drawing the rest of the group's attention. While the members of the Hawks band take care of Charlotte, Guts manages to cut the smaller Bakiraka in two. The tall and slim Bakiraka reappears and proposes a trade to the group. They must hand over Charlotte, and in return, the Bakiraka promise to spare their lives. Surprisingly, Casca accepts the exchange, and Anna hands Charlotte over to the Bakiraka. Before leaving, Charlotte seeks Griffith, who whispers something to her that only she can hear, which seems to calm her. With Charlotte out of danger, the Bakiraka try to kill them, as the exchange they proposed was only a trap to avoid accidentally harming her. Pippin realizes that the burly Bakiraka emerges from the water and blocks a blow aimed at Griffith. Seeing their predicament, the group forms a protective barrier around Griffith and avoids the attacks of the tall and slim Bakiraka. The enormous and muscular Bakiraka throws a javelin at the group from a distance, but Guts manages to deflect it, although its force makes the javelin bounce several times in the tunnel. After this, they throw another javelin, and Guts deflects it again. Meanwhile, Judo observes how the weapon produces sparks each time it hits the walls. Then he has an idea. Judo orders the torch they carry to be extinguished and tells Pippin to wait for his signal. When Pippin follows his orders, Judo throws a couple of knives at the walls in the direction from which the javelins were thrown, and the light generated by the sparks allows him to glimpse the enormous Bakiraka. Judo manages to stab him in the neck with two knives, killing him instantly. Then, he signals Pippin, who understands what his companion is trying to tell him, and he hits the wall with all his strength using his hammer. As a result, a quick emission of light caused by sparks occurs, allowing the group to see and eliminate the remaining Bakiraka. Believing they have finished the battle, Casca instructs Judo to relight the lantern, but Pippin energetically prevents him from doing so when the whole group begins to perceive a strange smell. Further down the tunnel, the Bakiraka woman, dressed only in brass bracelets and bags full of powder, creates a spark using those objects, causing an explosion in the tunnel. The rescue team runs for their lives, but the hot air is quickly approaching. Suddenly, Griffith looks up and notices a small column of light filtering from the ceiling. His reaction alerts Pippin about the light, and he uses his hammer to open a large hole in the roof, leading to the outside. The explosion is sucked out of the escape tunnel and into the open air, saving them from what seemed like certain death. Now close to the cemetery's exit, the group hurries to get out. Later, the Bakiraka woman is executed by order of the King of Midland due to her failure to kill Griffith and leaving Charlotte injured. The king assumes that Anna was also involved, but she claims she forced the servant to participate and begs the king to spare Anna. Although he initially seems understanding, the king changes his attitude when Charlotte asks him to release Griffith, who has suffered enough during his year of imprisonment. After a moment of silence, the king agrees to her request, and Charlotte is taken to the palace. Unbeknownst to Charlotte or Anna, the king has no intention of letting Griffith or the rest of the Hawks band escape alive. On the contrary, he has already ordered his guards to release the Black Dog Knights to confront the Hawks band. The guards visit Wild, a man with a beastly appearance and leader of the Black Dog Knights, who is involved in an explicit romantic encounter with a woman. Wild initially refuses to undertake the task of pursuing the Hawks band until the guards mention that Griffith is their ultimate target. Suddenly intrigued, Wild accepts the mission, as he has long desired to face the legendary White Hawk. The King of Midland is alone in the throne room, remembering the day when Griffith was with Charlotte and blaming the Hawk for stealing his beloved daughter. At that moment, the king also recalls how the Black Dog Knights came into being. 5 years ago, Midland faced a shortage of soldiers due to the intense 100-year war. To solve this lack of an army, the king decided to recruit all the capable criminals from Midland and offer them jobs as soldiers. At that time, a man named Wild took leadership of these criminals. However, another prisoner, a burly man named Barbo, felt offended because Wild, being smaller, thought he had the right to give orders. At Wild's request, the King of Midland authorized a duel between the two to determine who would lead the Black Dog Knights. Barbo was allowed to get rid of his restraints, but Wild chose to keep his on to prove that he could defeat him anyway. Barbo was armed, but Wild was not, for this very reason. The result of the duel was that Barbo was impaled on an ornamental needle atop a tower, thrown by the victorious Wild. The king has repeatedly felt an inhuman presence emanating from Wild and mentions that the Black Dog Knights have achieved feats similar to those of the Hawks band, making them the ideal group to defeat them. With the Black Dog Knights hot on their heels, the fugitive mercenaries have no chance. At a farm on the outskirts of Windham, Griffith is bandaged while the band members receive a wagon, some horses, and clothes for Griffith from the kind farmers who still hold him and his band in high regard. Judo drives the wagon, Casca sits behind with Griffith, and Guts and Pippin ride their own horses. Casca supports Griffith so he can see how Windham, the capital of the kingdom he wanted to conquer, slowly moves away as they leave. Wilde and his band arrive at the farm and ask the farmers if they have seen Griffith. The young woman they ask trembles in fear before him and cannot even answer, but due to her behavior, Wilde assumes that she has indeed seen Griffith. Before beginning the hunt for the Hawks band, Wilde decides to have fun by having the Black Dog Knights destroy the farm and kill everyone living there, while he takes the young woman to the barn with the intention of touching her against her will. When the Hawks band reaches the top of a hill, Casca spots figures in the distance and runs toward them to alert the rest of the group. Casca is the first to notice that their pursuers have impaled the mutilated bodies of the peasants on their lances and wave the dismembered parts in the air. Upon seeing this, Casca is outraged at the cruelty of their pursuers, and Judo manages to identify them as the fearsome Black Dog Knights. In the distance, the band glimpses a bridge leading to the forest where they have stationed the other half of Griffith's rescue force. However, the speed of the Black Dogs means they will catch up before Griffith's cart reaches the crossing. Guts turns his horse to face the enemy, declaring that he will give the others time to escape. Casca is worried, remembering the day she left Guts alone to face 100 men led by Adonis. However, he reassures her that he will flee if the situation worsens. Pippin decides to stay with Guts and help him in the fight against Wilde. When the moment of confrontation arrives, Guts and Pippin together easily take down many Black Dog Knights, but no matter how many are defeated, they continue to advance with determination. Guts soon realizes that the Black Dog Knights are driven by fear of Wilde. Wilde throws his lance, which carries the dismembered body of the girl who helped the Hawks band at the farm, towards Guts, who manages to deflect it. Wilde approaches Guts as he wields his sword, but his hand is caught by the werewolf. Pippin strikes Wilde with his hammer, forcing him to let go of Guts' hand to avoid injuring himself. Guts feels an overwhelming thirst for blood coming from Wilde, reminding him of Zod and the Skull Knight. Casca calls out to Guts and Pippin, who turn around and run across the bridge. Wilde and the Black Dog Knights follow them. Aware that they have fallen into a trap, Wilde heads directly towards it for the pleasure it will give him. Casca lights a fuse leading to barrels filled with gunpowder suspended under the bridge, and after the members of the Hawks band have crossed, while the Black Dog Knights are in the middle, the bridge explodes. Guts, Pippin, and Judo guide their horses to safety, moving away from the explosion that sends several Black Dog Knights flying through the air. Despite the apparent victory, Guts encourages the group to continue because it's better not to be complacent. In this way, they continue ascending the path, nearing the forest. Wilde and some other Black Dog Knights manage to safely cross the bridge before the explosion, but they suffer significant losses, causing them to stop, disappointing Wilde. One of his soldiers points out that the bridge may not be the only trap set by the members of the Hawks band, prompting Wilde to explode the soldier's head with his index and middle fingers. The members of the Hawks band hear Wilde and his men resuming the pursuit from afar. Guts wonders why, whenever Griffith is involved, death seems to be against them. Suddenly, he remembers both Zod's prophecy, which predicted Griffith's downfall, and the enigmatic message from the Skull Knight, which mentioned an event called the eclipse that would occur in a year. Doing the math, he realizes that message was delivered a year ago. Thus, Guts realizes that both prophecies predicted the same event. He is interrupted in his thoughts by Casca, who informs the group they have reached the checkpoint. At that moment, while Wilde's men pursue them deeper into the forest, huge rocks are thrown from the cliffs toward them. Wilde manages to shatter a considerable rock with his bare fist as it falls upon him. Despite the heavy losses, the Black Dog Knights still outnumber the group of 5 men led by Casca. The Black Dogs rush into more traps, including an explosion caused by oil being ignited by a hidden hawk, and they are shot down by a hail of arrows fired by riders led by Corcus and Gaston. Once Casca, Judo, Griffith, Guts, and Pippin retreat from the main force of the Hawks band and the Black Dog Knights, Corcus gives the order to attack, and the rest of Griffith's rescue force emerges from among the trees to face Wilde and his men. Guts turns and faces Wilde, determined to settle things personally with the seemingly inhuman warrior. Wilde observes Guts with curiosity, mentioning that Zod once spoke of an energetic warrior among the ranks of the Hawks band. Guts' weapons and Wilde's club clash as the Hawks band and the Black Dog Knights collide. Casca hands a doctor to the defenseless Griffith so she, Judo, and Pippin can join the fight. Casca watches as Wilde matches Guts' blows, blocking them with ease. Guts notes that Wilde fights without apparent training, relying more on his reflexes than skill or discipline. Just when one of Guts' blows seems to connect, his brief triumph turns to surprise as he sees Wilde catch the blade of his sword between his teeth. Still holding his sword, Guts jumps off his horse after receiving a powerful punch to the face from Wild that leaves him stunned. He steps on Wild's cheeks and wrenches the sword free, making him fall from his own horse. They exchange insults for a few seconds, but when Wild mentions the mysterious eclipse, Guts feels compelled to attack. His fast and furious movements make his weapons hard to follow. Griffith remains hidden in a small hollow under the roots of a tree, protected by two band members who assure him that the Black Dog Knights have not seen them. He tries to reach a nearby sword propped against the hollow's wall, but his wounds prevent him from grasping it firmly, and it falls uselessly to the ground. In his current state, he is unable to join the fight. Wild delivers such a powerful kick to Guts that it sends him several meters back. Tired and frustrated, Guts straightens up to face the enigmatic man with all his strength. The Hawks band has gained an advantage over the Black Dog Knights, but one of the last remaining knights calls Wild to inform him that they are retreating. However, Wild is too immersed in his battle with Guts to consider the idea of leaving, so he decides to stay and fight there. With a swift move and using only one hand, Wild opens a huge hole in a tree trunk and strikes its newly created weak point. The tree collapses onto the retreating Black Dog Knights, ending their lives because he doesn't want any cowards who retreat to remain alive. Wild is enjoying his confrontation with Guts so much that he decides to take it to another level. He throws his club far away, towards the face of a Black Dog Knight, and begins to transform, filling the Hawks band with surprise and horror. His body grows to be 3 times taller than Guts. The lower part of his body merges with what appears to be a headless gorilla, while Wild's upper half acts as its head. The gorilla's body has a large mouth right above its pectorals and 3 eyes, one on each shoulder and another oriented vertically along Wild's abdomen. Guts observes the similarities between Wild's transformation and Zod's. In his new monstrous form, Wild uproots an entire tree and uses it to strike Guts, who is sent flying through the treetops before falling to the ground, unconscious. Wild advances towards Casca, highlighting that she is the only woman in the Hawks band, dominated by men. However, before he can reach her, a hail of arrows fired by Judo's troops heads towards him, though it only irritates him. Wild tears out the arrows before wielding the tree against his attackers. Holding the massive tree horizontally, Wild uses it as a deadly weapon to impale the archers led by Judo. Taking advantage of their confusion due to his newly acquired strange and grotesque form, he devours them with his monstrous newly acquired mouth. Judo gives the order for the Hawks band to retreat, as the battle has clearly become uneven. While Griffith's doctors rescue him from the hole under the tree and prepare for his evacuation, he observes Casca in the distance, distressed and crying over Guts' unconscious body, desperately trying to wake him up. His worst fears come true when Wild approaches them and advances with determination. Now, with no one to protect her, Wild savors the moment. He lifts Casca with his enormous hand and, with the other, strips her of her armor and tunic. Using his grotesquely transformed tongue, he attempts to violate her. However, the situation is reversed when Guts regains consciousness and drives his sword into Wild's tongue, cutting it with a single blow and saving the woman from a horrifying situation. Taking advantage of Wild's confusion, Guts inflicts a deep wound on his arm, causing the monster to release Casca. She picks up her sword, but Guts orders her to leave, giving her 2 reasons to do so. His first reason, in a sarcastic tone, is that her semi-naked presence might distract him too much in the middle of the fight. The second reason, more serious, is that he has a personal vendetta against them, and wants to face them all personally. With determination in his eyes, Guts prepares to face Wild, ready to fight to the end and carry out his vengeance without any distraction or interference. After being damaged twice in a row, Wild lost his enjoyment in the fight and now advances to strike Guts and end the battle. Filled with fear, Guts springs into action and manages to dodge the attack. He skillfully thrusts the blade of his sword into Wild's monstrous mouth and withdraws it with a single strike, inflicting a wound on him. He deftly dodges the giant's punches and kicks, and when the opportunity presents itself, he delivers a cut to Wild's legs, forcing him to fall. To everyone's surprise, Guts finds himself fighting alone against the colossal Wild and emerging victorious. Continuing with the fight, he jumps onto Wild's body and drives his sword into the gorilla's abdomen, but the monster's arms close, trapping Guts between them. Wild throws Guts once more towards the leafy canopy, and Guts destroys every branch his body collides with. The impact of the final landing on the ground causes Guts to spit blood. However, Guts' victory is short-lived. Wild jumps and lands just inches away from Guts, sending him flying through the air. While Guts is suspended in the air, Wild strikes him with the back of his enormous hand, sending him crashing into a particularly thick tree branch, where he hangs lifelessly on the ground. The members of the band realize that he has been completely defeated and begin to wonder if he is dead. Despite being unable to walk on his own, Griffith struggles to reach Guts, showing such determination that his mouth starts to bleed. Hanging from the tree, Guts has a flashback of his training with Erica at the foot of the waterfall. She threw logs through the waterfall, and he had suffered bone fractures as a result. She asked him why he pushed himself so hard in his training when, in her opinion, his only opponents were humans. Guts thought of Zod, an unbeatable opponent for any ordinary person. He questioned if he wanted to face the monster Zod again. With his uncertain response, she told him that any monster would be able to defeat him. Once again, he wasn't so sure. Guts regains consciousness on the tree just as Wild is about to grab his body. He acts quickly and delivers an upward strike, piercing the giant's central eye and Wild's smaller torso. Guts falls to the ground as Wild clutches his wounds. Determined to finish Guts off, the injured Wild decides that it is no longer time to play and prepares to deliver the killing blow, while Guts, for his part, is resolved to fight to the end. As Wild approaches slowly, Guts begins to assess his injuries. His legs tremble, his ribs are broken, he has lost a lot of blood, and he can barely move. He has no idea how to defeat his colossal opponent. Casca tries to help Guts, but Judo stops her, knowing that Guts hasn't given up the fight. Casca leans against a tree to calm herself, feeling distressed by Guts' insatiable desire to fight instead of escaping. Griffith observes them from a distance alongside Judo. Wild uses his gigantic foot to kick Guts, who blocks the blow with his sword. Though he is sent sliding across the ground due to the impact's force, Guts is virtually unharmed. However, his sword shows signs of damage. It has cracked and chipped despite its imposing size. Knowing that neither his body nor his sword could withstand another similar blow and survive, Guts devises a plan upon noticing the lifeless body of a nearby black dog knight. Wild searches the surroundings for Guts. He senses the presence of a hidden body behind a tree, but the slight movement of a leaf alerts him to activity in the treetops. He then goes straight through the tree trunk, knocking down both the deceased black dog knight leaning against it and the tree itself, which falls to the ground. Next, he spins around and delivers a powerful punch to the supposed attacker located higher up, a tree trunk dressed in Guts' armor. Wild destroys the trunk with his blow but fails to notice Guts' presence just behind him until it's too late. In his fall, Guts thrusts his sword through Wild's neck. Although the monster is still alive, he tries to get rid of Guts, who manages to climb onto the human portion of Wild's back for support. Guts seizes the opportunity to unsheath his dagger and stabs Wild in the heart and right eye. With his last bit of strength, the monster throws himself backward, crashing into a tree and disorienting Guts, who falls to the ground. Wild barely has the strength to look at the assault captain of the Hawks band before collapsing. After a brief pause and a moment of silence, the calm is interrupted by Casca, who runs to Guts' motionless body. Emotion overtakes her as she sees her beloved looking at her and giving a thumbs-up gesture. She embraces him as the Hawks band gathers around Wild's lifeless body. Charlotte wakes up in her bed in Windham. The first person she sees is Anna, who is by her side. Charlotte kneels and asks Anna what has happened to Griffith. The maiden informs the princess that it has been more than half a day since Griffith's escape, and there is no news of his recapture. Anna steps out to call for the court chief and the doctor, but before leaving, Charlotte apologizes for the pain she has caused. Anna, with contained tears, tells Charlotte not to worry about it. She closes the door to Charlotte's chamber without daring to mention that the Hawks band is being pursued, despite the king's promise to suspend all persecutions. Charlotte gets up from bed and opens the window, which brings back memories from a year ago when Griffith called her on a rainy night, and they shared intimacy. She thinks about the words Griffith said to her in the escape tunnel during his prison break, the promise to return. Noticing a figure in the sky at dusk, Charlotte focuses her gaze on what she supposes as a bird. However, the creature resembles more a human, with large black wings and horns on its head. The Hawks band has begun the challenging process of recovery after the battle against the Black Dog Knights and the subsequent attack by the monstrous Wild. In the privacy of a covered cart, Casca and Judo attend to Guts and Griffith, respectively. Judo and Griffith observe Casca suturing Guts' wounds and discuss his stubbornness in battle. When Judo casually mentions that as a mercenary, he must always be prepared to die, Casca leans her head on his shoulder, an action not unnoticed by Griffith. After finishing bandaging Guts, Casca and Judo step out of the cart to attend to other tasks. Casca welcomes Griffith back to the band before departing. Outside the cart and out of Griffith's hearing range, Judo informs Casca of the sad news that Griffith's tendon injuries will prevent him from walking and wielding his sword again. The news deeply affects Casca, and she quickly turns around to give orders to the other mercenaries. Some uninjured members of the band gather around Wild's body, marveling at its immense size before moving on to their responsibilities. However, as they leave, one of them notices Wild's lifeless hand but decides not to do anything about it. Guts helps Griffith put on his old armor. Guts reclines in the cart next to Griffith, who is seated. He complains about Casca's careless sewing skills before settling comfortably and reminiscing with Griffith about the battle against Zod. Guts asks Griffith if he wants his heavy metal mask to be removed. Instead of the affirmative response Guts expected, Griffith turns his head towards his former armor and then looks at his own body. Guts understands the meaning, and after laughing at Griffith's strange request, he helps him put on the armor. Deep in the forest, Wild crawls away from the bodies of the mercenaries he has just killed. Wild has entered the Hawks band camp, shouting that he still desires to live. Guts finishes adjusting Griffith's armor. Griffith tries to reach for his sheathed sword with a trembling hand but fails to grasp it firmly and can't move it. Guts advises Griffith to be patient and recover before attempting anything too drastic. Griffith, speechless, seems to hesitate at Guts' words. Hearing commotion outside, Guts picks up a standard-sized sword lying in the cart before forcefully opening the trembling vehicle's cloth flaps. He is greeted by Wild's massive hand, which destroys the cart with a single blow, throwing Guts and Griffith out of it. With Guts' broken sword still at his neck, Wild reiterates his desire to live before crouching down and taking hold of Griffith with his hand. He holds Griffith in the air, threatening to kill him if anyone moves. Wild seems frightened, muttering about his fear of a mysterious vortex. He then orders Griffith to use his Beherit to summon the Guardian Angels, a group known as the Hand of God, for help. Griffith recalls the vision he had while in prison of the 4 mysterious figures through the hole in the wall that was previously covered with a brick. All the band members aim their crossbows at Wild. He laughs, claiming that fighting for Griffith is futile since he is practically dead. To support his view, Wild strips Griffith of his armor and bandages, leaving only the hawk mask, revealing his emaciated and damaged body to the entire Hawks band. Afterward, he points out that Griffith can no longer move, speak, or even live on his own, demoralizing the band members. Guts seems ready to attack, but Wild's threat to kill Griffith stops him. Wild decides he has waited long enough and takes Griffith's Beherit, which he isn't wearing around his neck as he lost it down a sewer at the beginning of his imprisonment, to summon the Hand of God. Upon realizing this, an even larger monster, Zod, lands behind him. The Hawks band is startled by the appearance of this new abomination, one that towers over crawling Wild. Zod. Wild, terrified, barely manages to articulate a few words before Zod impales him with his horned head and lifts him into the air. Wild clings desperately to Griffith. Zod's and Wild's positions are such that Griffith, held by Wild's hand, is just a few meters from Zod's face, and they gaze into each other's eyes. Wild, further weakened, addresses Zod. He asks if Zod is acting under the orders of the Hand of God and recites the only commandment given to the apostles: monstrous beings like the 2 of them, do as you wish. Then, Wild turns to Griffith and tells him that the Hand of God doesn't care if he lives or dies, even if he is the 5th, a term that confuses everyone present except for Zod. Zod replies that if that's the case, Wild will die either way, either from his wounds or at Zod's hand. And so it happens when Zod stands up and grabs each of Wild's limbs, pulling downward. Wild's stomach explodes, ending his life. Wild's death causes Griffith to fall from a great height, but Guts catches him before Wild's body is removed from Zod's horns and thrown to the ground. Zod stares at the Hawks band and then addresses Griffith, prophesying a precious possession he has lost and will find again. He spreads his wings, jumps, and takes flight. Guts shouts after him, asking if the eclipse and the impending death Zod had predicted have come in the form of Wild's attack. Zod refuses to answer, merely saying that everything will be revealed soon, and flies away. Just then, a band member draws Casca's attention to Wild's body. As everyone watches, a deformed tentacled mass emerges from the wound in Wild's stomach. The tentacles extend from the center of his corpse, grabbing his limbs. Guts realizes that Wild's body is collapsing, imploding upon itself due to the tentacles dragging Wild's limbs toward his own body. Guts contemplates the vortex that Wild feared as his gigantic body slowly disappears into a single point of bright light. Wild's enormous and monstrous body fades away, leaving only vapor in its wake. As the vapor dissipates, the band members catch a glimpse of the human Wild had been before becoming a monster. A small, frail old man with Guts' sword lodged in his neck and his intestines spilling out due to Zod's attack. The Hawks band has left the dense forest near Windham and settled in an extensive grassland near the Midland border. Casca stands in front of the remains of Griffith's rescue force, with Judo and Pippin nearby, while Guts sits on a rock behind her. Griffith sleeps in his cart, away from the discussion. Rickard hasn't rejoined the band since the massacre of the wounded. Wild's revelation that Griffith is beyond salvation has sparked a silent debate among the band members. The tense pause is interrupted by Corcus, who asks Casca if Wild was serious in his statement. Not receiving an answer, he decides he will wake up Griffith and ask him directly. However, Judo stops Corcus and reveals to everyone present, who are unaware of the severity of Griffith's injuries, that he won't be able to answer. This revelation shakes the band members. Corcus laments that his plan to restore the Hawks band's past glory has been ruined and angrily strikes his sword against a rock. He then sits down and, like the others, silently accepts that Griffith will never lead the band again and his legacy will come to an end. Suddenly, some members realize that Casca has successfully led them over the past year and wonder if she could assume the role of leader in Griffith's place. Judo points out that although Casca led them willingly in the past, she is not obligated to take on permanent leadership since she was not the original founder of the Hawks band. As tension builds, Guts stands up to speak, but Casca stops him. She announces that she will consider taking on the leadership of the band until they reunite with their wounded unit, unaware that it has been completely annihilated except for Rickard. Casca concludes the meeting and heads towards the carts, followed by Guts. She asks him what he was going to say to the group before she interrupted, to which he responds that he intended to tell them to finish the battles they have started. Casca turns to him and tells him that although Guts no longer relies on Griffith's dream to move forward, the other band members still do, and they can't simply be asked to keep going. She leans on his shoulder and confesses that she has felt lonely as the band's leader. Unbeknownst to her, Griffith, who is actually awake, watches them through the cart's flaps. Casca goes to the cart to change Griffith's bandages, while Guts reflects on her words. Griffith locks eyes with Casca as she changes the bandages. He notices how tiny her hands have become and remembers how those same hands once reached for an ambitious dream. Lost in her thoughts, Casca accidentally knocks over a bowl of water with her knee. She tells Griffith she will fetch another blanket to replace the wet one, but is surprised when Griffith gets up and snuggles next to her. Surprised, Casca asks Griffith to stop squirming on top of her so she can remove the blanket, but halfway through, she decides not to and, with some uncertainty, allows Griffith to snuggle up against. Meanwhile, Guts and Judo are sitting together in the field. Judo asks Guts what he plans to do once the Hawks band comes to an end, but Guts doesn't have a clear answer. In turn, Guts asks Judo what he will do, and Judo replies that he will recruit some men from the band to form his own band of thieves and take care of Griffith. Guts offers to join him, but Judo refuses, saying that Guts has already abandoned them and, therefore, has no obligation to take care of Griffith. Judo suggests that Guts take Casca with him when he leaves, but before he can explain his reasoning, their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Gaston and the rest of the raiders, Guts' former unit. Gaston asks Guts if he intends to leave again and proposes that the raiders join him. The devotion and camaraderie they show towards their captain bring back fond memories of his time with the band a year before, and Guts realizes that his true place was with the band from the beginning. Casca sits outside Griffith's cart, noticeably trembling. As she tries to calm herself, Guts approaches her and stands up to hide his own emotions. He comments that Griffith is sleeping in the cart, but Guts senses the distance between them. He asks for an explanation for her behavior, but she denies everything and lies, saying that nothing happened between her and Griffith in the cart. Casca clings to Guts' chest and tearfully confesses that she can't leave with him because of Griffith's condition. She sees Griffith as the proud warrior he once was and the mere shadow of what he is now, and she can't bring herself to abandon him. As Guts begins to say that he'll stay too, she pulls away from his embrace. Reminding him of the night at the Primrose Dance, Casca insists that if Guts is a true friend to Griffith, he should leave to pursue his own dream, even if it's alone. Griffith, barely dozing, overhears the conversation between Casca and Guts. At that moment, a vision takes hold of his senses. He finds himself in a vast white void, wearing his hawk mask and bandages, lying as he was in the cart. A shadow is cast over his body, and as he looks up to see its origin, he discovers a healthier, prouder version of himself, wearing his armor, exactly as he was in his prime. This complete, Griffith unsheathes his sword and drives it into the ground, pointing to a distant castle, the same one Griffith glimpsed in his childhood. The frail current Griffith uses the sword as support to rise from the ground. As he does so, his child self runs by and tells him that they haven't finished playing yet. Suddenly, the blank white void transforms into the city of his childhood. His child self runs toward a bright light in the distance. The current Griffith moans loudly, trying to get the attention of his younger self. Guts and Casca are surprised to see Griffith's cart suddenly being pulled away by the horses. Casca realizes that Griffith may have overheard their conversation and taken the reins to escape. Despite Guts' disbelief at the idea of Griffith having gained the strength to control the horses, he mounts another cart to chase after them, while Casca runs to inform the rest of the band members about the situation. Griffith has managed to set the horses in motion on his own. With the whip between his teeth, he chases the vision of his younger self. Eventually, one of the cart's wheels collides with a large rock, sending Griffith flying into the air. As he soars, he experiences another vision. Awakened by a sudden burst of light, a healthy Griffith sits at a table, covered with a blanket. He observes Casca, who apologizes for letting in the breeze. She asks if he has been lost in thoughts of the past and regrets not spending much time with the members of the Hawks band in those days. The Hawks band insignia hangs on the wall behind Griffith. Casca wonders what the other band members are doing and if Guts is still wielding his sword somewhere. A sudden noise outside the house alerts Griffith that a child is playing with his dog. Casca calls the boy, named Guts, to come inside and eat. The boy nods and goes to wash his hands. Casca tells Griffith that he is adjusting better to this life. She kisses Griffith on the cheek and offers him a spoonful of soup. Just as Griffith begins to think that this peace and tranquility aren't so bad, he sees a beherit emerging from the soup. Griffith suddenly wakes up from his vision. He is lying in a shallow river where he fell after being thrown from the cart. He sits up and realizes that his arm is broken, with the bone protruding from his elbow. He bursts into laughter before noticing a nearby log with a sharp branch sticking out of the water. He approaches and places his neck on the sharp tip. He slowly pushes himself towards the branch and, with a sudden surge of energy, quickly moves away at the last moment. He has not taken his own life, having avoided the fatal blow and only suffering a slight prick on the neck. Griffith collapses, trembling and writhing in the water, creating small splashes as the sun slowly sets on the horizon. Griffith looks into the water and recognizes something familiar at the bottom of the river. With his hand, he takes it out of the water. Griffith has found his old crimson beherit, which hangs from his wrist by the cord he once wore as a necklace. As Griffith kneels in the water, illuminated by the setting sun, he looks at his beherit hanging from his hand. He remembers Zod's prophecy about a valuable possession that would return to him and also thinks about Wild's request to use the beherit to summon the hand of God. At that precise moment, a breeze begins to blow along the river. As Guts pursues Griffith in his own cart, he begins to question whether abandoning the Hawks band again is truly a good idea. He recalls his duel with Griffith on the outskirts of Windham and starts to feel guilty for the state he's in. The rest of the band is not far behind Guts, riding quickly to catch up with Griffith. Suddenly, both the band and Guts and Griffith notice a strange phenomenon in the sky, a black circle slowly covering the sun, a solar eclipse. The blood running from Griffith's neck has reached his beherit, which begins to open its eyes. Griffith hears Guts' voice calling for him. Feeling fear for his life, Griffith tries to move away from Guts. He only manages to emit grunts and screams instead of words. Mentally, Griffith pleads with Guts to stay away. At that moment, Guts observes, behind Griffith, numerous silhouettes of naked men and women along the river. Casca suspects they are soldiers from the Midland Army, but they all have an inhuman quality in their appearances and features. Guts calls out to Griffith again, who continues mentally pleading for him to stay away and not touch him. However, Guts jumps off the cart and runs into the water, ignoring Griffith's mental pleas. He gets closer and closer, and finally, he grabs Griffith's shoulder. At that moment, the beherit's facial features reconfigure, and it starts shedding tears of blood. In a silent scream, it transports the Hawks band to what appears to be a different dimension, a world where the sky is formed by human specters and the ground is a mountainous landscape with giant faces. The eclipse has begun. Rickert has been picked up by a group of traveling merchants who, at his request, have taken him to the Midland border, where the rest of the Hawks band is located. Rickert has been traumatized by his encounter with the monsters in the Skull Knight, and the leader of the caravan must make several attempts to pull him out of his thoughts. Upon reaching the border, Rickert separates from the merchants, but before he leaves, they give him some elf dust courtesy of a friendly elf named Puck, who is also part of the caravan. Puck visits the caravan's fortune teller, who sees an ominous omen in Rickert's future. The other travelers watch as he heads towards the solar eclipse. Rickert has a somber feeling, thinking that something bad is happening to the mercenaries. In the alternate dimension, the band members scream in terror at their new surroundings, not understanding the nature of this strange world. The only gap in the human specters that form the sky is occupied by the solar eclipse, and the ground is composed of gigantic faces formed by smaller faces, which the band's horses step on as they run. Casca quickly takes charge and orders the mercenaries to calm down and form ranks. Guts carries Griffith to them to safely place him on a horse and correctly deduces that the beherit is responsible for the appearance of this new place. Similarly, he realizes that Griffith's facial features have changed, and his eyes are shedding tears of blood. At that moment, their gazes meet, both with tears of blood. The members of the band realize that the strange naked people who were in the river before have also been transported to the new dimension, where they all find themselves together on one of the enormous faces that make up the landscape. One by one, they explain that they are in the middle of the eclipse, an event that occurs once every 216 years, and soon the 4 angels of God will join them. At that precise moment, one of the giant faces rises, clearly alive. One of the giant faces comes to life and emerges from the ground in the form of a naked woman of enormous proportions. She moans in ecstasy as she spreads enormous black feathered wings. Slowly, the wings take on a more scaly texture, and her hair transforms into tentacles, completing her appearance. The members of the Hawks band watch all this from a distance, barely comprehending what they are witnessing when they hear clucking above them. Then they see a singular face standing out among the shapeless forms in the sky, descending toward them like a viscous fluid before taking a small and complete form among the terrified mercenaries. Then, they hear a deafening roar that makes them turn their attention to one of the smaller faces on the ground, behind them. There they see how the face rises from the ground and uses the surrounding faces to form a corpulent body with intertwined hands. One of the mercenaries diverts the band's attention back to the eclipse. They see a whirlwind of darkness taking the shape of a monstrous silhouette. The entities remain together as the naked beings chant in their presence. Guts recognizes the 4 demons despite being worshipped as gods. The last demon, tall and thin, welcomes the lambs of the unholy god, meaning the members of the Hawks band, to the sacred nocturnal feast. He then points a skeletal finger at Griffith, recognizing him as the honorable child created by causality and referring to him as a relative. This makes Griffith remember the demons as the beings he saw in his vision while imprisoned. He tries to communicate with them but can only emit incomprehensible groans. Guts, holding Griffith, unsheathes his dagger and challenges the hand of God, mocking them for speaking in enigmatic phrases and asserting that Griffith is not a demon. His outburst only provokes laughter from the hand of God. The winged woman caresses herself as she admires the evident friendship Guts feels for Griffith, making him an excellent sacrifice. When Guts asks what they are talking about, the woman clarifies that he and the rest of the Hawks band will be sacrificed to allow Griffith to become a demon. In turn, The smallest member of the Hand of God explains that the Crimson Beherit came to Griffith because he is destined to become a true demon. He indicates that the naked beings among them in the Hawk's band are apostles, people like Zod and Wild who transformed into monsters using Beherits. However, Griffith's Beherit is special. The use of the Crimson Beherit, known as the Egg of the King, will allow Griffith to become the 5th member of the Hand of God instead of just an apostle. When one of the members casually mentions that the band will be sacrificed to achieve Griffith's transformation, the apostles burst into laughter and, in unison, transform in front of the terrified humans. Guts begins to attack Griffith, questioning whether he is really willing to sacrifice the band to join the Hand of God. The mute Griffith cannot physically respond but is paralyzed in the presence of the Hand of God. The tall and thin member of the Hand of God takes care of explaining. Their lives have been intertwined through causality at that moment, in what they call the invocation of doom. The remaining being advances in the process of turning Griffith into one of them. A huge hand, with the palm facing up, emerges from the ground to lift Griffith into the sky. As Guts holds onto Griffith, he is also lifted, but the rest of the Hawk's band loses support on the ground of faces, which move to form the giant arm. The faces that make up the arm try to prevent Griffith from falling to the ground and dying, but they make no effort to help Guts, who stands alone thanks to Griffith's hand. Griffith's injured arm suffers intense pain, and his grip weakens. Guts falls down the length of the arm as Griffith continues to ascend. Guts stabs one of the faces that make up the arm with his dagger to stop his fall and begins to climb slowly toward Griffith, who is seated in the enormous palm of the hand. Each member of the Hand of God occupies one finger of the extended arm, except the index finger, which has no member of the Hand of God. As the members of the Hawk's band watch, Guts starts to ascend slowly up the gigantic arm, clutching with his dagger to reach Griffith, who is sitting in the palm of the hand. Meanwhile, Griffith gazes at the Hand of God, whose members each occupy a finger. The leader asks Griffith, unable to respond physically, whether he fears the members of the Hand of God or the future that awaits him as one of them. The smallest Hand of God member lunges at Griffith and tells him that he must first face his past and examine his true self. Griffith, turned into a child, finds himself running through the streets of his hometown. He hears the sound of church bells but is puzzled to see no one around. He decides to make his way to the Grand Castle on his own. He runs through the city while the bells continue to ring, but he stops when he realizes he is lost. Then he encounters an old wool spinner and asks her how to get to the castle. She gives him directions and shouts that his friends are waiting for him there. As Griffith advances through the increasingly dark alley, he comes across something under his feet, a massive pile of decomposing corpses. In a panic, he tries to escape, but he falls onto them, covering himself in their blood. As he screams in horror, the old wool spinner appears behind him and asks why he is crying. Griffith questions her for leading him down a path filled with corpses, but she explains that it's the only way to reach the castle he desired so much, and she points to another child of his same age standing on the corpses. Griffith recognizes the child as a deceased member of the young Hawk's band but refuses to join them in the castle, as they are dead. He falls to his knees, apologizing to the deceased band members, while the wool spinner scolds him for denying his friend's request and holds him responsible for their deaths. She points to the image of the bright castle in the distance and tells him that if Griffith had never longed to reach it, the mercenaries and many others would not have had to die. Griffith replies that he never forced anyone to follow him, but she quickly tells him that the path to his dream is paved with their lives. She points to the ramp formed by the corpses that barely reaches the bright castle in the sky, warning Griffith that he needs more bodies to achieve his dream. In silence, she tells him that if he gives up his dream to avoid more deaths, he will become a corpse himself. Suddenly, Griffith realizes that his hands and legs are decaying. With anger, she asks why he can't just contemplate the castle from afar, but he has no answer. Griffith realizes that he consciously knew his dream would involve the death of his comrades. Then he hears a voice in the distance and, through the fog, sees Guts. Guts smiles and asks if the corpses are part of Griffith's path to his dream. The wool spinner tells Griffith that if he keeps accumulating corpses, he himself won't become one. Griffith decides it's too late to regret and that the only way is to move forward. He crouches down to pick up the lifeless child's body and carries it to the top of the corpse ramp, admitting that he knew there would be deaths, but he can't atone for the pain caused in pursuit of his dream. After this, the vision comes to an end. Upon waking from his vision, Griffith discovers that it wasn't an illusion but a glimpse into his own conscious mind. The member of the Hand of God confirms that Griffith used the Hawk's band as a means to pursue his dream regardless of the consequences. Although his body is broken, the band's loyalty to him remains intact. The tallest member of the Hand of God raises a thin arm to point at the illusion of the bright castle in the distance. He tells Griffith that if he truly wishes to reach it, he must be willing to sacrifice his comrades and gain black wings like those of a crow to achieve his dream. At this crucial moment, Guts manages to reach the palm of the hand. Griffith turns to look at him, recognizing that Guts is the only person who made him forget his dream. In his heart, with absolute sincerity, Griffith responds to the hand of God, "I sacrifice myself." The enormous hand closes around Griffith, preventing Guts from reaching him. The tallest member of the Hand of God invokes a symbol of fire that floats in the air above his hand. He announces the arrival of the promised time, and the symbols fly through the air, leaving burning trails. These trails painfully burn the skin of those they touch first: Judo's left palm, Corcus's forehead, Pippin's right forearm, Casca's heart, and Guts's right side of the neck. The transformed apostles approach the marked ones, whose deaths will give birth to the new child of darkness. The transformed apostles encounter no resistance as they brutally massacre the armed members of the Hawk's band. They are dismembered and devoured without mercy, having no chance to defend themselves. From atop the gigantic hand, Guts helplessly witnesses the terrible massacre. The leader of the Hand of God reveals that all members of the band have been marked with the brand of sacrifice, meaning their deaths will feed the rebirth of Griffith as the new child of darkness. Guts turns to observe the closed fist of the giant hand. Through an opening, he can see Griffith floating inside, shrinking and disintegrating slowly. He decides to stand in front of the image and begins to attack it with his dagger, desperate to free Griffith. As he strikes in vain at the faces that make up the giant hand, the Hand of God observes with indifference, stating that human strength will no longer prevail. He explains that Griffith willingly chose to sacrifice the band members and be transformed. With a flash of fury, Guts strikes the giant fingers again, only managing to break his dagger in two. He is in a state of denial, unable to accept that Griffith has easily given them up as sacrifices. However, as he kneels, he remembers Griffith's words from the past, words that hinted at his true nature. Afterward, he begins to accept the fact that he, along with the men he considered family and the woman he loved, has been sacrificed by his supposed best friend. At that moment, Guts is alerted that the apostles are climbing up the arm, ready to hunt him down. Overcome by anger, he charges at them with his broken dagger in hand. Meanwhile, Rickert climbs up the hill with determination toward where the Hawks band was located. Upon reaching the top, a terrifying and confusing sight awaits him. A massive two-layered whirlwind ravages the place where the camp should have been. Rickert runs downhill towards the tornado, desperate to find his band companions. The sound of a sword striking echoes above the wind, catching Rickert's attention. He then sees two figures locked in a fierce battle, Zod and the Skull Knight. From his hiding place behind a rock, Rickert witnesses a conversation between the Skull Knight and Zod. Their words reveal that the Skull Knight has been fighting inhuman beings for 1,000 years and sees the eclipse as the perfect opportunity to confront them. The Skull Knight suspects that Zod has been sent to protect the portal and prevent intrusions. However, Zod rejects that idea and reveals that he is actually waiting for the arrival of strong warriors like the Skull Knight to face them. He also hints at an ancient personal rivalry between them. Quickly, the conversation turns into a fierce battle. Casca is left stunned by the horror unfolding around her. She witnesses a fellow mercenary being devoured alive by an apostle, which then turns its attention to her. She tries to attack, but Pippin intervenes and crushes the monster's head with his hammer, albeit with little effect. Pippin urges Casca to flee while he stays behind to hold off the apostle and give her a chance to escape. With no time to argue, Judo appears on horseback and picks up Casca, taking her away from the danger. Judo throws several knives at the apostle's face to help Pippin gain an advantage. They have put Casca's life above everything else since she now leads the Hawks band, and if she dies, there will be no hope for the others. Looking back, Judo cries as Pippin is overwhelmed by several apostles. On the other hand, Corcus finds himself behind a group of soldiers fleeing from another apostle. He is horrified to witness all of them being devoured at the same time, leaving him alone facing a much more powerful enemy. He tries to escape, but the monster scratches his back, causing him to roll downhill in shock. At the foot of the hill, he encounters more apostles and desperately flees from them. Finally, Corcus believes he has distanced himself enough to escape. Overwhelmed by despair, he convinces himself that the Hawks band and the fate that awaits them are just a dream and prays for someone to wake him up. As he cries, a beautiful naked woman emerges from the darkness. Seductively, she approaches him, and despite sensing that something is wrong, Corcus gets closer and buries his face between her breasts, unaware of the transformation that is about to occur and threatens to kill him. Casca and Judo escape from the apostles, moving away from the gigantic hand that holds Guts and Griffith. With tears in her eyes, Casca wonders if they are in hell or in the nightmare Griffith longed for and implores him for an answer. As they run, they are intercepted by an apostle, which Judo quickly eliminates with a swing of his sword. Another apostle chases their horse, but Judo knocks it down by thrusting a knife into its eye. A third apostle appears, but Judo doesn't realize it until it's too late. It traps his arm with its jaws. Casca draws her own sword and stabs the apostle's jaw, making it release Judo. However, her arm is now severely injured, and she can barely use her weapons effectively. Casca pleads with Judo to turn the horse. Although they don't know if there's an escape, She is willing to die fighting alongside the Hawks band, but Judo still holds onto the hope of surviving the ordeal. Accepting his decision, the horse's front legs are bitten by a hidden apostle, causing them to fall to the ground. As they get up, they are cornered by another apostle with whip-like appendages. Judo throws himself over Casca to protect her as the apostle whips its tentacles. The rain of attacks stops when both tentacles pierce Judo's back and emerge from his chest. With his arm broken, Judo holds onto them both and throws his last throwing knife, which lands in the apostle's eye. Casca stands up, finds her sword, and kills it. She returns to Judo, who asks her to escape on her own, but she holds onto him, placing her arm over his shoulder and dragging him. He admits he's not as tough as Guts, but he's willing to accompany her. As his vision slowly fades, Judo looks into her eyes, regretting not having had the chance to express something very important to him. The next step he takes is his last, and he falls forward, lifeless. Casca frees herself from under his arm and, with a trembling hand, readies her sword. Several apostles have followed them. With a burst of rage, she charges at them. However, her sword proves ineffective as her first strike gets stuck between the teeth of an apostle, who clamps down with such force that the sword shatters. Suddenly, Casca finds herself defenseless, only able to stand as the apostles surround her. But that's not all they do, as they also strip her of her clothes and begin to violently touch her against her will. Meanwhile, Guts lunges at the apostles that have climbed up the arm. An apostle armed with sharp spikes attacks first, but Guts evades the blow and tears one of the spikes off with his dagger, turning it into his improvised weapon. In the same manner, wielding his new improvised weapon, he successfully eliminates several apostles surrounding him without suffering serious injuries. The woman from the Hand of God watches as Guts fights desperately to survive, noting the irony that his fiery determination only further feeds Griffith's transformation. Guts keeps fighting until an apostle grabs him by the neck with both hands. Filled with rage, he bites the apostle's hand in response, but the apostle violently hurls him against one of the fingers of the gigantic hand, leaving him stunned by the impact. However, Guts quickly recovers and goes back on the offensive. On the other hand, Griffith feels himself sinking deeper into an endless ocean. As he sinks into its depths, he has visions of the members of the Hawks band being massacred, and their deaths seem to nourish him. He experiences the pain they feel as they die, but emotionally, Griffith remains insensitive to their suffering. In the darkness of the infinite abyss, Griffith perceives a whirlpool from which Beharit-shaped bubbles emerge, floating upward, passing by him, and heading toward the surface. Then Griffith confronts a being he identifies as God. An entity welcomes Griffith, introducing itself as fragments of flesh to its realm but corrects Griffith's initial assessment of its identity. It is the essence of evil. It takes the form of an immense heart covered in numerous open eyes, and gaseous substance emanates from its valves. Two double helix-shaped valves extend from below. The entity asks Griffith to observe around him. Both of them float in a vast void filled with the gaseous substance, which Griffith soon realizes are the spirits of many different people. The essence of evil explains that all human beings possess a collective subconscious, and she was born from the evil within that subconscious, making her something akin to a god in the ego of the world. Griffith wonders if humanity is the involuntary creator of the void they are in. The essence of evil rather compares it to hell but clarifies that the void is part of human nature, a place where all negative human emotions converge. Griffith realizes that what he hears is the truth. He himself experiences those negative emotions. He then asks about the purpose of the essence of evil. The entity explains that she was born to be the scapegoat whom all human beings can blame for their adversities and sufferings, and she has long manipulated world events and people's lives. When Griffith asks if this also applies to him, the essence reveals that Griffith's life was meticulously planned by manipulating his ancestors to ensure his birth. With this revelation and another one, that everything he has gone through has been orchestrated to bring him to this precise moment in time, Griffith demands to know his final purpose in this grand design. The essence of evil simply responds that Griffith's actions will be those desired by humanity, regardless of the consequences or how they are carried out, and that as Griffith is part of the human consciousness, his will shall be the same as the essence of evils. Thus, she gives him a simple order: do as you wish, chosen one. As Griffith's existence slowly solidifies and he fully comprehends his own nature, he makes a request to the essence of evil: he wants wings. Then the spirits filling the void begin to surround Griffith, and he uses them following the essence's instructions to transform his form and become his ideal being, through which he can achieve the goal of his entire life. Meanwhile, despite receiving a brutal beating and suffering numerous wounds from the attacks, Guts manages to offer considerable resistance to the apostles, who are stronger and more numerous than him. He jumps on their heads to gain an advantageous position in height, but this tactic eventually leads him to fall over the edge of the giant hand. In midair, Guts spins around and stabs the giant hand's wrist with his beak to stop his fall. Looking up, he realizes that the apostles are following him, climbing up the arm, so he releases the beak and slides backward down the arm. As he slides, his foot gets caught on a protrusion, throwing him off balance and making him fall. Another protrusion launches him off the arm, and he free falls to the ground. His landing is cushioned by liquid, and he quickly realizes it's blood. He looks around and sees the lifeless bodies of the Hawks band members surrounding him, their blood forming a new red lake. Overwhelmed by terror, Guts calls for Judo, Pippin, Corcus, his old raiding party, and any other survivors, but he receives no response. His voice breaks as he calls for Casca, and he begins to fear the worst. Finally, Gaston responds to his calls. He staggers over, missing an arm, and appears gravely injured. Gaston asks his former captain how they ended up like this, how the entire Hawks band has been massacred. Remember the strange feeling of discomfort he had from his first encounter with Zod. He recalls the celebrations they used to have after successful campaigns and mentions that in hindsight, Griffith seemed too perfect to be real. Gaston weakens further in Guts' arms, who shouts at him to stay alive. However, Gaston's forehead rapidly swells until his head explodes. An apostle emerges from the new hole in his neck, and Guts tries to stab it unsuccessfully with Gaston's sword before it swims away in the sea of blood. Guts kneels before Gaston's decapitated body until his attention is drawn to the top of a nearby hill. He runs towards the figure standing there, Pippin. Guts realizes that something is terribly wrong when Pippin doesn't speak or move. What he doesn't realize is that Pippin's back has been torn off, and his body has been completely emptied. Pippin's lifeless body is held by two tentacles emerging from the darkness behind him. The inert body of Pippin is torn in half by an apostle in the shape of a worm. It throws both parts away and lunges at Guts with its jaws open. Fortunately, Guts jumps in time but falls backward down the hill. When he gets up, he finds himself completely surrounded by apostles, an impossible number to face. Each one displays the bodies of the Hawks band members they have killed, holding complete bodies above their heads, carrying heads in their mouths, and using faces as masks. Witnessing the horror before him, Guts goes mad and screams in rage. He then realizes that another body is above him, Casca's. Seeing her naked and possibly lifeless fuels Guts' anger. He attacks, killing all the apostles in his way in a furious and desperate attempt to reach her. However, his warrior's advance is interrupted when an apostle bites his left forearm. Before the apostles can cause more harm to Casca in front of Guts, a strong beat resonates, drawing all his attention to the giant hand amidst the chaos. Griffith's metamorphosis is complete. The Hand of God, Void, Conrad, Ubik, and Slan gather to welcome the fifth and final member, Femto. Griffith's transformation is astonishing. He now resembles a massive black mass of flesh sculpted to appear as a muscular man. A pair of dark, sturdy wings unfold from his shoulders. The only recognizable feature of Griffith is the exoskeleton in the shape of a helmet, identical to the old Hawk's helmet. His face is barely visible under it, but it's unmistakable, except for his intensely red lips and inhuman eyes. In a sepulchral silence, Griffith spreads his wings to the maximum and descends ominously from the giant hand, landing a few meters away from Guts, who is trapped. The apostles silently surround Guts and the new Hand of God, preventing any attempt to kill or devour Guts. Griffith extends his arm horizontally, inviting the barely conscious body of the only remaining living member of the Hawks band, Casca, who is suspended in the air by one of the nearby apostles. Guts watches horrified and immobilized as Griffith starts violently abusing Casca. Each of Griffith's movements fills Guts with rage. After a few seconds of observation, Guts strikes the apostle's teeth that hold his arm, but in vain. His sword breaks after a few strikes. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Guts uses his broken sword to begin cutting his own arm violently and free himself, despite the disinterest of the Hand of God. Once free, wounded and mutilated, Guts turns his broken sword towards Griffith. Now freed but with a lost arm, Guts charges towards Griffith, radiating total and absolute rage from his being. However, his advance is halted by several apostles, who immobilize him on the ground as he helplessly witnesses Griffith tormenting Casca. Guts watches the scene with a mix of horror and anger. He fights violently but can't break free from the apostle's grip. Griffith's eyes are fixed solely on Guts and Casca's. Casca, who until now had remained silent except for occasionally saying, "No," and struggling to breathe, pleads with Guts not to look at what they are doing. However, Guts is paralyzed until the horrifying situation finally ends after Griffith's disdainful treatment of Casca, whom he throws to the ground. The last thing Guts sees with his right eye before being pierced by the claws of an apostle is the image of his beloved, lying motionless on the ground. A howl of rage and agony escapes his lips. Suddenly, the solar eclipse covering the entire scene begins to tear apart, capturing the attention of the Hand of God and the apostles. In an instant, the black circle is completely broken, and the Skull Knight, mounted on his horse, dives in a dive from the hole in the sky. As his steed soars through the air, the Skull Knight executes a powerful sword strike towards Void, who creates a portal to absorb the attack and return it to the Skull Knight. However, with skill, the Skull Knight blocks his own attack. The Skull Knight and Void exchange a quick glance after the Skull Knight's attack, and after this, the knight continues descending to the ground, with his horse running along the colossal arm. Despite several apostles attempting to intercept him, none can succeed. On the contrary, with his sword spinning like a whirlwind, the Skull Knight effortlessly kills them all. Without pausing for a second, he heads directly towards Griffith, Guts, and Casca. Griffith instinctively extends his arm and clenches his fist. Then the apostles surrounding the Skull Knight are drawn by an invisible gravitational force to the exact spot where the knight was just an instant ago. Once again, the Skull Knight evades the attack, but the intense gravity compresses the bodies of the apostles into a fleshy mass that turns into a bloody sphere spinning faster and faster. Griffith stares at his black hand, intrigued by the new powers he didn't know he had but instinctively began to wield. After losing himself in his thoughts for a while, the new apostle turns his attention back to his surroundings and sees the Skull Knight running past him and ascending the giant arm, taking Guts and Casca with him. Then Griffith extends his arm once more, but it's already too late. The Skull Knight escapes through the hole in the sky he created moments before. Still not fully grasping what is happening, Griffith once again contemplates his hand, while the rest of the Hand of God observes him attentively. They are fascinated by this unexpected turn of events. Slan comments that, although this event was unpredictable, it will affect the flow of causality in the same way a fish jumping out of the water alters the course of a river. Together, the Hand of God ushers in an era of darkness after Griffith's metamorphosis into Femto. Outside the gigantic inverted tornado, Zod adjusts his limbs after his seemingly unsuccessful encounter with the Skull Knight, unaware that Rickard is hiding behind a large nearby rock. With a flash coming from one side of the tornado, the Skull Knight is expelled from the Eclipse world, taking Guts and Casca with him on his horse. Despite the force with which he was expelled, he lands right in front of Rickard, who cannot help but look at him with terror. The young man screams upon seeing the state of his comrades' bodies, and at the same time, the Skull Knight notices the elven dust Rickard has in his possession. The Skull Knight dismounts his horse and places Casca, naked and seriously injured, as well as an unconscious Guts, in the terrified arms of Rickard. After this, he asks Rickard to take care of them, assuring him that it is not their time to die. While Rickard tends to Guts and Casca, Zod stealthily approaches the Skull Knight from behind, reducing his size. The Skull Knight calmly addresses Zod, warning Rickard not to get distracted and to continue with the medical attention. Then, he asks Zod to postpone their battle for the time being. Seeing how important the Skull Knight considers someone, Zod can't help but burst into laughter, entertained by the impossibility of the circumstances. However, he accepts the Skull Knight's request and tells everyone to leave before the tornado dissipates, releasing all the apostles inside. The Skull Knight addresses Rickard and assures him that, for now, Guts and Casca are safe. Then, he lifts both of them onto his horse once more, preparing to take them to an unknown place. Astonished, Rickard asks about the rest of the Hawks band, but he is informed that no one is left alive. However, one detail is omitted, as the Skull Knight hides the truth from Rickard that Griffith is responsible for their deaths. The Skull Knight asks Rickard if he wants to stay with Guts and Casca. With Rickard's affirmative answer, the Skull Knight takes him by the shirt and carries him along with them on his horse. Zod watches them depart together, eager to see how Guts will live in this new world full of demons and death. Through a dense mist, the Falcon Band advances silently, in single file rows, towards an unknown destination. Guts watches them through the fog and rushes towards them, asking where they are heading. He feels suspicious about their destination and pleads with them to turn back. However, he receives no response, not even an acknowledgement of his surroundings. Despite getting closer, they seem to drift further away, while Guts desperately begs them not to leave him as his vision fades. Suddenly, Guts wakes up in a strange place, a cave. The main source of light comes from a hole in the ceiling, and the only sounds are the murmuring of water and the birds singing. Guts finds himself alone, lying on a cot, with his right eye bandaged. He turns his head towards the cave entrance when he hears footsteps, and through the bright opening, a young girl appears. Although he can't distinguish her features, Guts asks her who she is. The girl hurries towards him but clumsily slips on the stone floor. It's Erica, the girl with whom Guts lived during his year away from the Falcon Band. Behind her appears Rickard, who becomes excited to see that Guts is awake. He explains that Guts has been unconscious for 4 days, that he is in a mineral cave near Godot's house, and that he was brought there by the Skull Knight. Rickard asks about the events inside the giant tornado and what happened to the Falcon Band. When mentioning them, Guts becomes agitated and quickly sits up, despite his injuries, revealing that his body is entirely bandaged except for the left side of his face. He asks about Casca. Rickard doesn't know how to respond, but Guts insists. Finally, Erica points towards a waterfall at the back of the cave. After the horrors of the eclipse, Casca has lost her sanity. She now has a childlike mentality and has stopped speaking. Casca, wearing only a shirt, stands under the gentle falls, basking in the sun. Although she can barely stand, Guts makes an effort to get up and immerses himself in the small pond formed by the waterfalls. Casca notices him and retreats, concerned for him. When Guts touches her shoulder, she screams and moves away. Guts tries to hold her wrists and hands, but she struggles violently to break free. Finally, she bites his fingers and runs towards Erica, clinging to the young girl. Rickard explains that Casca has been awake for 2 days, but despite her wounds healing, she does not behave normally, refusing to speak and relying solely on Erica. Guts tries to approach Casca again but stops. Instead, he heads towards the cave's exit, determined to leave. Despite Rickard's pleas for him to stay, Guts goes through the cave opening and flees into the wilderness. Small living beings, both animals and plants, see their peaceful existence disturbed by the noise of the undergrowth and the loud screams. Desperate, Guts tears off the bandages from his face as he runs at full speed. The forest is his only backdrop as Guts moves aimlessly, his mind clouded by images of the members of the Falcon Band. Judo and his first conversation with them, Corcus's perpetually furrowed brow and apparent aversion towards Guts. Pippin, always calm and quiet. Gaston and the raiders with their devotion to the leader. Casca, his friend and bandmate, whom he considered family. And finally, Griffith. In his sprint, Guts jumps over large chasms, falls from high cliffs, and is grazed by tree branches, undoing the bandages and reopening his wounds. However, he pays no attention to anything other than his emotional pain, crying and screaming as he continues without stopping until nightfall. Exhausted, he kneels in a grassy field and gazes at the night sky as the rain begins to fall. In his mind, the figure of Femto, Griffith's new form and identity, stands out above him. Guts continues staring until a sharp pain in his neck forces him to sit. The mark on his neck starts to bleed, seemingly without cause. As his eyes and ears catch whispers and murmurs amidst the rustling grass, Guts stands to confront some small translucent beings that barely reach the height of the grass. However, a much larger figure appears behind him, and Guts turns to face it. It's the Skull Knight, who reveals that Guts now resides in a world that is not entirely new nor entirely familiar. He is in the interstice, the boundary between the mortal plane and that of the dead. Recognition is immediate for Guts as he faces the Skull Knight again, that encounter that marked his departure from the Falcon Band. Behind him, the undergrowth rustles violently, disturbed by supernatural forces. In an unexpected gesture, the Skull Knight throws a peculiar sword at Guts, with sharp spikes on the hilt and a strange ornament. Although Guts hurts himself when wielding it, he uses it against the emerging creatures from the undergrowth. The mysterious knight explains that they are spirits of the dead, drawn to the brand of sacrifice on Guts' body, who desire to possess warm and living bodies. The spirits cling to Guts, trying to take control of him, but with sheer willpower, he manages to expel them. Although he is not used to fighting with just one arm due to his missing limb, Guts faces the threats with determination. The Skull Knight warns that this struggle will be constant in his life since, thanks to the brand, Guts resides in the interstice, a plane where he interacts with both the living and the dead. At the mention of destiny and sacrifices, Guts explodes with a cry, determined to wage war against the apostles, responsible for the death of his friends, against the God Hand, and against Griffith. As the defeated spirits disappear, Guts realizes that the Skull Knight is willing to help him reach Casca, who also resides in the interstice. During his journey through the dark forest, Guts seeks information about the identity of the Skull Knight, but he remains reserved, only mentioning being an enemy of the God Hand. He then discovers that he was brought to Godot and Erica by chance, due to their proximity to the eclipse's location. Finally, Guts and the Knight arrive at a clearing where they see Casca surrounded by spirits. However, the spirits don't attack her. Although Guts tries to run towards her, the Skull Knight stops him when he realizes that something unusual is happening. As he gets closer, Guts discovers that Casca has given birth to a monstrous being, a result of the corruption she suffered during her pregnancy. This demon is Guts and Casca's child, conceived during their relations before the eclipse when Femto violated her. The Skull Knight advises killing the demon. Guts snatches the demon away from Casca, who tries to protect it due to her maternal instinct. As the sun rises, the demon disappears, leaving Guts and Casca distressed. Later, Rickard and Erica find Guts and Casca, and the Skull Knight bids farewell, giving them advice on how to confront the apostles and the God Hand. With the departure of the Knight, Guts and the others will face new challenges as they venture into the dark world of the interstice. A month later, two peasants transporting hay in a horse-drawn cart accidentally collide with a small, deformed man crawling on the ground. They scold the man for being in the middle of the road before looking up at the sky and realizing that the sun has faded but there is still light. The man notices a brand of sacrifice nearby. At Godot's house, Erica steals the keys to the armory while Godot is busy forging. She takes Rickard to the armory and opens it for him, revealing many weapons, armors, and other metalworks made by Godot. As Rickard admires the swords, armors, grid masks, and prosthetics, she explains that Godot used to forge objects for the local nobility, custom building them as requested. Rickard then notices the most impressive object in the armory, an absolutely enormous sword, a massive iron heap weighing several hundred kilograms, impossible for an average man to wield. Erica calls it the Dragon Slayer. When Rickert asks for explanations, he and Erica are startled by Godot's voice, who caught them snooping around his armory. According to Godot's story, long ago, a king ordered his vassals to provide him with a sword capable of killing a dragon. Tired of forging refined rapiers and ornate blades, Godot took the job very seriously, crafting a purely deadly weapon. The king was not satisfied with the resulting weapon, useless, heavy, and ugly, and forced Godot to escape with his life. Godot then settled in his current rural abode. Outside, under the familiar waterfall, Guts trains to fight using only the left half of his field of vision since the right was taken from him during the eclipse. A salmon jumps out of the water, and upon hearing it, Guts quickly turns around and splits it in half. Satisfied that his skills have not deteriorated despite losing an eye and an arm, he decides to call it a night. He talks with Rickert on the way back to the mineral cave and tells him about his plans to leave the next day to start a new journey. Rickert doesn't know that revenge is Guts' motive and feels frustrated by his lack of understanding. Guts takes a basket of food from Rickert and enters the cave. Rickert closes and locks the door, preventing any escape attempts Casca might make during the night, and tells Guts it will be unlocked in the morning. Guts enters the cave, where a resentful Casca sits on the makeshift bed. The sight of the food lifts her spirits, and she devours everything she can get her hands on. Casca watches as she slurps the soup from a bowl and ends up spilling it on herself. Fearing she might get burned, Guts grabs her clothes to keep them away from her skin. When Guts suddenly grabs her, Casca fears she's about to be attacked and struggles to break free. As a result of the scuffle, her shirt tears, exposing her breasts. In love with Casca, Guts slowly gets on top of her on the bed, hoping to initiate sexual contact. Before anything happens, Casca pushes him away and runs towards the gate, blocking her access to the outside, calling for help. Guts sits on the bed, with his head in his hands, ashamed of his actions and saddened by the loss of his lover. The next morning, Rickert helps Guts gear up with an all-black armor and cloak. Thanks to Judo's past training, Guts is skilled in using throwing knives, which he equips himself with. Rickert then surprises Guts with a gift, a prosthetic arm to replace the one he lost during the eclipse. He explains that it has been made from scrap pieces from Godot's armory and is magnetized to help wield a weapon. He informs Guts of a secret function that is activated by pulling a metal switch located on its side but doesn't reveal what the function is. Godot then appears to bid farewell to Guts. He offers his own gift, a freshly made sword, to aid Guts in his quest. When Guts mentions his huge debt to Godot, he suddenly tells him that he'll keep Rickert close to help him as payment. To test his new sword, Guts strikes another sword lying on an anvil. The strike splits the blade of the second sword in two, along with the anvil's horn, and Godot asks Guts what he thinks. However, before he can respond, the pain in Guts' neck alerts him to the deformed man at the door, who has found his way to Godot's house by scent. In the elves' cave, Casca screams through the hole in the roof, crying in pain as her brand of sacrifice reacts to the nearby evil. In Godot's house, the deformed man, who reveals himself as an apostle, transforms into a giant dog-like monster, terrorizing Rickert, Erica, and Godot. Guts is much more excited. Finally, he can begin his long journey of revenge. Releasing his inner rage, he leaps forward and delivers a swift strike to the apostle that knocks him down, falling on his back. As the apostle gets up, Guts swiftly cuts off his opponent's arm with a single strike. Although it seemed like his sword held up well, Godot was unaware that Guts had gone out to fight monsters and that the blade he had crafted would be less effective against the thick hides and attacks of the apostles. Indeed, Guts' next strike, which slashes the apostle's stomach, also breaks the sword's blade. The apostle, who can control his own intestines, uses them to grab Guts by the wrists, disarming him, and throws him into the armory. The impact has shaken Guts deeply, and he is about to faint. He stands up and, from behind the apostle, hears Rickert's voice shouting at him to aim his prosthetic hand at the monster and activate the metal switch on its side. Guts does so, not knowing what will happen next. The metallic hand detaches from his wrist and lowers towards the bottom of his arm. Once this process is completed, the new opening at the end of the metallic arm fires a cannonball that blows off the apostle's head in the air. But the attack didn't kill it. Because Rickert loaded the cannon arm with too much gunpowder, Guts' shoulder has dislocated. He turns around, searching the armory for a potential weapon. His eyes settle on the Dragon Slayer, which he uses to split the head and chest of the apostle in two, dragging the monster out of the armory and into view of Rickert, Erica, and Godot. Guts goes after his prey and, lifting the incredibly heavy and enormous Dragon Slayer over his head, swings it down again, cutting the apostle completely in half vertically. Guts considers the Dragon Slayer to be much more suitable for his mission than his previous, more fragile sword. Godot didn't recommend it merely because he believed no man could wield it effectively. Erica clings to Rickert, frightened by the sight of the savage Guts. Later, the time for Guts' departure comes, and Rickert, Godot, and Erica bid him farewell. Rickert makes a final attempt to convince Guts to stay with Casca, whom Guts hasn't even said goodbye to. Guts rejects the idea, turns around, and leaves to embark on his hunt for the apostles driven by hatred, hoping it will lead him to the God Hand and Griffith. Thus, Guts' past stories come to an end, and we return to the starting point when our hero meets the elf Puck. A large force of regal-looking soldiers known as the Holy Iron Chain Knights patrols the Midland border. The pilgrims they encounter kneel and pray, indicating the religious significance of the Holy Iron Chain Knights. They are associated with the Holy See. One knight, Serpico, addresses another, Azan, and teases him for noticing the attractive woman among the pilgrims. Serpico is a young and cheerful character, while Azan, older, burly, and mustached, is much more serious. They start to argue but are interrupted by the leader of the Holy Iron Chain Knights, who orders them to behave. Shortly after, a messenger on horseback intercepts their march with a message for the leader. The messenger has discovered the Red Lake the Holy Iron Chain Knights have been searching for. The Holy Iron Chain Knights arrive at the lake, which is actually a shallow stream stained red with blood and countless bodies of men and horses scattered in the water. Apparently, a prophecy predicted the appearance of the Red Lake, where the sun dies 5 times, heralding the creation of a new angel. The leader of the Holy Iron Chain Knights removes her helmet. She is a woman of Serpico's age. She dubs the angel the Darkness's Falcon, claiming it will bring an era of darkness upon the world. 2 years later, a small band of bandits takes shelter from a moderate rain under a dead tree, warming themselves by a fire. They all appear disheveled, as they haven't found anything valuable to steal or acquire in a long time. Among them is a young girl, barely out of childhood, tied up and gagged, keeping her distance from the bandits. They found her in the woods and intend to sell her as a sex slave. One of the bandits, a rat-faced man named Deg, tries to assault her but receives a knee to his groin, much to the amusement of the others. Another man, apparently the leader of the bandits, tells them the story of the tree behind them. The story tells of heretics ritually sacrificing themselves to the spirits of the forest by opening their stomachs and then nailing their intestines to the tree, walking around its trunk until they eventually die. To demonstrate the validity of the story, the leader of the group points to dozens of nails driven into the bark and what appear to be faces carved into it, the spirits of the sacrificed. Deg takes particular interest in the story and decides to reenact it using the girl's intestines. He drags her to her feet and moves her around the tree, opens her simple dress with his knife, and prepares to eviscerate her when he is startled and injured by a chestnut shell falling on his hand. Deg looks around the tree and discovers, sitting at its base just in front of his group of bandits, a hooded Guts who rips out Deg's tongue when he threatens to tear out his intestines. Guts threatens to kill the other bandits if they don't leave, but they accept his challenge with their leader stepping forward to strike first with his mace. However, instead of drawing his sword, Guts strikes the bandit leader with his prosthetic fist, knocking out his teeth as he falls to the ground. As the remaining bandits decide to confront Guts after a moment of confusion, he tells them to leave since he feels his brand of sacrifice acting up. Guts looks up behind the men and realizes that the faces on the sacrifice tree have become much more pronounced as it comes to life. He shudders and, in a single blow, kills some of the bandits by swinging his massive tree branch over them, while the remaining bandits flee. The tree then focuses its attention on the girl before Guts swings the Dragon Slayer horizontally over his head, striking the tree so hard that it nearly shatters, with blood raining from its new wounds. The tree utters the word sacrifice, confusing the girl but provoking no reaction from Guts. The tree attempts a pincer movement with its branches, striking from both left and right. With 2 swift strikes, Guts cuts them in midair and jumps at lightning speed. With complete composure, he evades the approaching branches until he collides with a well-placed group of branches that trap him just a few meters from the tree's main face. His head tilts down as if defeated, but Guts has a manic smile on his face. He has inserted his metal arm right into the mouth of the tree face. He activates a metal switch on its side, and the metal hand moves down beneath the arm, revealing a wide hole in the forearm. From this hole, a cannonball shoots out, blowing away the entire back half of the tree. At that moment, Guts readies his sword and hurls it against the monstrous plant, cutting it in half. The young girl watches the scene in awe and horror. She gazes at the destroyed tree, from which small spirits emerge. Guts, who fell on his back after his last sword strike, looks up at the sky, where the clouds part, and the sun shines. It has been 3 days since he last saw the sun. The sun's rays touch the spirits, causing them to slowly dissolve into the air. Another spirit, still attached to the tree's bark, scares the girl, but a small elf, Guts' companion Puck, throws a chestnut at its face. The girl screams in terror at the elf and claims to be from a place called Misty Valley. Neither Guts nor Puck seem to have any idea what she's talking about. Deep in the forest, the surviving bandits run for their lives, getting farther away from the demonic tree. Just as they start to feel safe, a thick fog forms around them. One of the bandits directs the leader's attention upward, toward the forest canopy. Above them, dozens of what seem to be elves fly back and forth, leaving trails of light in their wake. Their leader appears like an elf, although compared to real elves, she is gigantic. She's the size of a young girl. She has moth-like antennas, moth-like eyes, and matching wings. She can also speak and tells the bandits that they have stepped into a child's fairy tale. The girl, Jill, leads Guts and Puck to her village, covered with Guts' cloak to preserve her modesty after her dress was torn open. Guts makes insensitive but accurate comments about the rundown settlement, which lacks energy and almost looks deserted. All the residents hide inside their homes, observing Guts and Jill walking through the streets. After looking around, Guts catches sight of Jill, who has moved away from him and peeks through a door slit into a house. A woman calls her by name, but Jill steps away from the entrance as if about to leave. She appears visibly uncomfortable. The door opens, and Jill's mother comes out. With tears in her eyes, she tells her daughter that she had been worried about Jill, as she hadn't seen her all night and presumed she had been kidnapped by the bandits. Jill tries to reassure her mother, but soon, Jill's father overhears everything and comes out to greet her. Her father, Zipek, carries a bottle of alcohol in his hand and is drunk. Despite his words of concern, his attitude reveals that he didn't care about his daughter's disappearance. He wears a soldier's helmet, and Jill scolds him for wearing it, despite it being ridiculous since he's no longer a soldier. Zipek explains that he had been reminiscing with his war buddies. His friends wave at her with friendly expressions, but Jill is equally uncomfortable with them. Guts stands nearby, uneasy, unsure of what to do. Jill's father orders her to bring more drink for him and his friends, which earns her a fierce retort, telling him to stop living in the past. This earns her a slap across the cheek with Zipek's cane, which he uses to compensate for a leg injury from the 100-Year War in which he participated. Jill's mother crouches to attend to her while Zipek begins to cry as he recalls the war. Jill's mother urges her to apologize to Zipek for offending him, but she only gives him a reproachful look. Her father angrily pushes her mother aside to strike Jill while she's defenseless on the ground. He yells and gets enraged as he hits her, and no one moves to intervene. Suddenly, a chestnut shell comes flying out of nowhere and lands on Zipek's forehead. He turns towards Guts, thinking he's responsible, but Guts denies it and instead points to the true culprit, Puck. The presence of the elf causes terror among everyone present except for Guts and Jill, and their screams attract other villagers armed with farming tools. They demand that Guts hand over Puck, but Guts refuses to move until they explain their hatred towards the elves. Jill's insistence that Puck is harmless is ignored by everyone. Guts senses movement behind him and reflexively moves and kicks his aggressor, who stumbles. It's an old woman demanding the return of her grandson. The villagers perceive Guts' self-defense as aggression and move in to attack. Guts places Puck in his backpack and unsheathes his dragon slayer above his head, a sight that freezes the villagers in fear. Guts' plan is to kill a couple of villagers to pacify the rest, but Puck urges him not to hurt them. Instead, Guts destroys a cart full of water barrels, taking advantage of the distraction to run past the stunned villagers, leap over the village's defensive wall, and hide from them. They peek over the wall's edge in search of Puck, but they soon give up. Puck launches into a long speech directed at Guts, telling him that elves are harmless and generally well regarded. Guts remains apathetic about Puck's situation and instead demands to know when Puck settled into Guts' backpack. His banter is overheard by Jill, who walks over them along the wall. She apologizes for not warning them about the situation and points them to an abandoned windmill nearby where they can take refuge for the night. She promises to bring them food, but Guts insists she waits until morning to do so. He doesn't tell her about the spirits seemingly attacking him at night. That night, Jill watches through her room's door as her father beats her mother, urging her to discipline Jill. Her former war buddy gets up, claiming he's going to urinate. He heads to Jill's room, but she barricades the door with a piece of wood. She holds it in place as the door shakes violently for a moment as Zipek's friend tries to enter. He continues until he hears his footsteps moving away from her room. She takes Guts' cloak from the bed, which he never returned to her. She wraps herself in it, sits by her bed, and trembles in the moonlight streaming through the window. At dawn, Jill rushes to the windmill to return Guts' cloak and bring him food. She pushes the large mill doors and glimpses some spirits dissolving in the sunlight. Fearfully, she approaches a sleeping Guts, but a voice from above, Puck's, orders her to let Guts sleep, as he has been awake all night. She wraps Guts' shoulders with his cloak and sits beside him, gazing at the mysterious man dressed in black. Later, Guts wakes up to the sound of an incubus, a small demon that induces nightmares to its sleeping victim, crawling towards the wall where he's leaning. Without looking at it, Guts crushes the incubus with his metal hand, smashing it against the wall. Then, he notices that Jill has entered the windmill and fallen asleep next to him, using his leg as a pillow. Unsure of what to do, he simply looks away from her and lets her sleep. On the mill's beams, a sleeping Puck is also bothered by a small incubus and falls from a great height onto Jill's head, waking her up. She is dazed but alert, and Guts quickly gets up to remove it from her. He asks her about Misty Valley, the dreaded place that all the villagers fear, and where she thought Puck came from. Jill explains that Misty Valley, named for the thick fog that perpetually covers it, lies to the east of the village and is home to many elves. At some point, the village's crops and livestock were raided and destroyed, and witnesses claim that the elves were responsible. The situation worsened significantly when the elves began eating the villagers and kidnapping their children. The tense moment of silence following her explanation is interrupted when Guts' brand starts bleeding, and he heads towards the mill's exit. Outside, he observes a long trail of dimly glowing creatures flying over the village. Jill confirms they are elves, but a maniacal smile comes over Guts' face as he enigmatically states that the creatures are not elves at all but something entirely different. In the village, the villagers also realize the creatures' arrival. They barricade themselves in their homes as all living beings outside, pets, and livestock are devoured within seconds. A group of elves attacks a particular house, managing to break down the wooden door and enter. The adult villagers are devoured, but the child living inside emerges unharmed. Zepek strikes his wife for suggesting they go out to search for Jill. He continues drinking alcohol but seems genuinely worried and frustrated. Back outside, Thomas, the boy whose parents were killed, runs out of his house to escape the elves, who whisper playful words to him. He runs headlong into the legs of a gigantic figure dressed in black, Guts, who tells Thomas to stay low to the ground and then swings the enormous dragon slayer through the air, killing dozens of elves, splattering his blade's surface with them. Being so close to the elves, Guts gets a good look at them and concludes that they are not elves at all, although they have the same body structure, humanoid form, head hair, and translucent wings. As elves, they also have compound eyes, antennas, 3 additional smaller eyes on their foreheads, and furry collars typically seen on moths. Guts coldly asks Thomas if he wants to avenge his parents or go with the elves. The boy shakes his head at the latter suggestion, so Guts grabs him, apparently to save him. Jill also runs towards the village despite Puck's protests. They enter together but are cautious not to be discovered by the elves. To Jill's horror, Guts hasn't exactly saved Thomas. Instead, he has driven the Dragonslayer's blade into the back of the boy's shirt and lifted Thomas into the air, using him as bait for the elves. The creatures approach Thomas slowly, intending to catch him, but Guts is too quick. He escapes and runs through the village at full speed, using the boy to lure the elves behind him. Guts leads the elves to a dilapidated barn where much of the village's livestock has already died. Guts throws Thomas onto a haystack and turns to face the small creatures, which have transformed to appear more insect-like and vicious. With all the creatures inside the barn, Guts spins the Dragonslayer around his head, cutting the loft supports that can no longer bear the weight of the hay on top. The roof collapses, dragging the hay down with it. Guts throws a small vial of powder onto the collapsed roof in front of him and fires his cannon arm at it, triggering a massive explosion that incinerates all the elves but leaves Guts and Thomas unharmed. As Jill, Puck, Guts, and Thomas watch the barn burn, the first two see what Guts perceives thanks to his brand, a gigantic elf that is the size of a human child. Guts and the giant elf stare at each other. She bears a fleeting resemblance to her smaller elf minions, though she is quite different in many ways. She is undoubtedly the most moth-like of all, presenting herself completely naked in the size of a human child. Guts' bleeding brand indicates her status as an apostle. Guts identifies her as the leader of the elves and, despite most evidence pointing otherwise, claims she is an elf. She leaps down from the tree she was on and dives straight at Guts. Both attack at lightning speed, but the only one wounded is Guts, whose bicep has been completely pierced by her strike. As the elf girl flies above his head and applauds herself in a childlike manner, Puck leaps onto Guts' shoulder with new information. Both the elf girl and her smaller elf minions are human children, and Puck has perceived their true nature. The apostle becomes aware of Puck's presence on Guts' shoulder and warns him not to speak to humans. She addresses him as Peacaf and calls him a pariah before leaping at him again, this time aiming for Puck. Jill has rushed to block Guts and Puck from the apostle's attack. While shouting at the latter, she calls him Rossini. The apostle changes direction at the last moment and takes flight. She turns, and the two girls recognize each other, calling each other by their names. Without warning, Rossini turns in the air and leaves the village along with her elves. Guts collapses after they leave, having been poisoned by the dust emanating from Rosine's wings. While Jill helps him up, the villagers appear and notice the burning barn. All fingers point at Guts, blaming him for destroying the barn and using a young boy, Thomas, as bait for the elves. Guts laughs at their accusations and turns the tables, mentioning that when the boy, Thomas, ran out of his house after his parents were killed, the other villagers simply looked through their closed doors, too scared of the elves to try to save him. The villagers feel disturbed as they are confronted with their own actions, but nevertheless, demand Thomas and Jill's return. Though hesitant, Jill decides to leave Guts when she sees her mother calling for her. As she walks back, she begins to doubt leaving Guts, who saved the village, but before she can say anything, another villager screams in terror. The elves that died in the burning barn have returned to their human forms upon death, and all the villagers realize that their children have been swallowed by the fire. With no other way out of the situation, Guts seizes Jill and takes her hostage, holding a knife to her throat and demanding that the villagers step aside so he can leave. Puck is the first to act after Guts' threat. He flies up to Guts' face and reproaches him for using his only ally among the villagers as a hostage and further worsening his image in their eyes. Moreover, the villagers now believe, thanks to Puck's appearance, that the swordsman is allied with the vile elves. Guts slowly moves through the crowd, which parts to let him pass, hoping that Jill won't be harmed. When his back is turned, a villager stealthily approaches from behind, preparing to strike him with an axe. But Guts spots him and spins around, using Jill as a shield. Guts is growing weaker due to the poison in his body and doesn't want to risk fighting. As they walk through the village, Jill notices her father, Zepek, observing them from behind a wall. When he looks her in the eyes, he quickly turns around the corner and disappears from her sight. Jill feels disheartened by her father's apparent lack of desire to save her. Once safely outside the village, where the inhabitants can neither see nor hear them, Guts releases Jill and tells her to go home. He apologizes for putting her in danger and turns to walk away. Suspecting that his destination is Misty Valley, where he may confront the Moth Apostle, Jill asks if she can accompany him, assuming that the apostle in question is her childhood friend who disappeared long ago. Guts warns her not to follow him, bluntly stating that he fully intends to kill the apostle, regardless of whether it's Jill's friend or not. He leaves with Puck. Jill looks up at her village on the hill and thinks that if she were to return, nothing would change. She touches the wound on her neck. Guts' knife cut her while he held her hostage. As they head to Misty Valley, Puck scolds Guts for telling Jill to stay still so harshly. Then he notices the trail of blood Guts leaves while walking and offers to heal his wound. Guts merely dismisses the elf with his hand, which triggers a tantrum from Puck, who feels frustrated that Guts won't accept help. Guts scolds the elf, mentioning that they were never officially companions or even friends, and tells him to leave. Puck intends to stay, but Guts snatches him out of the air and tosses him into the grass, leaving the grumpy elf behind. Puck is surprised when a new person's shoe suddenly lands next to him. After stopping to camp for the night, Guts lights a fire and vomits as the poison continues to affect him. He thinks about the charred bodies of the children in the barn. Shortly after, Guts catches a snake, beheads it, and drinks its blood from its neck. Then he skins and eats its body. He gets nauseous again but manages not to vomit. He tries to get as comfortable as possible to prepare for the long night ahead when the spirits manifest and attack him. Due to exhaustion, Guts starts dozing off, but the vision of the demon child, lying directly over his campfire, catches him off guard. The child has brought the spirits of the deceased village children, all of whom are burning. The spirits of the children slowly approach Guts, moaning as if in pain. He kills one with the Dragon Slayer but vomits blood immediately after. He then raises the Dragon Slayer into the air and brings it down on his campfire, trying to kill the demon child, but it avoids the attack, floating in the air away from the Dragon Slayer. Puck, who has been picked up by Jill, guides her to Guts through the dark night. He assures her that as long as she stays close to him, an elf, no nearby beast will attack her, though she suspects whether he's genuinely an elf or not. As they walk, Puck asks if it's a good idea for her to go to Misty Valley, which is infested with inhuman creatures, including possibly Jill's friend-turned-monster. Jill decides to press on, knowing she'll have regrets whether she stays in her village or not. She and Puck reach the crest of a hill where they can see small lights in the distance. It's the fire children attacking Guts, who has entered a berserker fury and is dispatching them. He mercilessly strikes their bodies with the Dragon Slayer, causing them to dissolve upon contact. When he approaches another spirit, it weeps for its mother. After a brief hesitation, Guts destroys it. Jill has closed the distance between the hill and Guts' camp, and she can now see much better what is happening. With a maniacal smile, Guts merrily cuts through the countless small spirits of children. His movements bring him closer and closer to Jill, and he mistakes her for a spirit. He swings the Dragon Slayer down on her head, but manages to stop it before she gets hurt. During this pause in their movements, some spirits jump and cling to Guts' back, immobilizing him. As the rest of the spirits jump on him to finish him off, he grabs Jill and jumps out of the path of the attacking children. Though they are safe from the spirits, Guts didn't aim his jump correctly, and as a result, both he and Jill fall down a rocky cliff. The next morning, just as the sun rises, Jill wakes up to find herself lying right above Guts. She hears his voice telling her to move, and she complies. Guts protected her during the fall, but he can't move and coughs up blood. He asks her to sprinkle him with Puck's elf dust so he can heal quickly. As Jill does so, she breaks the silence by asking about the person whom the Moth Apostle confused Puck with, Pekaf. She tells Guts the childhood tale from which Pekaf originates. Pekaf was a boy who lived in a village. While his parents and the other villagers were human, Pekaf suspected he wasn't due to his red eyes and pointed ears, which made him a target for bullying. One day, Pekaf ventured into a nearby forbidden forest, searching for his true family. In the forest, Pekaf encountered the elves, who had the same red eyes and pointed ears as him. However, the elves also rejected Pekaf because he didn't have wings like a real elf. One of the elves realized who Pekaf was, Once, a baby was brought to the forest by its worried parents. The child was dying, but the parents begged the elves to save him with their magic. They did so, but as a result, the baby's appearance was altered to resemble both an elf and a human. The child was Pekaf. Overcome with great sadness, Pekaf ran back to the village, but even though he had only been in the forest for a moment, 100 years had passed in the village. With nobody in the village knowing who he was and being forbidden from living with the elves, Pekaf spent the rest of his days as an outcast, crying from loneliness. Guts isn't impressed by the story, but Jill mentions that her friend Rossini, who turned into an apostle, loved it. Jill delves into her childhood story with Rossini. As a child, Jill saw Rossini, who was 4 years older than her, as a sister. Rossini was quite childish in her youth and enjoyed hunting small insects and reptiles. During their days in the forest, they often made interesting finds like seashells, honeycombs, and animal teeth, but the most intriguing of all was a small, egg-shaped object adorned with the features of a human face. Guts and Puck realize as they listen that this object was a beherit. They don't say anything, and Jill continues speaking. Together, Jill and Rossini played from dawn to dusk, and Jill, who is now older, realizes that they stayed out so late because Rossini avoided her constantly fighting parents, with Rossini always being the subject of their arguments. Rossini often greeted Jill the next day with fresh bruises from her parents. One day, while sitting together on a hill, Rossini informed Jill that the commonly told story of red-eyed Pekaf was false and that he was actually an elf, now living happily with his own kind. Rossini turned to Jill and proclaimed that she herself was an elf like Pekaf and belonged with the elves. Though Rossini smiled after saying it, Jill observes that it was always forced. Jill explains that before she was born, her village was engulfed in conflict, and despite the villagers seeking refuge in the nearby forest, many women were abducted and violated by enemy soldiers, including Rosine's mother. This sowed doubt in Rossini and her parents as none of them were sure who Rosine's real father was. On a rainy night, not long after Rossini compared herself to Pekaf, Jill was awakened by tapping on her window. Rossini was outside with just a torn dress and a lantern for light. Rossini told Jill she was leaving the village and going alone to Misty Valley to live with the elves who supposedly resided there. She told Jill that she left all her belongings and was setting off alone into the dark and wet night. The village organized search parties for the young Rossini after her disappearance but failed to find her. A few days after her departure, her parents also mysteriously disappeared. When Jill checked Rosine's scant possessions, she realized she had taken one of her treasures, the egg-shaped stone. Jill concludes her tale, saying that now that she's older, she understands Rosine's desire to leave the village. At this moment, Puck comes out of Guts' bag after retrieving the beherit and asks Jill if Rosine's facial stone looks like her. Jill confirms that the stones are identical, and Guts proceeds to explain the use of beherits. He says they are magical stones that summon angels that grant power to humble humans. Although he himself doesn't know how to activate the beherit, Rossini apparently figured it out and used it to become the Moth Apostle Elf. He then explains the reason for Rosine's parents' disappearance. To become a monster with the angel's help, a sacrifice is required, and Rossini offered her parents in exchange. This new information shocks Jill, and Guts only worsens things when he says he won't hesitate to use his sword if Jill gets in his way again. He tells her that she's a hindrance, and she tries to slap him, but he effortlessly catches her wrist and tells her that the fairy tale she's in is not for children. Guts gets up and walks away. As he starts building a small structure with nearby stones, Puck scolds him for berating Jill so harshly when she's barely out of childhood. It turns out Guts has been building an improvised prison large enough to contain Puck, and he throws the elf inside before sealing it and leaving. When Puck tries to escape from his confinement through the gaps between the stones, he notices that Jill is on the verge of tears. He tries to comfort her, but it's futile. Jill's crying is interrupted by the appearance of a large creature flying over the trees. It swoops down and lands a few meters away from Jill. It's the Apostle Rossini. Jill trembles as a smiling Rossini walks towards her. The Apostle raises her fist, places it on Jill's forehead, and then withdraws it without causing harm. Rossini bursts into laughter as Jill realizes there's a frog placed on her head. Confused, Jill seeks confirmation that this creature is Rossini, and the Apostle responds by kissing Jill's cheek and caressing her. The Apostle addresses Jill by her name. Guts senses a faint trickle of blood seeping from his brand of sacrifice. He looks back toward the path he came from, knowing an Apostle is nearby. As Jill watches, Rossini reverts to her old human appearance. Her face is identical to the day she left, but the rest of her body remains as before. She warmly greets Jill and shows her new, elf-like body. Jill recalls Guts' words about Rossini offering sacrifices to achieve this transformation, but she doesn't confront Rossini about it. Ecstatic to have reunited with her old friend, Rossini asks Jill to meet her in the Misty Valley and then turns to her elf slaves, telling them that Jill can enter. She then embraces Jill and takes off the ground, intending to take her to their paradisiacal hideout. However, her ascent is interrupted by Guts, who has rushed back into the battle. He strikes Rossini with his sword, even though she's holding Jill. Rossini speeds up her ascent to dodge the blow, but the tail of one of her wings is severed. Rossini reverts to her monstrous form and orders her elf slaves to attack Guts. Before they can do so, Jill pleads with Rossini to stop the fight before it begins. Rossini decides to turn around and fly off with Jill and her elves, leaving Guts alone with the now free Puck. Puck suspects that Guts didn't care about Jill's safety when he wielded his sword. Guts confirms Puck's suspicions, but he starts to question if he held back in attacking out of concern for Jill. In any case, Puck scolds Guts for not caring about Jill's well-being and flies away. Guts stares at the tail of Rosine's wing, suspecting that he did hold back. As Rossini and Jill fly above the ground, Jill clings to Rossini out of fear. Later, Rossini tells Jill to behold a view no human could ever see, a perspective of the world that only birds and elves can see. Jill is mesmerized by the beauty of the landscape below. Rossini offers Jill the chance to fly as much as she wants if she becomes one of them. When Jill shows some uncertainty about becoming an elf, Rossini accuses her of having a crush on Guts. She then wonders aloud if Guts will follow them, as he was already walking toward the Misty Valley before turning to attack her. When Jill pays attention to Rosine's words, she assures Jill that Misty Valley has adult guards who protect its inhabitants from those who wish to harm them. Guts has found the entrance to the Misty Valley, a forest full of dead trees wrapped in mist. Despite no perceptible presence of apostles, his brand is bleeding. As he walks through the thick fog, he encounters a large pile of what appear to be human corpses. From the center of this mass, several figures emerge. The figures are the bandits who kidnapped Jill and escaped from the possessed tree. Aside from the strange piece of armor, they are all naked and soaked in blood. They tell Guts that they won't let him pass through the Misty Valley because he is of age. Guts shows no sign of backing down, so they pounce on all fours. Guts throws a couple of throwing knives and unsheathes his repeating crossbow, holding it with his prosthetic left hand while spinning the crank with his right. With millimeter precision, he hits the eyes and mouths of the bandits. They seem dead, but upon closer inspection, Guts discovers they are still alive. They start wriggling and transforming into insect-like creatures. Guts strikes one of them with the Dragon Slayer, but the creature, resembling a cross between an earwig and a scorpion, grabs him with its pincers, rendering him immobile. With Guts seemingly defenseless, another bugman, a centipede, flanks him and prepares to attack. Guts notices the presence of this new creature and, thanks to his titanic strength, manages to horizontally balance the Dragon Slayer and cut the centipede man in half, all while the scorpion man clings to his blade. Then, he lifts it over his head and swings downward, bisecting the scorpion man vertically. Ensuring both bandits are dead, Guts turns to the others who have yet to attack. The next to attack is the leader of the bandits, who transforms into a large beetle-like creature. He lunges at Guts with open pincers, trying to cut him in half, but Guts has backed himself against a tree, preventing the beetle's pincers from closing quickly. The beetle tries to crush its prey before dying. Guts had strategically raised the Dragon Slayer during the charge, and it impaled the beetle upon collision. Despite its rapidly waning strength, the beetle man slowly manages to close its pincers, impaling Guts' neck. Desperate, Guts lifts his repeating crossbow, aims at the creature's invisible face, and fires. Through its back, Guts sees the projectile's heads appear and feels the pincers loosen. It's dead. Another bugman, a tick, has climbed up the tree and descends above Guts, who is still trapped by the beetleman's pincers. He desperately uses his dagger to try to cut the pincers and free himself, but they are too strong, and his dagger breaks. Thinking of a plan, Guts lifts his legs and leans them against the tree, with only the pincers supporting his weight. He pushes forward, moving away from the tree. Although the pincers sink further into his neck as he moves, they also slowly detach from the tree. When the tick man gets close enough to touch Guts, he makes a last effort and frees himself. In one swift motion, the force of his push against the tree makes him perform a front flip, and he extends the Dragon Slayer to cut the tick man in half before it even lands on the ground. Now, struggling to stay on his feet and with deep cuts around his neck, Guts looks up at the nearby tree branches covered in mist. He sees dozens of bugmen similar, waiting to attack. The bugmen refuse to let Guts pass into the depths of the Misty Valley. Guts says, with a maniacal smile, that he plans to kill each one of them before even attempting to move forward. He reloads his crossbow and prepares for battle. When the bugmen attack, Guts fires his crossbow. He kills several of the grounded bugs, but the ones that can fly manage to dodge the projectiles and fly around him. Guts takes aim at one of them as it flanks him and shoots it in the face. Guts goes into a frenzy and, armed only with his crossbow, massacres all the bugmen surrounding him. Once free from any immediate danger, Guts decides to use his Dragon Slayer to defend against the second wave of insect men. Puck contemplates Guts' life, wondering about the relationship between him and the God Hand, particularly Femto. He brushes off his concerns now that he's separated from Guts. He decides to pluck the crow's feathers from its head, earning him a harsh peck and being thrown away. As he falls, Puck realizes what he has just flown over. Two large cliffs parallel to each other with thick fog trapped between them. Suddenly terrified, Puck is about to leave, but then he decides he wants to enter to save Jill. Gathering courage, Puck rushes into the Misty Valley. Guts has continued annihilating the insect men. As he deals with the last of them, he encounters the two remaining creatures. Both are still in their naked male forms and admit to being impressed that Guts was able to kill their entire force of bugmen by himself. Guts pays no attention to their words, so they transform into a praying mantis-like creature and a beetle twice the size of the bandit leader's beetle form. The mantis man charges, and Guts knocks him down with the dragon slayer. Although it looks like they will attack simultaneously, the beetle man uses his long arms to strike Guts, freezing his movements. Just then, the beetle man flanks Guts and charges directly at his side. Guts can't raise the dragon slayer fast enough to defend himself and is sent flying through the air by the creature's large horns. Back in Jill's village, the villagers have begun the somber process of burying their incinerated children, whose bodies have been contorted by the fire to cling to themselves. The villagers can't identify the burned bodies and are using a mass grave to bury all the children. A priest of the Holy See attends the burial. Zepek observes the scene from a distance and drinks from a flask. His attention shifts to the forest behind him, where the birds in the trees have become restless. All the villagers perceive, through the trees, the silhouettes of armed soldiers approaching. Panic ensues, and they run to take refuge in the forest, but the priest, Father Hobbs, reassures them, stating that the soldiers mean them no harm. The force of soldiers reveals itself as the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Their female leader, Farnese, seeks out and greets Father Hobbs. She claims that the Holy Iron Chain Knights have been sent on a mission to investigate miracles. Hobbs invites her to his church, and she accepts, ordering Azan and Serpico to accompany her while the other Holy Iron Chain Knights begin assisting the villagers in burying their dead. In the church, Hobbs tells Farnese, Azan, and Serpico about a black swordsman who passed through and the elf that accompanied him. Although Farnese finds the story hard to believe, she explains that she has been sent by the Holy See specifically to track the black swordsman. Apparently, stories have been emerging across the land, all related to spirits and demons attacking small villages. In all these stories, there's a single common link: the presence of a black swordsman. Farnese wonders what role this black swordsman plays in life, whether he's a mere criminal or something much bigger. Hobbs tells her that the black swordsman headed for the Misty Valley, but due to the dangers associated with the place, he can't provide a guide for the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Just at that moment, Zepek, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, enters the church and volunteers for the job. Zepek returns to his home, feeling invigorated, and begins searching for his armor, which he hasn't used in a long time. After being sent flying by the Beetle Man, Guts performs a mid-air somersault and lands on his feet. The two remaining Bugmen are much tougher than the rest, and they explain that they were knights before being turned into monsters. They charge together. Guts dodges the Beetle Man's charge, but the Mantis Man appears behind him. Guts turns and blocks the Mantis's strikes with his sword and metal arm. Now that Guts is occupied, the Beetle Man seizes the opportunity to charge at him, sending Guts rolling on the ground and severely injuring him. They charge again, flanking him. Guts blocks the two Mantises' rapid blows before spinning around and swinging the Dragon Slayer against the Beetle's horn. However, the sword only manages to partially pierce through it and doesn't kill the Bugman. Each positions itself in front and behind Guts, intending to charge at the same time. Desperate, Guts devises a plan to take down the two bugs at once. As they charge, he fires his arm cannon at the Beetle Man and swings his Dragon Slayer against the Mantis Man, killing them both at the same instant. The force of firing his arm cannon and swinging the Dragon Slayer is too much for Guts' body. As soon as he finishes his movement, he falls to his knees and coughs up blood. He has suffered a massive blood loss and can barely move. He reaches into his backpack for medical supplies but withdraws his hand upon feeling a powdery substance. Guts realizes that before leaving, Puck covered the inside of his backpack with healing powder. Guts sits among the corpses of the insect men and rubs the little powder he has on his wounds. Puck has flown through the mist of the Misty Valley. Instead of finding the monsters he expected, he discovers that the mist acts as a sort of ceiling for a utopian place, quite sunny despite the misty roof. Puck lies on a lily pad in a calm lake, relaxing. His keen ears pick up a distant noise, so he takes refuge in the nearby tall grass. Peering through the leaves, Puck sees a small group of Rosine's elves playing with a berry as if it were a ball. Puck enthusiastically joins them, but they suspect that something is off since Puck presents some significant visual differences. They huddle and discuss this new elf while Puck uses his fingers to reshape his face with features more similar to Rosine's elf insects. They decide to give Puck the berry they had been playing with, but when Puck takes it, he discovers that it's not a berry. It's a human eyeball. Puck becomes paralyzed with fear and shock as the elves poke him with sticks and make faces in front of him, but he doesn't respond. Some passing elves call them back to their headquarters, a nearby giant cedar tree, and explain that Rossini has returned with a guest. Puck drops the eye and follows them. Rosine's headquarters is a massive cedar tree. It looks magnificent to Puck. The tree is in full bloom, surrounded by the glowing Rosine's elves. He notices a great mass of light coming towards him from within the tree's leaves and is surprised to see real elves flying by him. Puck looks down and sees Rossini sitting on one of the tree's roots like a throne, with Jill nearby on the grass. Rossini is very friendly with Jill, her old friend. She has her elves bring her food and gifts her with a crown of flowers. She explains that the Misty Valley is a paradise. It's warm all year round, and there's always food, unlike in the village they both come from. Assuming her more human face, Rossini approaches Jill and caresses her, saying that the Misty Valley is a place where adults can never enter, and children can be free and have fun. Jill expresses her regret for not leaving the village with Rossini in her youth, but Rossini doesn't seem to mind. As Jill and Rossini watch Rosine's elves play together harmlessly, Rossini asks Jill if she's ready to become an elf herself. Jill is unsure, disappointing Rossini, but she grants Jill the time she needs to make a decision, leaving her alone with a compelling argument. There's nothing more fun in the village than flying in the sky. Later, a lonely Jill contemplates the sun through the thick misty roof of the Misty Valley. She is surprised when Puck suddenly lands on her shoulder. He exclaims that he came to rescue her, but she's in no hurry to leave. She picks up Puck with her hand and lets him sit in her palm. She asks about Guts, but Puck explains that they parted ways after Guts nearly killed her while attacking Rossini. Jill considers leaving, but she talks about Rosine's offer. She asks Puck for advice on whether to accept the offer or not. Puck says that Rosine's elves are not real elves and that Jill shouldn't try to become one. Jill isn't so sure, as she observes Rosine's elves play innocently with the nearby dragonflies, happy and carefree. For Jill, her life is pleasant, with no need to worry about freezing winters, bad harvests, or bandit raids. Puck tries to use Jill's mother as leverage to convince her to return home, but it backfires as Jill sees her mother as a weak-willed person without passion. She fears becoming like her mother or, worse, like her father, who intimidates his daughter as he pleases. She sees no other future for herself, being her daughter. She only realizes how tightly she's squeezing Puck when he yells in pain. She lets him go, and together they watch a large number of Rosine's elves play war on the nearby grass. They are organized in their movements, with leaders and soldiers. The illusion is quickly shattered. Jill and Puck see the elves killing each other for real, smiling like children having harmless fun. The spectacle is horrifying, with elves impaled on twigs acting as long spears, broken bones, dismemberments, and decapitations. Jill watches as, away from the main group, two elves run, one chasing the other. The pursuer catches up to the other and transforms into his most monstrous bee form. He immobilizes his defenseless prey on the ground and uses his stinger to pierce the other elf's genitals. Jill feels nauseous and vomits. Just as she recovers, more elves present her with a body impaled on 5 sticks. Jill pushes them away with a disgusted swipe. Upon hitting the ground, the deceased elf grows and grows, reverting to his human form in death. Jill looks up to where the main battle against the elves took place and sees dozens more human bodies, both men and women, scattered everywhere. She and Puck turn around and run away at full speed, pursued by the elves. Together, Jill and Puck have run until the mist meets the ground, where they can effectively hide from their pursuers. Jill collapses from exhaustion, but when Puck tries to convince her to get up and keep going, her gaze shifts to the objects right in front of her. They are in a cave-like place, where the ceiling is covered with bulbous masses. Puck touches one and recoils when it turns out to be slimy. The light shining through it reveals something vaguely humanoid inside. A wet sound alerts Jill to another hanging bulb. She and Puck watch as one of Rosine's elves opens it and comes out. Puck realizes that each suspended sphere is a cocoon. The sound of Rosine's voice resonates above them. She explains that they've found what amounts to the emerging land, where human children turn into their elf forms. Rossini has a sinister air and expresses disappointment that Jill tried to escape. Jill tries to explain that her elves were killing each other with malice, but Rossini is well aware of it and considers it a game of war. She says that human children always play war but stop being scared once they become elves. Rossini says that, therefore, her elves are just playing at being human, and if Jill were to return home to the beatings, the cold, and the hunger, she would also have to face real human wars. Rossini offers Jill once again the comparative paradise of life as an elf. As Jill starts to cry, Rossini embraces her and promises to turn her into a powerful and beautiful elf that no one can harm. Her wings envelop both of them, and Jill slowly becomes covered in threads, forming a cocoon around her. Gradually, Jill becomes unconcerned and falls asleep, finding comfort in Rosine's arms and her new cocoon. Puck shouts at Jill to resist the temptation of becoming an elf. Rossini turns to him and addresses him as Peacaf, claiming that she has given him strange ideas. She uses her whip-like frontal antenna to attack him, but he manages to dodge it. The attack splits one of the nearby cocoons in two, and an amorphous mass of flesh, an incomplete metamorphosed child, falls from its halves. Jill notices this and screams in disgust. At that moment, the depths of the cocoon cave are engulfed in a burst of flames that destroy the cocoons. The silhouette of Guts, holding a torch, is barely visible amidst the flames. An enraged Rossini orders her elves to attack, but Guts pierces one of the pillars supporting the cave's roof with his sword. The burning cocoons above fall to the ground just as the elves pass underneath them, setting them on fire. As Jill contemplates his imposing figure through the flames, she perceives Guts as something inhuman, the most monstrous being in the cave. Zepek leads the Holy Iron Chain Knights to the supposed location of the Misty Valley, delighted to be among soldiers once again as he cheerfully barks orders. Serpico advises Zepek to slow down his horse to avoid tripping, and indeed, Zepek soon falls backward, with his disgruntled horse lying beside him due to a protruding root. He gets up unharmed and assures the Holy Iron Chain Knights that they will safely reach the Misty Valley. Izan is moved by what he perceives as Zepek's desire to save his daughter from the clutches of the evil Black Swordsman. Zepek shyly denies it. Farnese orders the Holy Iron Chain Knights to dismount, telling them they'll proceed on foot while the squires take care of the horses. Zepek is determined to stay with the main force despite his injured leg. The attention of Farnese and the rest of the knights is drawn to the screams of one of their own. One of their soldiers has noticed the naked bodies of many men scattered throughout the forest, not far from the path. Unknown to the Holy Iron Chain Knights and Zepek, these bodies are those of the insect men killed by Guts, who returned to their human forms in death. Izan correctly speculates that Guts is responsible and guesses that the Black Swordsman is being accompanied by a group of bandits to aid him. Serpico, temporarily abandoning his cheerful demeanor, corrects Izan, saying that Guts managed to kill them all by himself. He supports his theory with surprisingly deductive abilities. What Izan mistook for cannon shots are actually marks from a massive white weapon. Serpico has assumed that all the marks come from the same weapon, which would be too large for an ordinary man to wield. Therefore, only the monstrously strong Guts could have wielded it. Zepek confirms that Guts wields a huge sword. Farnese, whom Serpico has noticed is very tense, grips the hilt of her sheathed sword, trembling. She swears that she will personally capture Guts and bring him to justice. In the cocoon cave, Guts uses the broader, flat side of his sword to fend off the insect elves attacking him. The fire he caused slowly spreads throughout the cave. Rossini sends wave after wave of elves after Guts, and he is soon overwhelmed. With their pincers in their jaws, the elves bite into Guts' skin. He allows himself to be bitten, and once they are all firmly attached, Guts surprises everyone by showing his manic smile and throwing himself headfirst into the blazing inferno he created. He stops for only a moment to let the flames engulf him and the attached elves. The much smaller elves quickly die, and Guts charges directly towards the Dragon Slayer, aiming for a cocoon. The fluids released extinguish the flames covering his body. Rossini becomes furious at this person who, in a way, is much more of a monster than her. Guts spits out the intestines of the partially incubated elf as the fluid from the broken cocoon rushes onto his body. He has once again let himself be consumed by his berserker rage, and Jill is terrified by what she sees. Rossini charges furiously at Guts, who takes a defensive stance. Her speed is somewhat hindered by the burning debris falling from the ceiling, but she and Guts collide at high speed. She uses her whip-like antenna to attack, but Guts blocks it and counterattacks, cutting off her left moth antenna and slicing partially through her left wing. When Rossini realizes that her speed is reduced by the narrowness of the space and that the flames have rendered her poison dust useless, Guts rushes behind her and leaps up to match her altitude, ready to attack. Rossini catches a glimpse of him and manages to dodge the strike, though she also lands a small counter by using her whip to slice Guts' cheek. The failed strike pulls Guts somewhat out of his berserker rage, and he realizes that Rossini has moved to a deeper part of the cave and that he cannot see her because of the flames. Jill calls out to Rossini, but Puck restrains her. Guts moves to follow Rossini towards the fire, but in doing so, his brand of sacrifice begins to bleed much more than before. He stares fixedly at the flames and sees Rosine's figure rising slowly. She has transformed again, but this time she is more monstrous than human. Her torso and head are fully human, but she is encased in what appears to be the headless body of a giant moth. She proclaims apathetically that her paradise has burned and disappeared, but thanks to her wings, she can fly to a new home and start a new utopia. She says she wants Jill by her side on her travels and that Guts must pay for destroying her home. With her whip's antenna fully extended like a large spear, Rossini charges directly at Guts, unfazed by the narrowness of the cave. She charges straight through the debris, ready to kill Guts. Puck and Jill have escaped from the burning and smoke-filled cave. Rossini, inside the sealed sheath-like space of a giant moth's body, recklessly charges at Guts, ready to impale him with her frontal stinger. He raises the Dragon Slayer to deflect it and succeeds, but the impact sends him flying out of the cave. Rossini has also exited the cave and ominously flies above them, silhouetted against the dark sky and moonlight. Puck ensures that Jill is safe before realizing that the flapping of Rosine's enormous wings has fanned the flames, now engulfing the surrounding trees. Rossini aims and dive bombs towards the now standing Guts, using exclusive tubes in her new body that release jets of air, allowing her to break the sound barrier as she flies towards him. He deflects the strike again, but the impact launches him airborne once more. Unable to see her rapid charges and deafened by the sonic booms, he's thrown off balance. She charges again and again, and he deflects each attack. Realizing he can't last much longer if the battle consists of blocking her invisible strikes, he devises a plan. Rossini descends from the sky and attacks again, but she notices that Guts isn't blocking as usual. Instead, the Dragon Slayer is protecting his body while his arms shield his face. Aiming for this new weak point, she descends and impales her horn into his flesh arm, but his metal prosthetic diverts it from piercing his face. Fearing she has failed once more, Rossini realizes Guts is now hanging from her horn only by his impaled arm. She makes him soar above the treetops and hovers motionless against the moon, enjoying watching Guts lose consciousness. She tells the dying Guts that she plans to fly at full speed, tearing his body apart. Hearing these words, Guts opens his eyes and executes the second phase of his plan. He aims his prosthetic arm at Rosine's body's abdomen and triggers the secondary cannon function, a cord he can use with his teeth. The cannonball pierces Rosine's body. As Jill watches in horror, Guts and Rossini fall to the ground from their extraordinary height. Guts falls from high in the air, the branches below slowing and cushioning his fall, but doing nothing to prevent injuries. He lands on the ground, very shaken and wounded but alive. His proudest wound is to his pride, his cannon shot missed. He looks around for the Dragon Slayer, which has crash-landed a few steps away. Rossini is also alive, and she has much energy left from the absorbed cannon shot in the fall she endured. She traverses the burning forest in search of Guts, who is busy using his bandages to tie his good hand to the Dragon Slayer. Knowing he'll soon lose consciousness due to blood loss and fatigue, she willingly concentrates the remaining energy on her rage. Now trying to formulate a plan, Guts is out of ideas. His lack of energy means he's too exhausted to dodge Rosine's attacks and get close to her, and his cannon shot has already been used up. Jill's cries draw his attention, and though he initially moves to save her from the surrounding fire that threatens to engulf her, her injured state inspires a cunning plan. Jill screams in fear of the fire and pleads with Puck to leave her and save himself, but he refuses. He comes up with the idea to burst another cocoon and use its juices to extinguish the flames, but Jill dislikes the idea and vehemently rejects it. She starts to break down, saying to Puck that he was right, she should have left the Misty Valley when she had the chance. Puck yells at her, asking if she intends to die now, after doing everything before to survive. Just as Jill's determination starts to strengthen, a flaming branch falls from a tree directly above her. Rossini stops the flaming branch in midair. She embraces Jill again, which is much more uncomfortable now that Rossini is more insect than human, and tells her they will leave together to find another paradise. Waiting amidst the flames, Guts sees his opportunity. Rossini has her back turned and is focused on something else. He emerges as a blazing figure, skewering the Dragon Slayer directly through Rosine's back and slicing through her human torso and insect body. She releases Jill as she screams in pain right onto a bed of fire, but Guts, once again going berserk, has the means to kick a cocoon directly over Jill, protecting her from being incinerated. Rossini takes off into the air with Guts on her back. Flying back and forth, she hopes to shake him off or simply kill him with her great speed. Puck, who is still at ground level, gradually realizes that Guts planned to see Jill injured by the flames, knowing Rossini would get distracted and rush to protect her. Jill, in the meantime, hysterically laughs at seeing her body soaked in blood from the destroyed cocoon. While Rossini soars through the air at blinding speed, she angrily asks Guts why he's so determined to kill her. Guts responds that it's for all the humans she and her elves have preyed upon. Suddenly, he realizes one of his core beliefs has been violated. She, an elf, has been injured by a human. Rosine's rage magnifies, and she uses her whip antenna to strike Guts from behind, sending him soaring into the open night sky. A flashback shows Rosine's first encounter with the Misty Valley. Wearing a tattered dress and her unused beharit, she joyfully runs towards the place that would become her home. In the present, Rossini has flown into a rage, shouting that an elf should never be harmed by a human. When Guts falls to the ground, Rossini spins and charges directly at him, her whip-like antenna extended like a spike, intending to impale him. Unable to dodge while in midair, Guts realizes the spike just in time before it makes contact, causing him to bleed. Rosine's victorious expression slowly fades as she realizes that Guts had turned his head at the last second. Indeed, she has impaled him, but her spike has pierced through his cheek, passed through his mouth, and protrudes from the other cheek. Lost in his rage, Guts bites down on the spike so she can't escape his next attack. A strike from the Dragon Slayer directly onto her head, almost splitting her torso in two and severing her left arm. As Guts falls to the ground unconscious, a fluttering Rossini forgets her pain. She thinks about how her parents were never by her side and how they were the reason she was forced to leave. Sitting alone in Misty Valley, she knew well that elves didn't exist, but she kept up the illusion to justify her departure from the village. One day, her parents found her sitting alone by the lake inside their idyllic home. Her mother hugged her lovingly, but her father struck her, reproaching her decision to leave. He shouted how humiliated he felt that the villagers cared enough to search for her after her departure. He asked if she left because he wasn't her real father. Her mother intervened, but he turned on her, hitting her just like he did with Rossini. As she watched, Rossini decided that such behavior was not allowed in the valley and waited for them to leave. The blood dripping from her mouth fell onto her beharit, which activated. Guts falls into the lake, and Rossini flies back to her headquarters in the cedar tree. She lies on her back in her more human-like form, without her left arm. She silently pleads for her parents' forgiveness. As Jill runs to her, Worried about her friend, Rossini admits that elves were never real. Puck flies in front of her to introduce himself properly, saying he is a real elf and that elves lived in the Misty Valley long before Rossini made it her home. While Jill holds Puck, Rossini approaches him to touch him, the first real elf she has ever seen in her life. As she does so, Guts emerges from the lake, still consumed by anger. Rossini is happy to discover that elves are real and that, somehow, she managed to find her home. She tells Jill that now that she has found Puck, she'll be able to overcome the difficulties afflicting the village. Jill cries as Rosine's eyes slowly close. Guts has limped over to where both of them are, with the sole intention of killing the Apostle Rossini. Jill tries to dissuade him, as Rossini is so weak she can't move. She tries to stop him, but he pushes her aside. Guts stands before a severely injured Rossini and slowly raises his sword to deliver the fatal blow. Jill desperately covers Rosine's body with hers, and Guts hesitates before striking. It's not Jill's compassion that pulls him out of his rage, but a crossbow bolt that pierces his side. Both he and Jill look to see who fired it. The responsible party is Zepek. He is ecstatic to be able to return to battle. He calls back the Holy Iron Chain Knights and tells them he halted Guts' attack. From Zepek and the Holy Iron Chain Knights' perspective, Guts was about to kill two innocent little girls, not the monster that is Rossini. Farnese orders more arrows to be fired at Guts so the children can be saved. Guts lets some arrows hit him, furious that he won't be able to kill Rossini, before fleeing into the darkness of the night. The Holy Iron Chain Knights pursue him, but Azan tells Zepek to stay behind and take care of the children, not wanting any harm to befall the villagers. After Azan leaves, Zepek angrily hurls his crossbow, his new military campaign thwarted. Rossini, having visions of her childhood, decides it's time to go home to her parents, now that it's nighttime. She stands up and spreads her wings as Jill and Puck prevent the terrified Zepek from shooting her with his crossbow. Rossini embarks on a flight without a fixed destination. She feels hungry and wonders what her parents have prepared before succumbing to her injuries, dying as she flies. Her body falls back to the ground, on the crest of a hill similar to the one where, in the tale, Picaf remained crying, like an outsider. Rosine's final thoughts are of the good times she had with her parents. And that's how the first part of this manhwa ends. If you've reached this part of the video, let me tell you that you've been one of the few people to make it here, so comment the word monster in the comments. Remember to subscribe to not miss any videos. With that said, see you in the next video.